Devil, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Agria's Dome. Woohoo! The atmosphere was positively electric as the crowd cheered and screamed at the top of their lungs. The giant screen in the middle of the arena turned on to reveal a handsome man with wild green and purple hair. As he appeared, the crowd cheered even louder in anticipation. I am your host and commentator for this spectacular evening, No Gamagan. As the crowd cheered, he nodded appreciatively. Thank you very much, but let's get down to business. We all know what we are here to see today. The anticipated match between Cyroorg Biel and Rias Gremory. The crowd cheered even louder this time as fireworks exploded to cap off his announcement. Now this is a big event and it's going to take more than just my colorful commentary to keep up with everything that will happen in this match. So please welcome my co-commentator and our special guest, Governor General Azazel. Azazel slid into place beside No and the audience cheered in joy. Thanks for having me, No-san. Azazel Dono, you're something of an advisor to the Gremory peerage, aren't you? Should we be worried at all for any bias you might show to one team today? Well, No-san, in order. Yes, I am acting as an advisor to Rias Gremory's peerage, and no, I won't be showing any bias.
I am, first and foremost, an advocate for the growth and advancement of the next generation. I'm inspired by how these youngsters learn and evolve to deal with the new threats that appear and endanger our alliance. And I look forward to seeing how this match proceeds between these two upcoming stars. And I will be watching with an impartial eye. Hell, if anyone screws up too badly, I might just point and laugh.
Is that necessary? Necessary? No, but I know a few people who will be expecting it. Naruto groaned. Someone gave him a microphone and put him in front of a camera. Rias rubbed her eyes. That was a mistake. Akeno looked over at the others. Is that us? Is he talking about us being the ones expecting him to laugh at us? Because honestly, he's right on the money there. I expect nothing less of him. Now without further ado, it's time to introduce the participants of the game. In the east corner, the young champion and undefeated warrior of power, Cyroorg Biel and his peerage. From one end of the dome, Cyroorg emerged with his peerage following right behind him. The stadium erupted in a roar of cheers that Cyroorg accepted with a confident nod and smile. And from the west corner, the young heroes who have been in the front lines of battles for peace, Rias Gremory and her peerage. Equally powerful applause was given as the ORC started to make their way out from their side of the dome and into the eyes of the crowd. However, while there were many cheers and applause, there was also a chant echoing out like a wave through the audience. Opai, 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 Opai. Even though they wanted to appear confident and nonplussed from the attention, they hadn't been expecting that chorus to welcome them. So Rias ended up walking with her face flush in embarrassment while the others tried to avoid getting noticed by everyone watching them. Naruto snarled, "This is your fault. All of this is on you." "I'm sorry," Issei whispered back. "I didn't ask them to do this." "Opai Dragon, we love you. Thanks." Issei nervously waved out to everyone while whispering to his friends, "I'm so sorry." As we commentate on this match, another shall be making the final call and handling any disputes of fairness during the game. Please welcome our arbiter, the excellent Rudiger Rosenkreuz. A handsome silver-haired man appeared between the two teams and bowed to the crowd. The 7th-ranked competitor in the ranking games, Yudo whispered under his breath for anyone who didn't know. And before we get started, we have one last surprise. Joining us for commentary in the booth today, give it up for the champion, Emperor Dehauser Belial. Azazel and No both turned to look at the stoic man with gray hair and eyes seated beside them. And the moment he appeared, the reaction from the dome was more powerful than ever before. Dehauser Belial, Naruto repeated the name, knowing it sounded familiar for some reason. And when he looked over at Rias and saw her excited but the nervous expression, he knew it was important. He's important, right? He's the champion of the rating games. Rias nodded. Anyone who participates or wants to achieve victory in the games knows he stands at the peak, undefeated. The underworld was filled with many exceptionally powerful and amazing people. So to see the man that stood above them all undefeated, yeah, there was a reason so many people looked up to him. Thank you for having me. Dehauser nodded to his fellow commentators. I have been acting as the advisor to the Biel peerage, but like the Governor General I will remain impartial and watch this game with hope for the future generation. Exactly, thank you, but I don't think I will be pointing and laughing at whoever loses. You're no fun. Anyway, let's get on to the rules of the game. There is a bowl in front of each team with 6-sided dice inside of it. Both kings will throw their dice, land on a number, and the sum of those numbers will be used to determine the point value for the round. In standard dice figure rules, each evil piece will be granted a point value and the sum of both dice will determine the points that can be used that round. 3 points for knight and bishop, 5 points for rook, 9 points for queen, and 1 point for each pawn piece one person might wield. In addition, the king will be granted a special point total to match their estimation by the committee. No one combatant can be used twice in a row. If they are sent into battle, they must wait a turn before going back out. Of course, although the king may participate, that doesn't mean it will work out the same as with the other members. If someone is beaten in a match, they will be retired, but if the king goes down, then that team loses and the match is concluded. And even though the sum number of points can be used, they don't need to be. It is up to either side to send out who they deem necessary for each match. But know that if the full set of points is not used, those points will not be saved or used in any other way. It is using them or losing them mindset each turn. Rudiger floated up between each team and held up his arms. The points for both kings will be as follows: Rias Gremory will be valued at 8, and Cyroorg Biel will be valued at 12. Rias let out a sigh of relief after the announcement was made. That doesn't exactly do wonders for my ego, but it means Cyroorg can only participate with the total point value. Which means we can whittle down his team until all that's left to take care of is him. Ikeno noted with a pleased smile, that might work out in our favor. And finally, we will address the situation with the Phoenix Tears for this match. Since Phoenix Tears are especially valuable at this time, and in response to the rising threat of the Chaos Brigade, supply and demand for them have been extremely high. But with the generous donation from the Phoenix Head, both teams have been allotted one tear to use in this game. They will find it in the compartment under the top of the bowl. Rias walked over to the bowl and felt around underneath it before an opening appeared. She pulled out a small vial with a beautiful clear drop of liquid inside it. And as she lowered it, she looked over the space to see Cyroorg holding a similar vial. They looked at each other before nodding and turning back to their teams. So if they have a tier 2, Kaneko voiced her concern, they'll probably save it for him, right? Which means we have to beat him twice. Xenovia sighed, that complicates things. We'll handle it. Rias assured her peerage, we've handled worse. Now with those rules out of the way, started this game. Kings, step forward. Rudiger announced as the audience cheered loudly. Rias and Cyroorg stepped up to their bowl. Retrieve your dice. They did just that and held them up for everyone to see. Drop. The dice fell from their hands and clattered inside the bowl before coming to a stop. The screen projected an image of the dice inside the bowl for everyone to see. 3 for Rias Gremory, 1 for Cyroorg Biel. The point total is 4 for this round. Rudiger waved out his arms. Kings, choose your representatives and prepare to begin. A dome suddenly formed around both peerages to block out sight and sound. Okay, we have 4 points to use. Which means we can either send out a knight or a bishop. I don't want to risk sending either Asia or Gasper out there without backup, so a knight should be first. I'll go. Yuto offered, if you need someone to go out and test the waters, I think I'd be the best choice. Rias smiled, I'm glad you think so too, devil. Yuto found himself standing in an artificial field of flowers. They spread out as far as the eye could see with no trees or buildings in sight. A level playing field where it would rely solely on the two combatants to face each other. The only choice for fighting right away was either a knight or bishop. Cyroorg's bishops were probably more accustomed to fighting than their own, but if Rias' understanding of her cousin's mentality was believed. Yuto turned and found a man in armor seated atop a flaming blue horse standing across from him. The armored warrior removed his helmet to properly greet him. I am Baruka Furkaz, knight of the Biel peerage. Yuto bowed gracefully in response, and I am Yuto Kiba, knight of the Gremory peerage. It looks like we have 2 knights facing off with each other to get things started. Contestant Furkaz comes from a long line of devils who bond and control horses, and his mount is a legendary beast from the deepest levels of Cocytus that normally only Grim Reapers would ride. However, contestant Kiba has been battling in the front lines of many grand battles recently, and his skills and experience have sharpened his skills far more since he last performed in a raiding game. Round 1. Rudiger announced, begin! The flaming horse neighed and reared back before galloping forward. Baruka drew his lance out and prepared to skewer Yuto in their rapid charge. But the young blonde vanished, running aside and kicking up a trail of petals behind him as he avoided Baruka's attack. As the blue flames of the horse started to spread along with the flowers in its path, Yuto formed a sword in his hand and took up a battle stance. Baruka circled back and charged in to attack again. Yuto lowered his blade before disappearing in a flash of speed. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the field as sword and lance collided. Both Yuto and Baruka on his horse reappeared away from each other before they turned around and dashed again. Both knights disappeared in a blinding rush of speed, the only indicator of their movement being the displacement of petals, the path of blue flames, and the sparks of weapons crossing. What a brilliant showcase of speed! These 2 young knights are so fast the display can barely keep up with them. Yuto slid to a stop and held his blade up at the ready as Baruka paused with his mount. To think you'd be able to keep up with Alto Bro's movement all by yourself. You truly are a formidable warrior.
I can't even land a proper hit. Yuto stated with a smirk, any attack on your horse is threatened by your lance and any attack on you is avoided by your horse. You two make an effective team.
He wasn't going to be able to hit either him or his horse as long as they were both defending each other. There was a chance that he could unbalance them if he created a field of swords beneath their feet, but he had the sinking suspicion the horse would just crush any blades he made. "Why do you not bring out your demonic holy sword?" Baruka questioned. "Do you believe me not worthy of its power?" "Of course not," Yudo denied. "I just think that even with a powerful weapon, there's no point in using it if you can't land a hit. If I hope to match you in your mount's maneuverability." Yudo swiped his sword aside before raising it straight up before his face. "I need some help." The ground around Yudo glowed as several armored figures drew from the earth and stood at his side. With a raise of his hand, Yudo created a sword for each knight to wield. Baruka and his mount retreated. What? What is this? I thought your balance breaker was demonic holy sword." "It was. For sword birth. This however is a balance breaker subspecies for blade blacksmith. Glory drag trooper." His knights stomped on the ground and raised their blades in response to his proclamation. "Now then, time to end this." His knights rushed along with him before they surrounded Baruka and his horse. With him surrounded, Yudo knew they could claim the victory. One of his soldiers rushed in to attack first, forcing Baruka to raise his lance to strike. Before the knight tossed the sword and abandoned its orders completely. Only to bash its fist into the horse's face. "Take that, motherfucker." Yudo just stared on in silent shock as his knight swore and assaulted the mount, sending it falling over and pinning Baruka's leg under its weight. Yudo blinked. What? "He's down. Stomp the shit out of him." The other knights abandoned their weapons as well and rushed in to beat on the pinned knight. Yudo could only stare in disbelief and shock as the summoned soldiers he created went against his orders and attacked dishonorably. What? "Hey, don't look so surprised." One knight waved off his concern. "I'm helping ya win, aren't I?" Yudo recognized the irritating voice coming from the knight. "Shukaku-san?" "Yeah, that stupid fox told me that he bonded with his loser's holy tool or whatever, so I thought I'd give it a try. I couldn't do anything, but when you summoned these guys I felt a stirring and now I'm here." The knight excitedly pumped his fists. "Man, it feels good to beat on somebody." Beebit, and bam! Combatant Cyroorg Bale's knight retired. "Woohoo! We win!" Shukaku cheered with the other knights before Yudo made them fade away. Once they were all gone and he was the only one left standing in the field, Yudo nearly wept in frustration. "But my honor, my chivalry." "Devil, that was quite a strange finish to the match. Azazel Dono, can you explain what we just saw?" "Well, this is only my educated guess, but I believe we just witnessed an awakening." "An awakening? Indeed. It appears contestant Kiba has awakened to his latent Dami Daddy tendencies and stomped the hell out of contestant Furkas in a show of sadistic glee. Better hope you don't face him in the future." "Oh, that is so fucking hot. Kiba-kyun, be my Dami Daddy." "Mama, what are those words you're using?" Peefed. Shukaku laughed from his spot in the skybox. "A little wanton violence and beating and the people of this world get hot and bothered. Man, you guys are freaks." Barakiel, Odin, and the other miniature Biju stared the Tanuki down critically after his unflattering showing in the match. "Devil," as the crowd cheered and called for more, the orc could only look at their victorious knight pitiably, as he returned with his head hung low and ashamed from the cheers he was receiving around the dome. Naruto patted his shoulder. "I should have given you more warning before you joined with Shukaku. I'm so sorry. No combination of Jinchuriki or Biju has ever exactly had it easy, but, yeah, I pity whoever gets stuck with that sick fuck." Kings, step forward. Devil, in an abandoned warehouse district, Rossweiss and Gasper appeared across from a lightly armored man and a younger boy in a cloak and staff. "Greetings," Rossweiss met them with a bow of her head. "I am Rossi Gremory Peerage, and this is Gasper Vladi Kun, a bishop of Rias Gremory Sama. I am Libin Kursel, and this is Mistita Sabnok. We are a knight and bishop, respectively, of Cyroorg Baal Sama. We hope for a proud and wonderful battle with you both." "Round 2. Rudiger announced. "Begin." Libin drew his sword and Mistita raised his staff the moment the fighting began. Gasper nervously stepped back in response and Rossweiss extended her wings in preparation for the battle. She immediately conjured her magic into her hand and lifted herself into the air. Ha! With a yell, she swung her hands out and released a flurry of lighting across the warehouse to attack her foes. Mistita raised his staff to create a barrier to block the path of the bolt as Libin rushed forward, barely dodging the lighting as he drew his sword and swung at Gasper. The little bishop shrieked and broke apart into bats, dodging the sword and flying away before reforming into himself. He landed on his feet and tried to catch his breath before holding out his hands. HYA. Fire gathered in his palms and flew across the warehouse at his opponents, but Libin didn't let the fireballs get anywhere near them, swinging his sword and extinguishing them in midair. He looked back at his bishop partner, Mistita. "Is he the one?" "Yes." The young boy nodded, the Dampier with time powers. He looked over at his knight partner with some concern. "Are you sure you want to use that strategy?" "I trust you." He nodded. "I'll leave the rest to you." Gasper Kun. Rosswise called out from above as her hair shifted over one of her eyes while the other became rippled under the effect of her bijuu's influence. Now's your chance. Alright. Water started to gather and overflow from the palm of her hand. And with a flourish of her arms, she sent the water into the air around her. The droplets coalesced and formed magic circles that started to build up power. Every kind of element started to build in front of them before firing out. The Baal servants were forced to dodge and guard against the onslaught of magic attacks. Libin struck the attacks down with his sword, dodging the ones he couldn't react in time to block before rushing forward. He made his way towards Gasper, the young vampire standing prone by the side as the aqua circles rained hellfire across the warehouse. He raised his sword in preparation. Gasper's eyes snapped open and shined a brilliant red, forbidden view. The knight froze mid-movement under the power of Gasper's sacred gear. Once he'd frozen the knight, he called out, "Rosswise-san, I have him, the rest is up to you." "Got it, great job, Gasper-kun," Rosswise cheered for her teammate before waving out her arms. Her magical array started to build up power again as she prepared to rain her attacks on the lone bishop. "I apologize, but I'll make this quick." "Trick vanish," Rosswise gasped and grunted before she felt the magic power she had been building up suddenly slip away so unnaturally. She looked down at her hands as a disgusting black and blue mark started to develop over her body. She gasped in shock, What is? "This is my sacred gear, Trick Vanish." Mistita answered before looking over at Gasper. "For a time, I can rob a person of their ability. For you, it's magic. And for him." Gasper's eyes suddenly lost their lustrous red and the young bishop was left reeling in surprise. He looked down at himself and the strange markings that covered his body in surprise. What? Gravity jail. Gah! Gasper cried out in surprise as he suddenly felt his body get crushed under a powerful and abnormal swell of gravity around him. He fell to his knees and groaned against the crushing force. What is? "You stop your opponents by freezing them in time within your line of sight," Libin said as his eyes shined with a bright yellow light and he continued to eye Gasper intently. "My sacred gear is much the same, however instead of freezing time, I intensify the local gravity of what is in my sight." The knight lowered her sword and looked down at the struggling vampire. "I apologize, young warrior, but this will be the end of your battle." "And no, Gasper-kun." Rosswise flew down to help her teammate as he writhed on the ground and struggled. However, before she could reach him the pressure around her intensified and she fell to the ground hard enough to crack it. As she was caught under the effect of Libin's sacred gear as well, she forced her arm up and held her palm out towards her opponents. Hiya! A pressurized stream of water shot out towards the Baal servants. Mistita saw it coming and quickly raised a shield to guard against the powerful stream. Once it stopped he lowered his guard and tried to catch his breath. But I suppressed her magic. How is she still using water that strong? "It doesn't matter. We have to stop her." Libin narrowed his eyes and increased the field of gravity on them even more. Rosswise grunted as the small crater around her cracked and deepened even further under the sudden weight placed on her. It was only due to the enhanced physical properties of her rook status that her body could persist. And while he focused on Rosswise, his attention on Gasper slipped for a moment. Wrahhhhhh. He broke into bats and flew out the moment he felt relief. He swarmed back into his physical form and slammed into Libin's side to catch him off balance. And then immediately jumped on Mistita's back to distract him. "Rosswise-san, hit us with your water." What? The silver-haired Valkyrie questioned in shock. "But Gasper-kun. You had to do it, now, at full power, if we lose this chance." There was a flash behind him as Libin slashed him across the back. As blood splattered out from behind him and Gasper's eyes watered in fear and pain, he focused on the promise he made with the other men of the peerage. They vowed to do whatever they could to secure this victory for Rias Gremory, the woman that took them in and gave them a second chance at life. Gasper closed his eyes, ignoring the slash on his back, and yelled, "Do it now." Rosswise grit her teeth, eyes welling up with frustrated tears as two giant orbs of water formed around her hands. With a yell she brought them together and thrust out, creating a powerful stream of water that slammed into everyone else in the warehouse and kept them pinned on the farthest wall. As Gasper accepted what happened, Libin and Mistita struggled and fought against the stream as best they could. The lines across her body receded and Rosswise felt the magic return to her system. With the last shed of tears, she screamed and formed dozens of magical circles along the stream she fired. A powerful explosion annihilated the other side of the warehouse before Rosswise ended the rush of water. With a sigh, she lowered her hands and looked at her handiwork. Combatant Cyroorg Bales, Knight, retired. Combatant Cyroorg Bales, Bishop, retired. Combatant Rias Gremory's, Bishop, retired. Rosswise closed her eyes and bowed her head. "Thank you, Gasper-kun." "Devil. Well, it looks like the Gremory peerage pulled out the victory that round." "Yes, but just barely. They didn't seem quite prepared for the strategies contestant Kurcell and contestant Sabnok brought to the table. After they were caught off guard and had to scramble to adapt a tactic to counter them. In the end, They still pulled out the victory, but at the cost of contestant Vladdy's participation. Indeed, but it was still quite an impressive showing. Azazel nodded with Dehauser's analysis as he smiled contently. Contestant Vladdy was quite the wallflower before, being unable to even face others or talk to them. But his growth recently into being able to stand up to foes and even make the sacrifice player truly outstanding. Plus contestant Rosweiss's control of water was inspiring. I don't think I've ever seen someone use an element to create magical circles for other elements as well. No stated before LKS like they're about to make the next throw, and the audience seems eager to see one person in particular. Opie, 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 Devil. 11 points. Kings, pick your representatives. The barrier raised and Rias let out a small chuckle. Well, I think the crowd has made their voice known. Issei, do you mind giving them what they want? Of course not, bucko. The pervert brunette pumped his fist. I'll show everyone what I can offer. Gasper and Rosweiss-san did their best and now it's my turn. Good luck, Issei-kun. Rosweiss solemnly looked on from the side. I know you're strong, but please be careful. The Bael peerage is craftier than we expected. You got it, B- bucko? Asia spoke up from the side. Since we have 3 points remaining this round, can you send me in as well? Rias and the others looked at her with surprise. Are you sure, Asia? Yes. Well then, I leave you to it, devil. Issei and Asia appeared on a rocky landscape as a beautiful blonde woman in a blue suit and pink undershirt appeared across from them. As she was the only one who appeared, Asia looked on with concern. It's only her? I believe she is a bishop, like me, correct? This means that Cyroorg-san could have sent out others to cover the remaining 8 points. Yeah. Issei nodded tersely as he looked on at the confident older woman standing across from them. I don't know why, but she doesn't seem nervous or worried at all. But you're so strong now, Issei-san. I don't think there is anything anyone on that team other than Cyroorg-san can do to you. Issei smiled. Thanks, Asia. He summoned his boosted gear. Will you be alright if I focus on my fight with her? Yes, I came here to cheer you on and give you support. Her hair shifted over her eyes as Seiken's influence came over her. With Seiken-san's power I can make a barrier of energy to protect myself. So don't worry about holding back. Got it. Round 3, Rudiger announced. Begin. Boost. Issei's scale mail formed around him and the Red Dragon Emperor appeared. Through the spectator's overview the sound of roaring fans could be heard. There he is. The Opie Dragon. The legendary hero of the underworld has finally made his appearance. Not only that, he's joined by contestant Argento, the co-star of Opie Dragon's new spin-off, Journey of a Lazy Sage. She also happens to be the Opie Dragon's sweetheart in real life. I thought contestant Argento wasn't a fighter. Well, she doesn't get down in the dirt, but you'd best not think she's someone you can easily take down. She's been gifted power from a close friend and she isn't someone you should go after if you don't want to incur the Gremory peerage's wrath.
Issei stood in full armor and stood across from his foe. The blonde woman simply continued to stare at him before raising her hands to her buttons. Making sure to never take her eyes away from his visor, she started to undo her suit before fully removing it and tossing it aside.
Issei blinked in confusion. What is she doing? Issei-san, be careful. Asia whispered her warning, immediately raising a green barrier around her from a mix of Seiken's bubbles and twilight healing to protect herself. I don't know what she is doing, but we can't let up our guard. I know, I'm on it, Issei confidently announced before holding out his hand. Tell me your plans, Pilingual. As Issei activated his patented technique, Coriana's breasts began to converse with him and reveal her devious plans. After a few seconds of silence and listening to what they had to say, Issei understood fully her tactics and goals for this match. And after he did. Issei-san? Asia reeled back in surprise after Issei threw his head back and roared at the top of his lungs in excitement. He then suddenly fell to his knees and cried out with his arms up like he was accepting heavenly guidance. What is it? What's wrong? She's gonna keep going. They keep going? Coriana smirked and reached up for the buttons of her undershirt, but instead of meticulously unbuttoning each one she simply gripped the collar and tore it open. And when she did, her big bra-clad breasts jiggled in the open air for all to see. She's gonna take it all off. Is this what I think it is? It's a striptease. Contestant Andrielphus has subdued the Opie Dragon with a striptease. Breasts are his strength but also his weakness. Although he may gain power and motivation from them, he's so enamored and engrossed by them that he can't act when they're being shown off in front of him. The Bael peerage prepared for his involvement, and they've made the Opie Dragon a non-factor by giving him exactly what he wants. That's, an unorthodox strategy to say the least. I have to wonder if we should be broadcasting this. Well, the audience is laughing and applauding, so I suppose they're enjoying the spectacle. The Gremory peerage on the other hand, wow, they do not look happy. Oh yeah, they will probably kill him when they get home. Slower. Slower. Issei begged Coriana as she tossed aside her shirt and slowly undid her skirt, leaving her only in her underwear. Even so, she was unashamed of her current state of undress and focused only on enticing the Securite with her erotic dance. It was so glorious that Issei had no choice but to suck up his drool and yearn for more. It's so good. Oh no. Asia panicked and raised her hands. Koreana found herself trapped in a green bubble. The young nun still wasn't willing to hurt her enemies, but hopefully, if she captured the bishop, then she could halt the striptease before it could go any further. We need to. Oh no, Koreana moaned while leaning into the interior of the bubble. Her large covered tits pressed up against it as she mewled. Now I'm stuck in here. I'm sure this is going to look even dirtier in a confined space, right? Oh, dreams do come true. Asia looked between Issei as he succumbed to his lustful desires while Koreana started reaching for the hooks of her bra. If she took that off, Issei's attention would fully fall upon her big, bountiful breasts. He'd be her plaything. If Asia could have matched her seductive mannerisms, then she would have to try and bring her beloved back to sanity. Unfortunately, she wasn't as talented or gifted in that regard. If only there was something she could say. Asia's eyes widened in shock as an idea came to mind. She lowered her bubble and abandoned her protection as she quickly came to Issei's side. Asia touched his shoulder to try and get his attention and gained it for a moment as Issei looked up at her. Asia, what are you? Daddy, she whispered in an attempt to mimic the sultry voices the girls in those raunchy videos used when they talked. Can you do me a favor and win this fight, please? Please, Daddy? Koreana stopped when she noticed Issei had looked away. Can you look back over here? The dance is kind of pointless if you... Dragon shot. A devastatingly powerful beam overwhelmed the bubble containing Koreana and blew her away completely. Combatant Cyroorg Bales, Bishop, retired. We did it. Ahaha. Asia jumped and hugged Issei's helmet. We won, Issei-san. The light covered them and brought them back to their team. Issei shed his armor and greeted his friends with a smile. Guys, we won. Chalk up another victory for the orc. He was met with very quiet, very skeptical half-lidded stares from everyone else on his team. He hung his head bashfully. That dance was sexy. Devil, wow. Yasaka giggled. I'm aware he's called the Opai Dragon, but I underestimated his adoration for them. Oh yeah. Issei loves boobs more than anything. Kuno excitedly answered her mother while barely being able to stay in her seat. When he was helping us, I think he made all the breasts in the world light up or something. Hee, that's amazing. And I see it doesn't take a lot to get his attention. She looked over with a sly smirk. Stead and him are taking notes. Irina and Ravel had watched the fight with blushes on their faces as they witnessed their crush fall so easily to his lust. And then they wondered if they would be able to do the same if they performed like that. And then they heard Asia call him daddy and saw the surge in power from him. And finally, they wondered if they would get a similar reaction if they did the same. They had the same thought completely independent of each other. And it was only when they looked at each other with blushes on their faces did they realize what had happened and looked down mortified. Devil, Xenovia looked around the wide, rocky plains that had been picked for their battlefield. With 10 points at their disposal, the contestants had been picked and the field is chosen. Senpei, are you alright? Kaneko looked up at the older girl as she started to stretch out her arms while her ears and tail were out. You're ready for the fight, right? I'm set. Xenovia nodded while lifting Durandal to her shoulder. I'm just consistently surprised how vast these spaces they make for our battles are. Though I guess I should be thankful. She looked across at their opponents as Kaneko joined her side. We've got room to run wild here. The people facing off against them couldn't be more opposite from each other. One was a giant hulk of a creature made almost entirely from what looked like stones and rocks acting as his muscles and bones. The other man looked like he had been starved since birth. His body was thin and dilapidated to the point his ribs started poking through his chest. The thin man nodded his head. I am Ladora Bunne, Rook, of the Bile Peerage. The giant rock man did the same, Gandoma Balam. I'm a Rook, as well. Kaneko Tashu. Rook, Xenovia Quarta. I'm the only knight this round. She hefted Durandal off her shoulder and held it at her side. Let us do our kings proud and fight with all our might. There was a quiet nod between all of them before. Round 4. Rudiger announced, begin. Gandoma stepped forward and Ladora retreated behind him. Kaneko and Xenovia charged forward to attack, rushing at the large stone-bodied devil with the intent to break through him. Xenovia picked up the pace, charging ahead with a yell as she slashed against Gandoma's body and guard. Once her strike was finished, she hopped aside and gave Kaneko the opening she needed. The short Nekomata charged in with a rush of brutal punches to Gandoma's body. The rockman raised his guard and weathered the storm of blows. As Kaneko kept him preoccupied, Xenovia rushed around him with Ladora in her sights, gripping Durandal in preparation. Ha! Gandoma stomped his foot and cracked the ground underneath him. It caused both Kaneko and Xenovia to stumble and stop for a moment as the ground beneath them shook. And then he slammed his fist into the ground, uprooting a portion of the earth and launching it towards Xenovia in a hurry. The blue-haired knight leapt back as the boulder crashed down inches away from her and cratered the ground. Gandoma uprooted more rocks and boulders and started tossing them at the orc girls in an attempt to keep them at bay. Kaneko dodged and weaved around most of them before deciding to shatter any stones that came within her reach. And Xenovia resorted to destruction immediately, swinging her sword with a mighty arch and destroying every rock that approached her. Kaneko, Xenovia called out to her friend as they swatted the rocks away together. I'm going to make my move, can you cover me until I'm ready? Yeah. Kaneko nodded firmly, slipping in front of Xenovia and chambering her fists before rapidly punching down all the rocks that came their way. Xenovia stood behind her and took a deep breath, gathering her energy as her aura started to build up along her sword. She raised it by her head. Her eyes snapped open to show a sharper set that had replaced them with her Biju's power, Kakuo. She whispered, high-pressured steam rushing off her in waves as her strength and power built up to their peak. Give me strength. She raised her sword and prepared to swing. Before a great shadow spread out over her and Kaneko. They both looked up and gawked as a dragon soared over their heads. Is that contestant Bunny? He transformed into a dragon? The Bunny family's talent is dragon rearing, and it seems like he has picked up the ability to change into one. Now that is dangerous. Xenovia Senpai. Kaneko rushed over to her comrade as her eyes became mismatched in color. And as Ladora reeled his head back with flames brewing in his maw, Kaneko summoned a wave of blue fire over her arms. Fire clashed against fire as Kaneko tried to ward off the dragon's breath with a wave of her flames. They rushed against each other and the heat coming off them was sweltering as neither, Rook, eased up for even a moment, until Gandoma rushed through the mix of fire and shoulder rushed into Kaneko. The Nekomata let out a cry of pain as she went sent flying back after getting knocked off her feet from the rock-covered charge. She flew back into Xenovia who quickly caught her and jumped back. Kaneko, are you okay? I'll be fine. The little freshman groaned and blinked the stars out of her eyes. She rubbed the groggy haze out of her head and summoned her flames again before releasing a rush of flames against the rock devil and dragon. We can't let them get the upper hand, Senpai. Right. Xenovia raised her sword again as steam rushed off her body. She and Kaneko shared a quick look before nodding and dashing towards their foes again. Aura started to build over Durandal as Xenovia yelled and swung at the sky, sending flying slashes through the air up at the giant dragon. Ladora was forced to strafe and fly out of the path of her swings, staying out of her reach at all times. Kaneko meanwhile charged in and met Gandoma head-on. The rock devil yelled and brought his fist down on Kaneko's head. The ground shattered under the force and Kaneko's feet dug into the dirt as she blocked the heavy fist bearing down over her head. With gritted teeth she growled and released a rush of flames, swallowing up her fellow, Rook's, stone arm and superheating it. Gandoma groaned before swinging his arm out, pulling it out of Kaneko's grasp before bringing his fists down again. Kaneko yelled and slammed her fists against his, struggling to hold them back under his greater power before blue flames burst off her body. They grew and grew until they were both completely enveloped in them. Xenovia continued to wildly swing her holy sword, sending slash after slash of aura through the air at the dragon. Ladora roared and continued to evade the path of her attacks as best he could. However, his big, lumbering form was not agile enough to avoid the path of her swings. Even as his scales were able to absorb the worst of the damage, his wings were torn and shredded from the cuts and he was losing altitude. Xenovia smirked as the massive scaled beast landed on the ground and shook the earth underneath them. As Ladora looked over himself and surveyed his torn wings, Xenovia raised her sword in preparation. Going to be a lot harder for you now on ground level, isn't it? So how's about you and I get to the fight properly now, okay? The dragon, Rook, growled through his teeth before he started scurrying away. His massive size allowed him to travel further distances a lot quicker. But Xenovia's speed quickly helped her keep up. She was gaining on the dragon as he got closer to. Xenovia's eyes widened in shock. Kaneko, the little Nekomata, looked back as the dragon drew in closer with a wide mouth. She was about to turn and run away before Gandoma stopped struggling against her fists and instead caught them in his hands. With nowhere to escape, Kaneko and her opponent found themselves pinned by the dragon's jaw. The bottom slammed into Gandoma's back to little effect. But the top half dug into Kaneko's and pinned her to the other, Rook, with a bloody, agonizing yell. Ed out as she saw Kaneko struggle against the teeth of a dragon in her back, forcing her to get crushed against Gandoma's body. The blue-haired exorcist raised her sword. You let her. Not so fast. Ladora grumbled through the two Rooks, caught in his mouth. If you want to take us out, you have to be ready to make the sacrifice and give up your partner here. He tightened his bite and Kaneko let out a cry of pain as more blood spilled between his teeth. Xenovia started to shake with rage as the dragon let out a snort. Maybe if you had the gall to do what that Valkyrie teammate of yours did, you would be winning this match for your team right now. Anger filled her heart and Xenovia swore she could feel her blood boiling in rage. Her grip tightened around the hilt of her sword and with Kokuo's strength bolstering her, she swore she might have just cracked it if she didn't start calming down. She tried to look into Kaneko's eyes to get some idea of what she should do. Ha! Kaneko screamed as her body burst with blue flames inside of Ladora's mouth. The azure fire grew wilder and hotter as it increased with her scream. But the fire did nothing to stem or intimidate the dragon, as he spewed fire with ease and his mouth was built to withstand the flames. Gandoma on the other hand quickly felt the heat as he was swathed in the blue flames as well. Despite his hard exterior, he was still a person, and the burning sensation that continued to rise was causing him pain and discomfort. He tried to struggle and withstand all of it, but his grip on Kaneko started to wane from the flames. Enough that she slipped an arm out of his grasp and punched Ladora in the tooth. And when she broke it, she dug her hand into his exposed gums. Ladora's mouth snapped open in pain, forcing him to stumble back as Gandoma landed on his feet and an injured Kaneko slammed into the ground. The moment she was out, Xenovia spiked her sword straight through the air and into Ladora's nose. The dragon, Rook, cried out in pain and tried to yank out the holy sword, piercing his flesh and burning him with its touch. And as he was distracted, the knight rushed into Gandoma's flank and chambered her fist. With a ferocious roar, she punched the stone-covered devil in the chest where the flames had weakened his defenses and cracked the rocks, sending him flying back into his dragon teammate and knocking them both to the ground as Durandal was finally dislodged. The beautiful blue and golden sword landed back in the hands of its rightful wielder. And Xenovia stood there, with her holy sword raised in one hand while her injured friend was cradled against her body with the other. Xenovia raised her head, staring down her opponents with righteous fury building behind her altered eyes before her grip tightened tremendously as the aura of her sword spiked. Ha! Durandal was brought down at its full power, releasing a massive buildup of aura and obliterating everything in its path. The wave of power tore through the landscape and distorted the separate space for a moment before dying away completely. And in its place was a gouge in the land so large it'd take too long to follow its path to the end. Combatant Cyroorg Bales, Rook, X2 retired. Once it was clear their foes were beaten, Xenovia stabbed the tip of Durandal into the ground and fell to her knees. She gently cradled Kaneko, feeling the wounds on her back and the blood coating her hands. The little freshman shut her mismatched eyes in pain before looking up at her, her normal amber color returning in their place. Xenovia closed her eyes as well, releasing Kokuo's influence from her system as she looked down at her friend shamefully. Kaneko showed a faint smile. "We won, there's that." "I'm sorry," Xenovia whispered pitifully, "if I had hurried and caught that dragon." "Don't focus on that." Kaneko shook her head as her voice started to get weaker. "Just make sure you finish the rest." 4. Kaneko faded away in a show of light and Xenovia felt her weight suddenly disappear in her arms. Combatant Rias Gremories, Rook, retired. Xenovia bit her lip and clenched her fists in anger as she picked up her sword and was teleported back to their base. When she arrived she found everyone in her peerage looking at her sympathetically. She lowered her head and shook it. "I'm sorry, I should have been watching out for her." She felt a hand on her shoulder and looked up as Naruto smiled. "She's the tough kid we know. I wouldn't expect anything less than burning the enemy and tearing out their teeth just to get an opening on them. She wanted you to keep fighting, right?" Xenovia quietly nodded. "Then do just that." Asia, Issei, and the others tried to console her and ease her conscience. It didn't help much, but she swore she would honor her friend's sacrifice. "Devil, wow, the Securities party is getting pushed this time around. You'd think after everything else they've fought, another devil team would be a complete wash." He waited for a response, but when he looked over he saw his irate comrade barely controlling her fury. "What's with you?" "Those guys beat Sharon," Kuroka snarled, her pupils dilating as murderous intent started to waft off her. She did her best, but they still had the never to bench her. "NYA. I should storm in there and show them who they're messing with. I'll give Eris-chan a tongue lashing and then I'll make that other team regret." "That's enough." Kuroka growled and looked back as Arthur, LeFay, and Fenrir walked over to join them. "You shouldn't be surprised that Rias Gremory's peerage is facing a real challenge now. They may have battled fantastical opponents as of late, but their opposition is the top rookie of the devil rating games. Cyroorg Bael isn't referred to as the heir of the Great King just because of his heritage. I have seen some of his prior fights. They were so amazing. Most of them he won single-handed against entire teams." LeFay informed the others. Even Valley-sama was impressed and said he'd like the chance to meet him in battle one day. "Oh wow. Does Valley want to fight someone? No way. Stop the fucking presses, NYA." Biku and Kuroka deadpanned before turning back to the screen. They saw the broadcast showing Akeno now fighting the queen, the Bael peerage. Both women were floating around the dark sky and firing waves of magic and demonic power at each other in revenge for their comrades who had already fallen. The Gremory, queen, was determined and motivated to fight on after watching her dear friends fight and fall like that. With a mighty roar, she conjured a raging storm of lightning in her hands. And with a loud yell, she launched her bolts across the field and directly at Kusha to shock her to the core. But before they could hit her, tears in space appeared in front of her and swallowed the lightning completely. And then Akeno was suddenly surrounded by tiny holes. Launching the lightning she just threw right back at her from all sides and electrocuting her completely as she cried out in pain. It continued until the lightning finally stopped and Akeno fell through the air before disappearing. Combatant Rias Gremory's queen, retired, contestant Abaddon's holes allow her to create tears and space around her, swallowing up attacks and releasing them back where she wants. Contestant Himejima was determined and very powerful, but in the end, that power was her downfall, literally. Damn. Wow, they are pretty good. Biku noted with a whistle as the screen changed back to both teams as they prepared to throw their dice again and determine the points for the next round. What are you all doing? They looked back as Valley walked in and found them all around the screen. He sent a look back at the person standing just behind him before looking back at his team. You understand how dire the situation we are in right now is, right? I know we got the heroes on our asses, but again I will ask, are any of the leaders or executives among them? No, then what to worry about? Biku pondered before looking around at the others. I mean I get they outnumber us and we're on the run and stuff, but if Cao Cao and his goons aren't the ones doing it, what's there to worry about? The others looked between each other and shrugged. It was true that the hero faction was going to be a pain in the ass, but without their main battle force coming to meet them, currently preoccupied with whatever it was that had their focus, there wasn't much they had to worry about. Just don't get too complacent. Valley warned them, it's that kind of overconfidence that gets people fat and lazy and off their guard. I'll give you lazy, but fat? Kuroka scoffed while hoisting up her bountiful chest, peeved. These babies can only get more and more glorious. She then pointed back to the fight. Just pick a spot and drop your ass in it already. You missed Sakuryuta-chan's first bout, NYA. Issei Hyodo performed already? Despite his prior warnings, Valley couldn't help but get intrigued as he heard his rival had already participated. He asked, how was it? His opponent started stripping, and Oppai Dragon-sama screamed in joy as she did. Lefei answered with a small blush on her face, recounting the strange battle they had witnessed. And then little Nun-chan got down by his side and called him daddy before he obliterated the stripper. Kuroka chuckled, which I will admit is pretty hot but still ridiculous. Of course. Valley couldn't help but rub his temple in disappointment. Here he was hoping to see the results of his rival's growth since their encounter with the hero faction, and he made a mockery of his battle. He sighed, and Naruto Uzumaki? Nothing yet, Biku answered. He's an illegal piece, so he's only allowed to participate in one match this entire game. I guess Princess Rias is saving him for when she needs him most. Arthur fixed his glasses. Do you think she'll use him against Cyroorg Bael? Frogger is pretty tough, Kuroka begrudgingly admitted. But it sounds like everyone wants to see Sakuryuta-chan fight the big dude. I have a feeling he hasn't even used his full strength yet either. Biku nodded, so you gotta wonder which of them would be better for drawing out his reserves, and who would be enough of a match against him when they did. It is so strange. The members of the Rouge team looked over at their guest as they looked at the screen as well. Not so long ago. Dragons stood at the apex. All feared us. All avoided us. All knew our power. But, as time goes by, surprising strength rises from the unknown. To stand in opposition of it. To challenge it. To claim the title of strongest. The little gothic-clad girl reached into her dress and pulled out the withered old headband with the metal plate she had retrieved in the dimensional gap. She stared down at the warped metal and spiral carving in the middle of it. Great strength arises without us even realizing. 12. They rolled a 12. Could this be it? Is it time for the strongest youth to make his appearance? Devil, I want to go, me too. Please let me go out there as well. Rias looked over at Xenovia, Yuto, and Rossweiss in surprise as they volunteered to face Cyroorg in battle. She tried to remain steel-faced after witnessing Akeno fall in battle just moments ago. Are you sure? Xenovia nodded. Kaneko risked her life to win us our match. And Gaspar-kun sacrificed himself to help me secure our victory, Rossweiss glumly added. Yuto's eyes hardened, and Akeno-san charged into the fight wanting to avenge them. We want to do the same. Naruto looked conflicted as Issei shook his head. But guys, I should go out first. I think my Triana would stand a good chance of matching Cyroorg-san. Let me. Issei-kun, Yuto shook his head. We all know Cyroorg-san has something up the sleeve he hasn't shown yet. Even so, after all this time and all these battles, he has never had to reveal it before. Not to mention that he still has a phoenix tear to spend and refuel himself with. We have to force his hand. Tire him out. If you did that but he used the tear to recover, you'd be in danger. And even if Asia-san went out with you, she would be at risk. We can do this. Xenovia promised while looking at Naruto sternly. Her eyes showed profound determination to see this through to the end. She nodded. Please let us do this. Even if victory was not assured at the end of this fight, they wanted to do something for their fallen teammates. Rias looked around at all their expressions and nodded. Alright then, I'm trusting all of you. Do your best. Naruto held up his fist. We're counting on you. Xenovia smirked and bumped her fist against his in solidarity. Devil, they're making a big deal out of that guy. Among the young devils, he's quite the superstar. He's fought in a lot of battles and always came out on top. And the energy coming off of him is interesting, to say the least. You can see it, I can sense it. Indra answered while eating a few snacks from his seat. I can also see the restraint he has around his body, slowing his movements and causing him to refrain from releasing his full power. Even now he's training. The Hindu god looked over at his companion as he fed their crab pet some tidbits. What is it? In my world, I used to be able to read the chakra of other people with my eyes. I'm wondering if I had them still, if I could have noticed the restraints he has on him even if it isn't chakra. Oh, these things can do that too? Indra raised his hand and summoned the object just above his palm. He stared at them quietly with a hum. These things just get more and more intriguing the longer I'm around them. His young bodyguard looked over at the object in his grasp and the crab furiously clicked its pincers together. They both stared at the single removed eyeball with a red iris and 3 black tomos surrounding its center. Indra noticed his attention and smiled. Don't worry. You'll get these back once things start to pick up, which they will soon enough. He sent the eyeball disappearing back into his vast space and smiled. Besides, you seem to be doing well enough with your replacements. He touched just under his eye and tried to activate his family's sacred bloodline technique, but to no avail. With a grumble, he turned his attention back to the fight and tried to ignore the irritation he was feeling. He knew that whenever things were supposedly going to pick up, it would inevitably get more hectic around here too. Devil. They walked along the body of the island in perfect sync. Around them was an endless ocean, or the closest facsimile to an ocean they could produce in this separate space. As they walked, they finally spotted their opponent sitting on a rock and running his hand through the sand. He let the grains spill from his palm before he looked up at their approach. Cyroorg stood up and dusted off his hand. First off, I want to apologize. He spoke up. This is a fight, so I can't exactly go around enforcing my values on how others battle, and there's something to be said about tactics involving taunts and provocation. But Ladora shouldn't have resorted to saying those things. He nodded to Zenobia. You performed admirably in your match, and then did the same to Rosweiss, and you simply fulfilled your comrade's wish in the heat of battle. There is nothing to be ashamed of in that. We appreciate the sentiment, but I hope you know that won't mean we'll go easy on you this round. I wouldn't expect you to. Cyroorg started rotating his arms. You came here fueled by the desire to avenge your comrade's defeat. And knowing how clever Rias is, she probably also wants me to use up the Phoenix tier before the end of the match. True, we did come out here to force your hand on using the tear. But you know, now that we're standing here, Zenovia's eyes shifted as she leveled Durandal at the Baal air. I want to take the chance to bring you down myself. Rishonged as she let her Biju's power boost her. Yuto summoned his holy demonic sword and took his stance in preparation for the fight. Cyroorg smiled, nodding proudly as he raised his fists. I wouldn't have it any other way. Round 6. Rudiger announced, begin. Cyroorg launched from his spot like a missile, shattering the ground he once stood at as he flew straight at the orc members. They quickly had to disperse and were almost blown away by the wind pressure of his landing. Rosweiss immediately deployed her wings to gain the advantage in the air as Zenobia and Yuto charged in with their swords at the ready. They came at him from both sides, trying to catch him in a pincer attack, and Cyroorg swiftly evaded their swings by narrowly dodging their paths and swiftly striking the blunt sides of their swords. Despite their ludicrous speed and efficiency, Cyroorg never failed to knock them aside and avoid a devastating wound. As the two knights pressured him from both sides, Rosweiss gathered water into her hand and formed a magical circle around it. She aimed it down at the young king and released her stream, boosted by the power of her magic to make it even stronger than normal. It sliced through stone and rock like hot butter before finally reaching Cyroorg, only for the water to splinter off into several different streams as it hit his hand. Cyroorg grunted and pushed against the force of the pressurized water as it slipped out of his palm and sliced through everything around him so easily. He continued to push and push against her attack before the water finally petered out and her attack withered away. Cyroorg let out a sigh of relief before looking down at his hand. He saw the hardened and calloused skin of his palm turn red under the pressure of Rosweiss's water cannon. He opened and closed his hand before nodding. I apologize. He looked up at the Gremory devils before lowering his hands to his side. I thought I could use this round to train, to heighten my senses and test my skills. But now I see how wrong that is. He closed his eyes and tensed his muscles. You're coming at me with your full strength with the intent to defeat. And I should answer in kind. A strange formation appeared on his limbs and glowed intensely before suddenly breaking apart. And once it was gone, the raw power coming off of Cyroorg spiked rapidly in response. It grew higher and higher until everyone watching was staring at him in disbelief. Cyroorg clenched his fists afterward and noticed how light he felt. For the longest time I have trained and moved with a restriction and weight on my body. So cumbersome that if I wanted to move I had to exert my power to do so. Yet somewhere down the line I barely even noticed that it was there anymore. Cyroorg chambered his fist at his side before suddenly throwing a punch with a mighty yell. Everything in the path of his fist was suddenly uprooted and blown away like it had been shredded by a tornado. Zenobia and Yuto tried to jump out of the way and avoid it but were still blown back by the force. And once it hit the water and released a gigantic explosion, Roswise was blown out of the air until she careened into the ocean around them. Cyroorg lowered his fist as water rained down across the island. It's strange, feeling this light again. Xenovia lifted herself off the ground, gasping for air and spitting up some sand that had flown into her mouth after she had dodged the devastating straight punch. Well, I guess we know what he was hiding this whole time. Yudo sputtered as he dusted himself up. Well, we wanted this, right? He snarked before raising his sword by her side and facing down Cyroorg again. No turning back. No turning back. Xenovia charged forward in a dash with Yudo quickly following behind her. She yelled and swung for Cyroorg's head only for him to swiftly dodge the end of her sword by mere millimeters. And when Yudo followed through from behind, Cyroorg was able to block the edge of the blade with just his arm. Incredible, contestant Bael has suddenly released his restraints and now he's dodging sword attacks and knocking them back with his bare arms. Azazel Dono, what do you make of this? Well, we know contestant Bael was never able to manifest demonic power or the destruction that was prevalent in the Bael family, so he had to develop his strength and power through training. I believe what we're seeing is the unmitigated Tuki he has been able to summon through sheer force of will after all his years of training. He doesn't seem to have a handle on Tuki like some sages or masters of Senjutsu I've witnessed, but the boost to his strength from it is quite clear. Devil, oh shit. Riaz looked over as Naruto stared up at the screen in shock. Naruto. What is it? His movements. The way he's getting out of the way of Xenovia's sword. Yeah, he's dodging, Issei exclaimed, antsy on his feet while Asia clapped her hands together and gave a small prayer. What about it, senpai? What's the problem? You don't think? Yeah, Naruto grimly nodded as he gulped down the knot building in his throat. It's like when I dodge in Sage mode. The others looked between him and the screen as Cyroorg effortlessly evaded the swords of the knights, sensing the energy and the forces around us, to dodge at the last moment. It's not as seamless as when you do it, but he's harnessed that energy around him enough to feel anything permeating it and dodging out of its path in time. An imitation of sensing natural energy. He learned from me. When we had our spar, he figured out how I fight in Sage mode and assimilated it into his fighting style with that swell of energy. Riaz looked up at the screen in dread as her hands tightened into fists. Please be careful. Devil, Yudo's sword snapped against Cyroorg's thick forearm and he was nearly beheaded when the king lashed out at him with a back fist. The young knight was blown back off his feet and he rolled along in the dirt and sand before slamming his hands on the ground. With a proud yell, he raised his hands and summoned his 4 knights to come to his aid. This time, without Shukaku to take charge of them, they followed Yudo's orders exactly and charged at Cyroorg. One slid towards his feet and another 2 approached him from either side as the last one dropped down on him from above. It was done in the blink of an eye. His fists moved so fast and cleanly that the armored knights being ripped apart seemed to just occur because they even approached him. Cyroorg raised his head and narrowed his eyes at Yudo. Ha! He turned and caught Durandal between the palms of his hands. Even though just touching the blade was causing him pain and discomfort, Cyroorg's focused expression never faltered and he pushed against Xenovia's subtle force. The blue-haired exorcist persisted and tried to cleave her blade through his guard and into his body. But his hands didn't let up even a little. It was like trying to push something embedded in concrete through to the other side. In all her years of fighting, she had never met a force as strong as this. But they promised that they would give this their all. The others had opened this chance for her. Riaz believed in them. Naruto told her to do her best, and Kaneko trusted her to carry on. Grr, Xenovia mashed her teeth and pushed, steam rushing off her quickly as her power built up higher and higher. Durandal shook between Cyroorg's hands and the Bael heir struggled to hold on until... Ha! Her strength finally broke through and Durandal slipped through Cyroorg's hands, cutting his palms and earning a small cut on his chest. With that small advantage, Xenovia raged like a beast and started swinging for his vitals. The power built up behind each swing could reduce a normal person to chunks, but Cyroorg quietly dodged each one. Damn it, Yudo watched from the side as Xenovia charged at their enemy and attacked with unbridled fury. There's more we can do. Just as he was about to stand up and join her in the assault, he noticed the water around the island start to change paths and converge around a single whirlpool just off the coast. The handsome knight watched in shock as a figure rose from the center of the vortex. Roswise-san, the silver-haired Valkyrie opened her eyes and raised her hands. The water she gathered around her followed the movement of her hands and curled around the island. The devils standing on it looked up in shock as several magic circles formed in front of the water to funnel them through more precisely. They shot out in a dozen small and highly pressurized streams localized at a single point. They all bore down on Cyroorg from multiple angles and forced him to stay in a horse stance to weather the attack. Contestant Roswise has reappeared. I didn't hear the alarm when she was knocked out of the air, so she was never retired.
She's been waiting for the best moment to present itself for her to strike.
And such extraordinary control of water. I don't think she is going to hurt contestant Bael without raising the pressure until it's lethal, but with all the force being pushed on him from all sides he can't hope to move. Zenobia rushed forward and thrust the sword at Cyroorg's chest as he was hammered with water from all directions. Even under the watery onslaught, his hand reached out and blocked the tip of Durandal with his palm. Zenobia suddenly found herself stuck against the familiar wall of Cyroorg's unshakable muscles. Steam poured off her and Cyroorg pushed back with similar force. Yudo's hand latched around the hilt of Durandal between her hands and helped her steady the blade. The two knights looked at each other as Zenobia was surprised by his arrival. But as he gave a small but certain nod, she knew she could rely on his help. So together they pushed as hard as they could. And then twisted the blade and sliced. The water finally stopped as the two knights slid past Cyroorg after landing their hit. They both stood there and tried to catch their breath before looking back. Cyroorg still stood tall and unwavering, however he was soaked in seawater from head to toe, and among the drops that poured off his body was a line of crimson red. His right arm hung limply at his side, a massive gash going all the way from the knuckles to the shoulder and leaving it completely useless. That doesn't look good. Contestant Bael is a tough contender, but I wouldn't put bleeding out as something he could withstand. This fight is going to need to be finished fast. Zenobia tightly clutched Durandal and braced herself before Yudo reached out. Zenobia, wait, we need to. She rushed forward, boosted with speed and her Biju power to rush the king at full speed. She leapt off the ground and raised Durandal above her head with the intent to bring it down on Cyroorg. With this, they'd secure victory and she could face the others proudly. She brought the holy sword down. Cyroorg's other hand blurred forward and closed into a fist towards Durandal's hilt. Everyone watching was left in silence as a terrible, unnatural noise followed their collision. And that silence lasted until Durandal flew through the air and slammed into the ground. Zenobia stood in silence and blinked in confusion before she looked up. Cyroorg still had his fist raised to meet her as she dropped, but it hadn't landed. He punched at her sword and she was fully ready to carve into his meat and bones if that would secure the victory. So how did she drop her sword? She looked down at her hands and found all of her fingers twisted and broken around the knuckles. They stood up and hung loosely from her hands, completely black and blue after receiving Cyroorg's fist against them to loosen her hold on her blade. She didn't feel it yet. The pain wasn't searing or piercing her mind. The only thought that was coming to her head was that she'd been forced to drop her sword and failed to finish the fight. Zenobia ground her teeth together before turning around and charging at Cyroorg. Wraahhhhh. His elbow lashed out against her temple and planted her into the ground before she disappeared. Combatant Rias Gremory's knight, retired, Rosswise quickly moved her hands and prepared to conjure another wave of water and magic. But before she could build up enough to attack, Cyroorg punched up towards her and sent a wave of Tuki and air pressure that enveloped her completely. Combatant Rias Gremory's rook, retired. In the end, it was only Yudo standing across from the weathered and bloody Cyroorg. The young knight shook his head and sighed before giving a small smile. I thought we had you on the ropes. I thought we were so close. You did. And you were. Cyroorg said with a gentle smile. I'm glad to know that Rias has such an extraordinary family around her. And I can only imagine you will all continue to grow more powerful as time goes on. It's just a question of if we'll be able to catch up. Yudo whispered wistfully as he closed his eyes. When they opened, they were black with a star pupil, tapping into Shukaku's power as the wind picked up around him. Just in time for Cyroorg to charge at his face. Devil. Combatant Rias Gremory's knight, retired. He turned his attention away from the raiding game broadcast and made his way further into the base. He left Heracles and Jean to watch the fight as he passed Leonardo studying his books. As he walked into the back room, he saw the experiment still going on and walked over to the only other person in the room not preoccupied. How's it going? Siegfried looked up from his book and at Minato. Pretty good, all things considered. Cao Cao has remarkable pain tolerance. How's the match? Peeved, the blonde hero scoffed. Can barely be called a match. Although the final round is coming up, so I suppose there's a chance something interesting can still happen. I want you to watch that. And also record it if you can. Minato looked over at the operating table with his leader on top of it. He walked over and looked down at Cao Cao as he tried to keep up appearances but looked in pain. The hero faction leader nodded up at him. If there's any information we can use for our missions ahead, I think this fight will give us a good idea. And until I get a look at it, I want you to take note of anything that grabs your attention. On it. He agreed before looking down at Cao Cao's hand. He tried to hide his flinch of disgust as he saw the newly formed bones sticking out of the spot that had been a stump just yesterday. Are you sure about this? I mean, it would have been a lot faster just getting you a prosthetic? But this might still prove useful in the future. Cao Cao stated resolutely, and it isn't so bad. We haven't even gotten to the hardest part. Georg warned him as he wheeled in the object of their experimentation. It'd be one thing if we were trying to attach a foreign limb, but this is just meat. So to graft it on, we'll need to form the skeletal and nervous system from your arm to create the basis for the new hand. The bespectacled mage grimaced. If you thought growing the bones was hard, wait until you have veins, ligaments, and nerves exposed to air before having to meld with the unfamiliar flesh. Are you sure this is a smart move? Minato wondered as he looked down at the chunk of meat they were going to use. I mean, didn't we conclude this stuff is dangerous? Sure, it gives people a boost in immense power, but they pretty much keel over and dies not long after. Yes, but that was from the consummation of the monster's meat. This time, Cao Cao shrugged. Well, I'm not quite sure how it's going to turn out because no one has tested it before, but won't it be fun? You are a special kind of madman, devil. He witnessed his friends give it their all to try and claim victory from Cyroorg. Xenovia pushed herself beyond her limits and even continued after her hands were broken to try and stoke-rolled more water and tapped into more power than she ever had before. Even Yudo had broken his resolve to never use Shukaku's power to try and capitalize on everything they had tried to do. They pushed Cyroorg further than anyone else had. Even Naruto hadn't been able to force him to release his restraints or suffer such a debilitating injury during their spar. But in the end, he still won. He beat a team of 3 and used the Phoenix Tear to erase all the damage. Even if it was all a game and they were all fine and being treated right now, he still felt frustrated. This is why he knew to reach over and hold her trembling shoulder to ease her worry. It's okay, it's not over yet. Rias hummed and nodded resolutely, even though she couldn't hide the line of tears forming in the edges of her eyes. Cyroorg finally arrived back on his side of the dome with the remainder of his team. With the tear having taken effect, the only evidence of the injuries he suffered were the stains on his clothes. Issei shook with anger. I can't believe he took them out. Just like that. Issei-san, Asia whispered and clutched onto his sleeve. It's okay. Her voice was low and she tried to stifle the sob that wanted to come out after seeing their friend's noble effort. We need to focus now. Cyroorg-san still has himself, his queen, and a pawn left. Rias sniffled and quickly composed herself. Asia's right. They did what they set out to do and more. He used his tear and lost some of his strength. We need to capitalize on this opportunity. On the next throw. Hold on. It appears that contestant Biel is calling Arbiter Rudiger over to speak with him. They looked back and saw Cyroorg speaking to the older devil in a hushed voice. After a moment the older man nodded and flew over to speak with them instead. He floated just off of their base of operations. Contestant Biel would like to propose a special final match instead. A special match? Yes. Between both teams, kings, and another servant of their choice. A final fight to determine the victor of this match. If you don't wish to, you need only say. Rudiger looked down at Rias. What is your decision? The determined redhead knew the answer the moment she heard the proposal. A swell of pride and vindication filled her chest as all she wanted to do was avenge her fallen family and claim the victory they worked so hard towards. And one look back at her servants told her they agreed. She nodded firmly. We agreed to those terms. Rudiger nodded as well before flying up. As a unanimous decision between the kings of both teams, they requested that the next round is between themselves and one servant of their choice. This next round shall determine this rating game. Now that is exciting. Both teams have their bare bones members left. If there was any point for a winner-take-all, this is the time. This is going to be quite the experience. Naruto felt a sharp tap on his back and looked back at Issei's wide grin. Go on, senpai. Carry us home. We believe in you both, Asia said with a smile aimed at him and Rias. Naruto smiled back and gently patted her head before turning back to the edge of the platform. He and Rias stood together and looked out over the vast space between as the crowd cheered. And standing on the other end was Cyroorg, arms folded and a quiet resolve in his eyes. With a nod, they both decided that this would be the end. Time to settle this fight. Devil, devil. Milikas was bouncing in his seat with excitement as the final match approached. Grafia stood dutifully at Sirzek's side as he watched from the skybox with a smile. This is it. Devil, Ajuko was focused deeply on his work in his lab. And yet despite his focus, he could not help himself but listen into the broadcast he had on in a corner of the room. With a sigh, he stopped his work and cleaned his hands. This is it. Devil, Odin smirked and lounged back in his chair as he, Barakiel, and the Biju prepared for the final match. This is it. Devil, Ravel, Irina, and Kuno were anxiously bouncing in their seats waiting for it to start. Yasaka watched their reaction with a faint giggle and smiled. This is it. Devil, Valley stood behind the others as they were seated around the screen. He let out a quiet sigh. This is it. Devil, the pain of veins and bone and muscle forming together was maddening. And Cao Cao would have passed out if there wasn't something to take his attention off it. He gritted his teeth and focused on the fight. This is it. Devil, Indra lazily raised his hand to catch the crab tossed back to him. He looked up as his young bodyguard stood out of his seat and walked to the edge of the balcony to view the match as closely as possible. Even though he showed no outward excitement or signals, the Emperor of Heaven smiled knowingly. Excited to see your old friend in the heat of it again? He did not answer and merely focused on the gigantic screen in the middle of the dome that projected the fight. He narrowed his eyes. This is it. Devil, this is it. You nervous? I'd have to be stupid not to be nervous at a time like this. She looked over at her lover. What about you? Yeah, but I'm also super curious about how they were able to create huge spaces like this. He mused as they slowly made their way down the hill while surveying the arena they would be fighting in for the next match. Almost feels ashamed to be destroying such a beautiful place like this. It's still just a fabrication of a real location. Just like the city where we fought Riser was just molded from some Kuo blocks. This time they found themselves in a deep, lovely valley surrounded by mountains all around them. It looked like the kind of picturesque scenery that anybody would be lucky to see or even live in if they were in the vast, untouched lands of a foreign country. However, it would soon be home to a vicious final battle between the Gremory and Biel peerages. Naruto, Rias softly whispered his name and tugged on his sleeve before pointing down. He followed her finger and spotted two figures standing in the middle of the deepest point in the valley. Stealing their nerves, they walked down the rest of the way to properly greet their competition. Finally, the duo from the Orc reached the bottom of the valley after scaling down the hill connected to the mountain. They came to a stop some distance away from Cyroorg and his orange-haired partner. The two pairs recognized each other but remained silent. Here we are, people. The final match of this rating game between Cyroorg Biel and Rias Gremory. Both kings have emerged onto the field to decide the winner once and for all. Contestant Biel came out here with his pawn, contestant Regulus. And contestant Gremory has brought along her pawn, as well, contestant Uzumaki. Both pawns, who have yet to participate in the game so far but will now help decide the fate of this fight. I have to say that I'm surprised about their choices. Both kings were allowed to bring out one of their remaining servants to come to join them in this battle. Contestant Abaddon's holes proved quite useful in the last battle she was in and could have worked as a wonderful strategy in battle. And equally as baffling is that contestant Hyodo is staying on the sidelines. I'm sure many people were looking forward to seeing the Red Dragon Emperor unleash his full power. People are calling out for the Opie Dragon. And that's why, gentlemen, you're going to be surprised by what this next fight has to offer. Oh, enlighten us, Azazel Dono. While neither king made their choice without considerable thought. Granted, I'm not sure what contestant Regulus will offer, but I doubt he'd be here on the field if his strength and ability weren't trusted entirely. And as for contestant Uzumaki, hoo boy, get ready for a show. Oh, now I'm getting excited. I only ever saw his original debut during the rating game between Rias Gremory and Riser Phoenix. After that, he was unable to participate in future competitions because he was an illegal piece, correct? And he was only able to join today because contestant Biel insisted everyone from the Gremory peerage be allowed to fight. Indeed, that's all true. But you shouldn't go underestimating him like that. Contestant Uzumaki joined the Gremory peerage at the same time as contestant Hyodo and has fought alongside them all in the many battles that have earned them such notoriety and prestige. He was a major fighter in holding back the hero faction during the recent attack in Kyoto, and achieved a new level of power with the Opie Dragon thanks to the fighting Buddha, Sun Wukong. Really? Well, that's interesting. His story is one of heartbreak, of intrigue, of overcoming the past for a better future. And where can we see this story unfold, Azazel Dono? In the adventures of the Lazy Sage, of course. Oh, was this an ad? I wasn't aware. The first 2 episodes of which will premiere after this rating game and the newest episode of Opie Dragon. Stay tuned and find out for yourself. Naruto stared up at the artificial sky over them with a gaping jaw. Did he? Was that? His jaw clicked back into place and he took a deep breath. Did that son of a bitch just plug his stupid fucking show before our match? Rias nodded with complete detachment. Already accustomed to the madness the Governor General was so prone to committing. Oh, he is going to pay. You know, Rias bit her lip. I've come to terms that anything we do to Azazel will just be a pittance compared to what we want to do. But I hope, well and truly hope, that karma comes around and bites him in the ass. We can only hope. Ha ha ha. They looked over as Cyroorg approached with his arms crossed over his chest. I'm glad Governor General Azazel is keeping things light. I think he's just being an idiot. Rias remarked with a frown before she looked at her cousin. So what spurred this on? I wasn't expecting such a clear and concise challenge from you like this. Well, after the last round it was pretty clear what your peerage was thinking. After I fought your friends you wanted a chance to get some payback. We could have kept wasting time throwing the dice until it hit 12 and I could come back out. Or we could save us all the trouble and settle it now. Cyroorg flexed his hand. Honestly, after the superb fight the others put up last round, I don't want to waste the momentum and thrill of the moment. Is your arm alright? Rias inquired. I know it healed up fast but you still lost quite a bit of blood. Oh, no worries. I've trained to continue pushing on even with the loss of blood. Cyroorg assured them before looking between the king and pawn pair. Your friends performed remarkably. They pushed me further than I have in any rating game or battle so far. Their cooperation, their tenacity, their conviction, it was all incredible. It was an honor and a privilege to face them. Rias took a deep breath and quickly blinked to dry her eyes before anything could spill out. She nodded. Thank you, Cyroorg. I know they'll appreciate those words from you. And I know that even though they fell, you met their challenge with honor and respect. Naruto nodded, and we appreciate that, truly, of course. But just so you know, with all due respect, and Naruto smirked, I'm going to knock your teeth out. Cyroorg grinned, now that's a promise for a good time if I've ever heard one. Are you all ready? Rias took a calming breath and Regulus loosened up. Naruto and Cyroorg faced each other down a little over a dozen feet away. Final round. Rudiger announced, begin, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto immediately created a clone that dropped to the ground in an instant and took a stance to absorb natural energy. As his clone did the work, Naruto slowly strode forward to close the distance to Cyroorg. The massive Bile heir did the same, tensing his muscles as he stepped forward to meet the whiskered blonde. Wow! The tension between these two is palpable. And the size difference is a little shocking, though neither one seems to be that intimidated by it. You know, in the human realm there are weight classes dividing fighters before they meet in the ring. If we were following rules like that, I doubt we could ever get to see a proper match between these two. But right now, with things ramping up like this, I'm shaking with excitement. Naruto held out his hand, forming a Rasengan in his palm that quickly steadied and maintained its shape. Once it did, he pumped in his demonic power, creating a core of the earth in its center that quickly broke apart and started filling the rest of the jutsu. Cyroorg smirked, sending a look back at the clone that was still gathering the natural energy for Sage Mode. With a faint chuckle, he then lowered his stance and center of gravity in front of the blonde ninja. Naruto raised a brow at his action before Cyroorg nodded. In honor of your friends and the fantastic battle they gave me, the first shot is yours. Naruto scoffed, that's a little patronizing. What if I ended the battle right here and now? Well, I think until your clone back there has finished gathering energy, the battle hasn't even started. So what? This would just be a nice little hello. Let's consider it the continuation of our match the other day. Naruto shrugged. Well, if you insist. He pulled his hand back with the Rasengan in it before suddenly summoning his sacred gear. Set. Cyroorg's body tensed, Earth Demon's Rasengan. Naruto slammed the spiraling chakra orb directly into Cyroorg's center mass and created a massive explosion of chakra and earth. It enveloped the Bile powerhouse before exploding out and carving a trough through the field behind him. The energy and power of the moment quickly faded after the attack landed. 10x. Loop. The force and impact of the attacks were repeated over and over again, brutally assaulting Cyroorg's body 10 times over before finally coming to a halt. Both Rias and Regulus lowered their arms after the attack finally finished and saw the result of the collision. Cyroorg's body glowed with faint light from the Tuki surrounding his body. And after coughing up small spittle of blood that stained his lips and teeth, Cyroorg lifted his eyes to gaze down and grin at Naruto. The blonde met his grin with a smirk of his own. Even if a drop of sweat ran down his cheek, you're just not of this world. Cyroorg chuckled before his fist suddenly reeled back. Rias. The redhead immediately swiped down and destroyed the clone at her side. And as Cyroorg's fist blurred forward, moving so fast it was imperceptible to those watching. Naruto leaned back at the last possible instant, Cyroorg's massive fist only millimeters from grazing his chin before he flipped back to gain some space. The moment he landed in a crouch on the ground, Cyroorg was already over him with his fist raised to strike down. It blurred down and obliterated the ground around them. But missed the target. The target that had jumped up, grabbed Cyroorg's shoulder and slammed his knee into the king's cheek as his fist splintered the ground. Wow, I never expected movement like that from contestant Uzumaki, he's so quick. And he dodged remarkably well. I still believe contestant Bile holds the edge in pure power and strength, but being able to dodge so effectively will surely mitigate the threat behind those punches. That's right. While contestant Bile has Tuki cloaked around his body to bolster his strength and durability, contestant Uzumaki collects natural energy around him to boost his power with Sage Mode. He's a sage. I've never met someone who could use Senjutsu that wasn't also part yokai. That's why, when he does use it, he gains frog-like eyes and runs the risk of turning himself into a frog statue if he messes up. A frog? Oh, that suddenly explains a lot about the artistic choices you made in the shows you produce. I know, right? Cyroorg hissed and started throwing a rapid series of punches. Naruto jumped back and avoided their path, even as the blowback and air pressure from each one sent ripples across the valley. He could feel the staggering amount of power behind each blow that would have broken just about anybody if they had been hit. Even more so now that he had his Tuki to boost his power. Naruto couldn't risk letting any of those strikes hit him, but he couldn't just play it safe either. He rushed in, narrowly avoiding the straight jab to his head as he slid into Cyroorg's flank. With a grunt, he dug a hook punch into Cyroorg's ribs and pushed through with all he had. And without skipping a beat he landed a second punch into his stomach. Cyroorg's elbow dropped towards Naruto's head, but he stepped aside before he could get cracked in the crown. Naruto spun around Cyroorg's body and punched him repeatedly in the back. The big Bile heir responded with a mule kick that Naruto ducked under and rushed in again. He punched Cyroorg's face as the larger man leaned back to avoid his strike. But even though he dodged, Cyroorg suddenly felt a strike on his chin that sent his head flying back and caused him to stumble. Naruto stood with his fists raised and watched as Cyroorg caught himself, lowering his head to reveal he was barely even fazed by the punch. The blonde devil scoffed and sighed, "This is gonna be a lot harder than last time." Cyroorg smiled and rubbed his chin. "Your punches still carry quite a lot of power as they did in our spar, and yet something feels different." He rolled his bottom jaw around a few times. "They feel like they lack the impact they did before. When you landed those punches before, I felt like there was shaking through my whole body. Now it just doesn't seem like the case." He looked over at Naruto. "You aren't holding back, are you?" Naruto shrugged. "No point in trying that against you. Besides, I'm not the reason my punches are hitting as well. You are." He gestured to Cyroorg's whole body. "My natural energy is supposed to hit you pretty hard internally, but that layer of Tuki you're emitting puts a damper on it before it can even do anything. It's like hitting a punching bag that's filled to burst with sand and not even an inch of space." "I am?" Cyroorg looked himself over before chuckling. "I had no idea. I was attempting to use this energy to incorporate a little of that skillful dodging that you used." "Yeah, and while your dodging could still use some work, it looks like you've turned that energy into an effective buffer to my Sage mode." Cyroorg nodded with a smile before raising his fists. "Seems you'll have to try harder." "Yep." Naruto lowered his hand as a Rasengan started to form in his palm. "I guess I'll have to." Devil, Rias watched in stunned silence as Naruto engaged Cyroorg in close quarters combat and kept up with him. She always knew her lover was an extremely capable and adaptable fighter. And she knew after years of watching him grow that her cousin had become stronger than anyone else in their age group, and most likely many other devils in the underworld. But it wasn't until she saw them clash, standing here watching them fight uninhibited, that she started to realize the depth of their power. Moving at speeds so fast that even watching right now SP up with all their movement. And landing punch after punch that would have destroyed her and many others she knew without fail. She always knew the distance between her and them was vast, but only now was she getting a full view of what she had to catch up to. Rias closed her eyes and shook her head, feeling that same feeling of inadequacy she had experienced ramping up to the rating game flare in her stomach. She quelled it and focused. Of course, she wasn't as strong as them yet. She still had much more work to put in before she reached that level. Until then, she had to support and watch them fight. But Rias felt something run up her neck and turned with her demonic power covering her hands. When she did, she found herself facing down the masked orange-haired pawn Cyroorg had brought out to join him. Rias turned. "Regulus is your name, right?" "It is." He nodded. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Rias Gremory. My master speaks of you quite highly to his peerage." Rias should have felt honored, but the unnerving sensation she had running up her neck hadn't left since talking with the young man. "So how can I help you? I doubt you came over here to stand with me and watch the fight." "No, I did not." He shook his head. "I've come over here to implement my strategy." Rias narrowed her eyes, flaring her destruction even more in worry. "What strategy is that?" "The one you used on my master last round. Imitation is the most sincere form of flattery." Her strategy? Using multiple servants on a king, bombarding a fighter from all sides so they can't react? Rias racked her brain. Until her eyes slowly settled. "Wasting our phoenix tier, huh?" "Yes." Regulus flexed his hands as they grew with golden fur. "That's the one." "Did Cyroorg encourage you to do so?" "No, he asked me to stay out of his fight. He didn't give me any orders to stand down or attack you." "But," Regulus narrowed his eyes and Rias suddenly felt like she was being crushed by pressure, "considering how desperately your servants gave themselves to fight and hinder him in the last round, can you be surprised how we servants want to help our king succeed no matter what?" Rias stayed silent for a moment before faintly smiling and shaking her head. "No, I guess I can't. They may get themselves hurt or in trouble, but I love my servants like family. And I guess we're not the only ones." Regulus nodded, happy to see she understood, and after he did he rushed forward, claws bursting forth from his hands. Rias yelled, wiping her arms around and creating tendrils of destruction from her hands like whips. Whips that were blown away by Regulus' claws as he charged in. Devil, Issei watched in heavy silence as Naruto continued to engage with Cyroorg as Rias finally started fighting Regulus. The crowd was gasping and cheering, hanging on to every move both teams made with bated breath. Issei on the other hand felt like someone was squeezing his lungs and stopping him from taking another breath. Naruto and Rias could take care of themselves and handle a fight. But he couldn't squash his nerves that left him jittery and fearful. The hand he felt a tug on his sleeve didn't seem very at ease either. He looked down at Asia's fretful expression as she stared up at the monitor. "Issei-san, they'll be okay, won't they?" Issei smiled. "Just trust them, Asia, they'll come through." They both looked back up at the screen to watch their friends fight, and their hands intertwined together to offer the other some form of ease through the worry. Devil, ha! Cyroorg twisted around to attack behind him. He almost seemed to flash in place to turn around, but it was a movement so swift and fast it appeared like a glitch in reality. Naruto clicked his teeth as he jumped back and avoided the dropping fist that cratered and obliterated the spot he had just been standing in. The rocks blown out of the ground pelted his body and he smacked a few of them away from his head before glaring down at the giant Bile. Cyroorg was an insanely tough and powerful opponent. Strength and build comparable to a Raikage. Speed and reflexes like an Uchiha. And the tenacity and work ethic of a bushy brow. Now a combination like that would terrify and demoralize anyone from his world who knew who he was talking about. And Cyroorg's reputation had already cemented him as someone not to fuck with in the underworld. But he wasn't invincible, and Naruto knew that now even after he had relinquished his restraints and used his full power. Rosswise had kept him at bay with an assault of water from all sides to hinder his movement. Zenovia had pressured him with surges of power that matched or even overwhelmed his own. And Yuto had focused that strength into a cut that crippled Cyroorg's dominant arm and dealt more damage than anyone else. He had to take what they found and use it to win. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 2 clones popped into place around him as to charge forward to face down Cyroorg. The large man smirked and lowered his stance with his fists at the ready. And before they could reach him, he dashed ahead to meet them first. The 2 clones immediately jumped away and up to avoid his bull rush. He spun around and raised his arm to guard against the dropkick from the one in the air as he raised his leg to avoid the sweep kick. The clones landed by each other and rushed in to meet him in combat. Set. 1 clone punched him in the face, 4x, loop. Set. The other one swung his fist up into his ribs, 7x. Loop. Cyroorg felt the piercing pain of punches rattling his body repeat over and over as the clones landed quick but effective blows that they then looped to deal more damage. His Tuki hardened his body and made him stronger, but if they kept attacking his weak points like this then he wasn't going to last long. And through the onslaught of attacks, the Bile heir looked over to see Naruto forming a finishing blow. Cyroorg gritted his teeth and tightened his body before. WRRAAHHHHHHHHH. The yell he released boomed out of his throat and carried across the entire valley. Even the people in the audience watching were startled by the intensity in his voice. And with the flare of Tuki that raised from his body, the 2 clones he was fighting popped out of existence. Naruto looked up from where he was forging his attack. Oh shit. There you are. Cyroorg charged forward to attack him. Son of a, Naruto cursed before he jumped up and deployed his wings. He hovered over Cyroorg's head, and before the pure-blooded devil could spread his wings to chase him, Naruto dropped down to attack with his incomplete jutsu, a regular-sized Rasengan with a small shuriken around it. Futon. Rasengan. HYAAAHHH. Cyroorg's Tuki-enhanced fist collided with the jutsu spiraling in Naruto's hand. And for a moment everything seemed to freeze and go silent as their collision finally met. Until a titanic explosion between the jutsu's monstrous force and the devil's powerful punch erupted against each other. The force of their attacks seemed to mix for a moment before expanding like a dome of pressure. A figure came sailing out of the dust kicked up from their clash and flew through the air before spinning. Naruto landed in a crouch and slid along the ground before finally coming to a stop. He looked back up to the dust cloud, bruises, and scratches along his body as he tried to catch his breath. The dust quickly passed as Cyroorg waved his arm aside. The Bile heir was covered in dirt and scuff, with blood dripping down his knuckles from where he punched Naruto's attack. Yet despite the damage, his breath was barely any faster and he had a smile on his face. Naruto chuckled, some primal part of his instincts telling him to go in and fight this guy with everything possible. He considered channeling the wind and activating his technique. GYAAAHHH. But her scream and the smell of blood drew his attention away. Ria's body hit the ground and rolled through the dirt before she finally came to a stop. She gasped and whimpered of the numerous slashes along her body. As she struggled to move or even lift herself, Regulus stood over her with a claw and golden fur stretching out from his arm. But it was the blood dripping down her face that made him act without even thinking. RIIIAAAASSSS. Naruto launched towards them, cracking the ground underneath him as he sailed through the air with his leg reeled back. Regulus sensed his approach and looked up in time to receive a foot to the face that knocked him off his feet and sent him flying back. He did manage to flip in the air and land on his feet with barely a mark on his chin. Naruto dropped to his knees and checked over Rias as quickly as he could. Rias? Rias? Can you hear me? He didn't want to touch her in fear that he would only cause her more pain. Rias, say something, please. Why the crimson-haired devil muttered as she slowly raised her head to look at him. I always wondered what it was like for you when you get hurt and carry injuries. I think I understand a little better. She hissed, a small tear forming in her eye before she finished. It fucking sucks. Hee hee. Even in the panic of seeing her so bloody, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at her joke. He wanted to help her settle into a position she'd be comfortable in. You should use the Phoenix Tear to heal her now, before she retires. Naruto inhaled sharply through his nose and looked back at Regulus as he just stood off to the side patiently waiting for them to act. Feeling like everything around him was starting to go black, Naruto turned. Only for a hand to quickly catch his and squeeze. Naruto looked down at Rias as she tried to catch her breath. A small concentration of destruction hovered between their hands and Naruto quickly understood what she was aiming to do. He focused and created a Rasengan over his hand and around the small concentration of her demonic power. Once it was done, he raised his hand and showed off the spiraling orb with the black and red core. He eyed down Regulus and snarled before charging at him. The orange-haired man took a step back and reeled his hand away in preparation. Naruto made his final leap and yelled. Grand Destruction Rasengan. G-A-A-A-O. The jutsu clashed with Regulus' claw and the struggle between them lasted for several seconds before the Bile, pawn, started to get pushed back. The destruction at the center of Naruto's jutsu started to swell and it would have burst and overwhelmed Regulus, until G-A-A-O. With a flash of light, Regulus' form changed and Naruto was overwhelmed by it. The force of the Rasengan went off course, flying away at their side and erupting into a devastating beam that obliterated everything in its path, carrying through the field and drilling into the side of the mountain. Naruto bounced off the ground before quickly flipping back up to his feet and staring in shock at the strange sight he'd seen before their clash exploded. The smoke and dust burst away as a mighty lion's roar shook the air around them. And from its center emerged a giant lion, 2 or 3 times larger than any of them with golden fur and a luxurious mane. Each step the lion took shook the ground beneath them and the aura coming off of it could have frozen a normal person in fear. That's the Nemean lion, the legendary beast of Greek legend, the first monster slain in Heracles' 12 labors and said to be impervious to all attacks and mortal weapons. I can't believe I'm seeing it with my own eyes. Azazel Dono, please. The essence of the lion was extracted by the Lord of the Bible and planted into a sacred gear that would become so strong it was classified as a Longinus. The axe is strong enough to destroy the planet. Regulus Nemea? Our Regulus. Regulus. How did I not see that before? Ahahaha. Rias shuddered while lying on the ground. Someone's going to have to clean up after him. Great, so not only are we fighting Cyroorg, who is enough of a pain in the ass already, there's also a Longinus here strong enough to shatter the earth. Meh, do you have any idea how many of his superpowered beings make the claim we can destroy a world? And yet the world is still sitting there, nice and unbroken. I'll believe it when I see it. And I can do without a demonstration. Naruto groused to his partner in the sacred gear before he stood up. Cyroorg walked over, running his hand through the lion's mane. I thought pure-blooded devils couldn't get sacred gears? How in the world did you get your hands on a Longinus? I found the axe that contained his spirit after his previous user was killed. Normally sacred gears are supposed to re-enter the cycle of use after their user is killed. But some kind of glitch must have occurred because there was nowhere for him to go. So I offered him a place in my peerage. Cyroorg frowned slightly at the golden lion, but I didn't want you to interfere. I am sorry, my master. Regulus bowed his head apologetically. I was not aiming to intervene in your match, but I did not want to stand aside while your foes had such a clear advantage over you. As long as they still had their Phoenix tier and you were accumulating damage, this match would not end in your favor. And I understand that. Cyroorg said sternly before sighing and nodding his head, but I can hardly fault you for trying to fight for my benefit. However, Regulus, he stepped in front of the lion and faced Naruto. From now on you will only fight in this match if I say so, understood? Very well, master. Cyroorg stepped up, casting his gaze over at Rias as she finally got up into a sitting position to watch the fight more clearly. Seeing the blood drip from her body was surprisingly hard to watch, but the Bile heir steeled himself and focused his attention on his blonde competitor. She's going to need to act fast. She has the vial. Naruto growled, just as much to convince himself that he needed to focus on this part of the fight instead of running to help her. I need to take care of the both of you. You don't need to worry about Regulus. I'm the king, so if I'm defeated then that settles the match, and I told him not to intervene anymore. Yeah well, he still looks ready to pounce. No matter what assurance Cyroorg thought he gave, it wasn't going to convince Naruto that the giant golden lion standing off to their side wasn't going to jump in and join the fight, and he's not going to make another move on Rias, is he? You have my word. Cyroorg promised. Now why don't we get back to our match? Naruto took a sharp inhale and nodded his head. Yeah, I guess we will. Cyroorg nodded, taking a stance and chambering a fist at his side before becoming completely still. Naruto eyed him warily and tried to discern what he was attempting to do in that stance. He couldn't sense any intent to attack or make a move from that position. He couldn't sense much of anything from Cyroorg. Even his Tuki and pressure had receded. It was like he had suddenly become a statue unwilling to move. Something was up, but he couldn't just stand here waiting to figure out Cyroorg's next move. Naruto sprinted forward, closing the distance between them in less than a second as he jumped up near Cyroorg's head. The muscular brawler did not attempt to move or dodge as Naruto came toward him. The blonde devil yelled and twisted in the air before landing a kick against Cyroorg's temple. But the moment it landed, Cyroorg's eyes seemed to ignite with purpose. As his head jerked aside with Naruto's foot still slamming into his skull, the rest of Cyroorg's body started to move. His hips twisted and his fist flew upwards towards Naruto's body. Now Naruto sensed his attack incoming, but in his current position of kicking against Cyroorg's face, he couldn't move out of his punch's path. He twisted his body, used his arms to guard, and his wings started to unfurl from his back to carry him to safety. But none of those precautions came out fast enough before Cyroorg's fist could travel up behind the moment it connected. Prideful counter. Rias had to shield her eyes and ears after a sonic boom erupted from their position. An explosion of wind and sound carried out with their exchange as the epicenter, and it was so powerful she found herself getting blown back against the ground. She struggled to look back at where they stood and saw Cyroorg with his fist held up to the sky while the lion stood strong despite the wind whipping its fur around. Rias panicked. Naruto. Cyroorg lowered his fist and looked up, a black bruise forming on his temple with a small trail of blood dripping down his cheek. What in the world was that? Emperor, as the premier combatant in this booth, do you think you can shed a little light on what we just saw? That was contestant Bale's new technique. A counterattack he's been practicing in anticipation of this match. He lowers his guard and vanquishes his energy from around his body. That sounds extremely dangerous. It is, and I warned him to modify it so that he can still protect himself and his body in case it doesn't work. Unfortunately, he's too stubborn to listen and couldn't perfect it in time for this match. However, because of that weakness, it goads opponents to attack him more eagerly. The moment before they hit, he drops his stance and counters, releasing all the energy he has pent up in his body in one explosive attack and using his enemy's momentum and power against them. It wasn't meant to be an uppercut like that, and he's supposed to strike the instant before the enemy's attack lands, not during. He realized he couldn't afford to play it safe. What do you mean, Azazel Dono? Contestant Uzumaki's Sage Mode allows him to move and dodge with amazing accuracy. He told me he avoided the strike of a blisteringly fast opponent many times quicker than him and countered with the help of this form. If he knows which direction the attack is coming, it doesn't matter how fast it is. He can at least prepare to dodge it. But contestant Bael used the fact that he was landing his kick to strike back, initiating his counterpunch when contestant Uzumaki wouldn't be able to dodge completely. He may have suffered a pretty nasty kick, but it looks like in return he's finally landed the first direct attack on his opponent. Rias looked up in fright and saw a figure falling out of the sky. She nearly cried out for him before his wings suddenly popped out and his descent rapidly slowed down. Even as he flew down to the ground, his movement was rough and uneasy. And the moment his feet touched down, he fell to his knees and coughed up mouthful after mouthful of blood. Naruto! Rias cried out, pushing through the pain in her body to slowly make her way over to him. As he gagged and hawked up more blood with what he swore were pieces in it, he wiped his mouth and chin. Fucking hell, what was that? I think that punch was a lot stronger than anything else he's thrown today. Yeah, I could tell. He held his lower chest and flinched as even though his pain tolerance and durability were greatly raised with Sage Mode, he could tell something was wrong when he moved. Damn, what did he do? I think, something might have popped. Something popped? The dread in Naruto's voice peeked through at Kurama's warning. What popped? Your stomach. My stomach? He groaned, feeling something rush up his throat but forcing it down. He looked over in Cyroorg's direction and even though it was uncomfortable to do so, he raised his voice. A punch at full power used to counter an opponent's attack? That's right. He smirked. You know, I can't help but think you had me in mind when making that up. Cyroorg chuckled and wiped the blood off his face. Well, when you meet an opponent you struggle to compete with, it seems only natural to make moves and strategies to deal with them. Hey, I'm flattered. Naruto coughed again and spat up a little more blood before he noticed who was approaching. He stepped over and flinched before dropping down by Ria's side. Are you okay? And me? You just exploded with a punch? The bloody redhead countered before looking him over. Are you okay? I'm fine. I mean, Kurama says my stomach popped. Your stomach? Yeah, but he's not a doctor, so what does he know? Naruto tried to lightly deflect the conversation away from his injuries as he looked at the myriad of cuts over her body. What about you? Have you taken the tear yet? And no, I was watching you fight. If you have internal bleeding then you should. No, I'll be fine. You need to take it before you bleed out enough to retire. But, Rias, trust me. Naruto assured her as she frowned and reached for the vial. She popped it open and downed it as Naruto turned to look at Cyroorg. Now it's time to. A pair of hands clamped around his cheeks and turned his head as Rias planted her lips on his. His eyes widened in shock as not only did she kiss him but he could feel something flow out of her mouth and into his. The strange liquid went down his throat before it stopped and she pulled away. The cuts on her body lightly steamed and closed as he felt the difficulty in his breathing ease. There, now you'll be able to fight a little better. Naruto touched his lips. Did you? I wanted you to have it and you wanted me to have it. This seemed like the best compromise. A faint pink dusted her cheeks. But I knew you wouldn't take any of it if I offered, so I passed some of it to you. But Rias, don't argue. It's already done. She sternly stated, now I'm not sure how much of your injury is going to heal with what I gave you, but maybe now. I was going to use golden hour revival to turn young so my injury would have vanished. I didn't need any part of the tear. Oh. Her eyes widened in mortified realization as the pink dust on her cheeks turned deep red in embarrassment. Oh wow. A big shocking turn of events during this match. You think they'd be able to control themselves, but nope. The idiot couple rear their empty heads and make idiots of themselves again. Ahaha. I take it this happens a lot? More than you'd think? Through her blush and indignation, Rias swore she was going to make Azazel pay when this was over. Ignoring the embarrassment he expected to show up on his face, Naruto stood up from his spot and faced down their opponents. As he did so, he realized that his breathing was easier and the discomfort he felt a moment ago had passed. Looks like even if Rias didn't need to give him part of the tear, it still did a lot to help him. Haha, you two always know what to do to cheer each other on even in the toughest of conditions. Naruto coughed and looked aside with a blush. We don't do this kinda stuff on purpose, you know. I just sorta, the heat of the moment and stuff. Thank goodness, it seems like that was the limit of your heat at that moment. Tell me about it. Oh great, even the stupid lion of myth and legend was taking pot shots. Naruto scowled at his sacred gear. Shut up, Kurama. His expression focused before he raised his arm. You ready? As I'll ever be. Cyroorg smiled and started to tremble with excitement. Your ace, I presume? I didn't get to test it out last time we crossed blows, but I've heard quite a lot about it. Well, here it is. Revive, devil. Cyroorg was nearly blinded by the golden light coming off of Naruto before it died down. When it did, he got a look at the younger form he now possessed. A shorter man with orange and black clothing donning a metal headband with a spiral leaf on it. Naruto slowly looked up at him in silence. And then suddenly it happened. An orange flash of light covered him, and Naruto stood as if a fire had become his skin. His entire body was wreathed in a yellow to orange hue, with black lines along his chest and limbs that connected into a long cloak that fluttered off of his body. The power, the pressure coming off of him, was more than any other Cyroorg had met in battle. He felt his excitement peak. Spoke up, fair warning, guard. He was confused by his opponent's words before they finally clicked in his head. Cyroorg immediately raised his tuki and quickly brought his arms together to protect himself. The moment they were closed, he saw a flash of orange before an incredible impact struck him. Cyroorg gritted his teeth and felt like he was going to pop something as he resisted the force of the kick. But even as he did, his feet dug into the ground and he stubbornly refused to fly back off his feet. Just as he thought he had weathered the power of Naruto's kick, he suddenly vanished from in front of him and appeared at his side with another orange flash. Cyroorg tried to move in time to block, but Naruto's punch landed on his cheek and sent him flying across the valley. Cyroorg quickly landed and planted his feet before throwing a punch that carried through the air. As the force of his punch carried him forward and dug a trench through the ground across the valley, Naruto narrowly dodged aside before rushing forward. As his blonde foe approached, Cyroorg raised his fists and prepared to fight. Naruto blocked Cyroorg's punch. He lashed out with a kick that was blocked with his forearm. They struggled against each other before Naruto was knocked back by the swing of Cyroorg's arms. Wraahhh. The Bile Devil rushed after him, throwing fists as quickly as he could at the young ninja, who flipped back to avoid his attacks. The air vibrated with each punch thrown and Naruto continued to evade by mere inches before landing on his feet and rushing in. Cyroorg raised his arm and blocked the blonde's punch with a grunt before raising his fist to strike him in the face. Some orange glowed in the corner of his eye and Cyroorg suddenly felt enough force on his flank to send him flying off his feet. He bounced off the ground several times before slowing to a halt. With a groan, he looked back up and saw Naruto with his hand extended while a giant claw forged from the orange energy around him overlapped his fist. The energy receded around him until it disappeared inside of the cloak. What in the world was that? It seemed like he changed the energy around him into limbs. I understand that he uses something called chakra, right? A form of internal energy like Tuki that allows him to utilize ninjutsu is what you told us, correct? But I've never seen anything like this. This is the energy of the demon fox sealed within his body, Kurama the nine-tailed fox. Due to some injuries years ago, he can't properly access that power at the moment, but thanks to his sacred gear, gifted by yours truly mind you, he can regain that power for a short time. He might look like a big matchstick, but I can attest to the power of that form. It is formidable, and contestant Uzumaki and his partner Kurama know how to use it. With a stroll forward, Naruto made his way toward Cyroorg, but suddenly burst into a dash and threw one hand forward to reach for the large devil. The orange chakra extended and formed Kurama's jaw as it snapped down on the Bile air. Before it could crush him in its maw, Cyroorg planted his hands and feet between the teeth and kept it wedged open. It took a swell of power to keep them away from each other, but Cyroorg didn't flinch while in the middle. But it did leave him open. Rasengan, Naruto slammed another Rasengan into Cyro-Org's unguarded chest while he kept the jaws pried open. The spiral sphere dug into his chest, and while the Tuki did protect against the brunt of the attack, he still struggled to stay standing before the attack took its effect. Cyro-Org was blasted out of Kurama's mouth and went flying back through the air. He tried to reorient himself, but he was blown away before his hand touched the ground. Just then his fingers immediately dug into the ground and tore up earth to slow him down enough so that he stopped. Once he did, he fell to the ground and let out a ragged cough before looking down at his chest. His Tuki had weathered most of the attack, but the power and force had been able to penetrate his defense. He had a large grind mark that tore part of his shirt open and marked his skin. Enough that a bruise was already forming along with some specks of blood. As Cyro-Org touched his stomach and felt a sharp pain through it, he also sensed the swell of power in front of him. He looked back up and saw Naruto stand tall with one hand raised as orange arms formed another spiral in his hands. But this time he hadn't interrupted, so the spinning blade around it grew to full size and the jutsu was primed for full power. This was enough for him to realize. Right now Cyro-Org could tell he wasn't a match for Naruto at this level of power. He had put up a good fight against his earlier senjutsu techniques, and he could tell strength-wise he was comparable to even this form. But his speed, stamina, technique, reflexes, and manipulation of the energy around him suddenly gave him a monumental advantage in this battle. He was stronger than him now. It pained Cyro-Org to admit it, but it was true. Even so, he stood back up and raised his fists. Even if his foe was stronger than him, that just meant he had to keep pushing on. Cyro-Org's determination to win along with his mother's words kept him standing through the pain. "You will definitely win one day, if you don't give up." Cyro-Org finished his mother's words of advice before clenching his fists and charging forward. Naruto narrowed his eyes before dashing in to meet him. He held out his Rasen Shuriken to attack. In time for a massive shadow to jump between them. Gao! The jutsu clashed against its target and exploded as a giant dome of wind and chakra enveloped the area. Naruto jumped back and looked up in surprise as he saw the golden lion standing in his way of reaching Cyro-Org. "I don't believe it, the Regulus Nemea has stepped in to stop combatant Uzumaki's attack." "Regulus?" Cyro-Org barked out the lion's name as he walked up to his side. "What are you doing? I told you not to interfere in this fight unless I said so." "I know, my master, and I swore I would not step in, but I believe in your current state of injury, that last attack would have ended the fight. And I cannot stomach the idea of your loss now after coming so far. Please, my master, use me, let me help you find victory." "No." Cyro-Org resolutely denied the idea, stepping around Regulus' large body to face his foe alone again. "That is only for situations when the underworld is in danger. Otherwise, I will not resort to that power." "But my master, I can do this myself," Cyro-Org exclaimed, his face red in anger and spittle flying off his lips as his eyes hardened. "I have come this far on my strength. I can still go further." He raised his fists and tensed his arms. "If I'm not strong enough yet, then I will simply push myself to fill that gap. I can." A shadow descended from above Cyro-Org. His face snapped aside as Rias slapped his cheek with her hand surrounded by a magic circle. "Damn it," she cursed as she landed on her feet and stumbled. Naruto quickly ran over and caught her shoulders to keep her steady as the fatigue from her blood loss started catching up. I strengthened my hand and it still felt like slapping a brick wall. "Rias?" Cyro-Org looked down at his cousin in surprise. Barely even a stain in his cheek after her sudden slap. She looked up at him before finding her footing, asking Naruto to let her go as she stepped up to him. "I was so frustrated about this fight as it was approaching. There was something that felt wrong about wanting to become the champion of the rating games and defeat you, yet not being able to win these fights myself." Rias confessed. "I got so angry that I started training, and hopefully one day I'll attain the power to fight for myself alongside my peerage, not just behind them. But until then I know they can support and help me see my dream through." She looked back at Naruto and smiled fondly. "I realize that now." She turned back with a frown at Cyro-Org. "But you aren't like that. You're already strong enough as is, but you won't rely on your peerage to help you. These are the people you have chosen to help and guide. These are the ones that choose to follow you and respect you. Through this entire rating game, we've witnessed how far all of them are willing to go to help you win and achieve your dream. But you are so focused on doing this by yourself that you won't let them help you." She looked up at him sadly and shook her head. "I know you want to prove to her that you're strong enough, but she wouldn't want to see you do this alone either." Cyro-Org, Naruto stepped up with a hand on his stomach just over the black circle formation. "This power I'm using is because Kurama and I are working as partners. We trust each other, rely on each other, and because of it, we're able to fight and push on through so many difficult obstacles. We'll use it to reclaim those we've lost, and we'll use it to see Ria's dream of victory through to the end. If you want to become a beacon of strength to the devils of the underworld and become the strongest, you can't half-ass it by yourself. You gained the trust, respect, and admiration of so many others. Don't waste that." Cyro-Org closed his eyes and slowly lowered his head. As he did, he felt the ground tremble at his side as the golden lion stepped up by his flank. Without looking he reached up and laced his hands through the golden mane. I'm sorry Regulus. My damnable pride nearly cost us everything. Do not apologize for your pride, master. We are lions. We never allow our pride to falter. It is what I admire about you the most. Hey, Cyroorg chuckled, then will you let me keep our pride, and join me in this fight? You need only ask. Then become my strength, Regulus Nemea. The devil and the lion flashed with golden light. Devil, Naruto scooped up Rias and jumped a great distance away as his opponents were bathed in an intense glow of golden brilliance. Once she was at a safe distance, Naruto headed back as the light faded away and his foe stood proudly. Cyroorg was decked in golden, resplendent armor that covered him from head to toe. A mighty golden lion head adorned the chest plate and the energy coming off him was leagues stronger than it was moments ago. This truly was the apex of his power. The golden armored devil opened his eyes and met the gaze of the chakra-clad ninja. They stared each other down as neither one made any move. A faint wind came in through the mountains and rushed through the valley. H-A-A-A-A, Naruto yelled, summoning Kurama's body through the chakra cloak as the nine-tailed fox's immense form suddenly appeared within the clearing. With his superior size and power, he spun around and brought his tails down on Cyroorg to crush him before he could make a move. Cyroorg opened his arms and caught one of the tails before it collided with him. The force of the impact dragged his feet through the ground and he struggled with it before finally coming to a stop. Once he did, he twisted his body, dragging the tail over his shoulder and yanking on it with all his strength until he got some give. In the form of the giant Biju lifting over his head until he let go of the tail and sent it careening into the side of a mountain. Kurama's giant chakra construct body laid on its back as Naruto hovered upside down in its head. He rubbed his head and looked around in disbelief. Did he just fucking shoulder throw us? Yeah, I didn't see that coming. He's got a lot more power now than we anticipated. Naruto looked up and saw Cyroorg charging toward them like a juggernaut. He held his hands out towards Kurama's mouth. Kurama. Right. The Biju opened his mouth and gathered chakra between his jaw before rapidly firing it at the oncoming Hulk. The machine gun bursts of chakra decimated the valley, flying out in every direction and riddling the mountain range with explosions and holes. And yet each one that sailed towards Cyroorg has knocked aside or blocked during his rush ahead, until he finally came upon them with his fist raised and energy built up. Naruto and Kurama leapt off the ground and lunged overhead as Cyroorg punched. They landed in time to watch a powerful blast of energy release from Cyroorg's fist that carved into the mountain and left a giant furrow in it. Did he just shrug off a rapid fire? Looks like it. How the hell did he? Looks like contestant Uzumaki's attempt at long range didn't quite work out. How will he deal with contestant Bale's sudden and impressive power-up? The legend of the Nemean lion says that no weapon or projectile could pierce the beast's mane. So Heracles resorted to killing it with his bare hands. Only the god of strength's raw power was enough to fell it in the end. As an axe, it had enough power to shatter worlds, but as armor, I suppose it took on the other part of its legend. The unbreakable hide that can only be matched in battle. Hand to hand, was it? Naruto drew the Kurama chakra form back into himself and landed on the ground before whispering, Kurama, you mind giving me a hand gathering the natural energy? If we gotta settle this with our fists. A little sage mode on top will probably do wonders. On it. As Cyroorg slowly started to approach, Naruto felt the natural energy rush into him smoother and faster than usual. He almost forgot how quickly he could gather it in this form compared to how he normally did it. In a matter of moments, he felt empowered and opened his eyes to reveal the crossed pupils in his eyes of Sage Mode and Kurama's influence. Once he was ready, he strode forward at a brisk pace to meet Cyroorg halfway there. With the natural energy mixing with his Biju chakra, he could sense the immense power of the Longinus mixing with the Tuki that had spiked with Cyroorg's revitalization. He was so strong. All of this, built from his power and his connection with others. Naruto couldn't help but tremble with excitement, and from the look on his face, Cyroorg couldn't either. They both picked up speed into a brisk jog, and then a run, followed by a bursting sprint, closing the distance between them in a matter of seconds as they both roared at the top of their lungs and reeled their fists back. Cyroorg's fist dug straight into Naruto's nose as his punch flew up and knocked into the Bile Devil's jaw hard enough to send his head back. Naruto stumbled back, feeling the pain in his nose even through the Sage Mode and Kurama's chakra, but quickly ignored them. He rushed in, burying his fist into Cyroorg's ribs and chest as fast as he could. The armor wasn't budging, but as long as he kept hammering away like this, then he could cause some damage inside. He didn't give him a moment to breathe. Which only left him vulnerable when Cyroorg brought his fists down in a hammer strike on his back. He slammed into the ground with a thud before Cyroorg kicked him and sent him flying away. But Naruto had already grabbed his ankle before getting knocked away, extending his chakra hand as he flew before sharply yanking up and dragging Cyroorg along with him. With a scream and a twist, Cyroorg flew over his head before he was spiked into the ground hard enough to crater it. And once he was planted in the earth, Naruto pulled again to drag himself in. He landed atop Cyroorg and created a Rasengan in each hand before digging them into either side of his head, Rasenrengan. Cyroorg felt like his whole head was being assaulted by a drill and could have sworn his teeth were rattling. But even as cracks started to appear in the sides of his helmet, he roared and acted. A golden knee flew up and slammed into Naruto's sternum, forcing the air out of the blonde's lungs as he nearly doubled over from the pain. Cyroorg grabbed Naruto's arm before he could retreat and viciously punched him across the face over and over again. 9 tails of chakra sprouted out from Naruto's cloak as he was punched and slammed into Cyroorg from all angles. His golden armor resisted the rapid ass buckle under the force. And as they slammed into his elbow and the back of his knee, he weakened his hold and fell to the ground. Ha! With a spin, Naruto landed a kick into Cyroorg's face that drew blood from his nose. He stepped in to attack again. WRAH! Cyroorg punched forward and created a beam of power that overwhelmed Naruto and exploded into the ground. He lifted himself and wiped his face as he stared at the dust cloud anxiously. Naruto rushed out of the dust with a dozen clones following right behind him. He leapt up and punched Cyroorg in the face, you. Several clones slid in underneath, Zu, Ma, Ki. And as they kicked Cyroorg up into the air, all the other clones closed in on him from all directions. Naruto barrage. The clones struck Cyroorg all at once as he could only curl up and try to defend himself. As the super-powered punches landed one after another in repetition, the cracks and breaks finally started to form around the golden armor. He weathered the attacks for as long as he could. Until he wildly swung his arms out and stopped the clones from charging in before he roared, "Lion's prideful charge." Cyroorg started punching rapidly in every direction. Each punch he threw had the same power and force behind it that drilled into a mountain. And he threw each punch with his whole body and spirit behind each one. His face started to go red from the strain and constant force, but he persisted before roaring, "HYAAAAHHHHHHH." The final punch was thrown before Cyroorg lowered his fists and caught his breath. He looked up and saw the valley in front of him covered in a cloud of dust and smoke so large it reached over the mountains around them. Catching his breath, he squared his shoulders and stood back up. An orange light appeared in the smoke, and with a mighty roar, Kurama displaced all the dust at once. With Naruto in the center of his head, he raised a claw and brought it down on Cyroorg hard enough to crack a web across the valley in every direction. "Devil, V Valley-sama." Lefei nervously spoke up as she hid reflexively behind Fenrir for protection. "Valley-sama." The silver-haired young man looked up from the sight of Naruto and Cyroorg exchanging blows. "Is something the matter, Lefei?" "Valley," Arthur raised his hand. "I understand you're excited watching this fight, but you need to reel it back." The Lucifer Decadent was confused by his team's concern before he looked back and realized his divine dividing had sprouted from his back. They vanished back into his shoulder blades and he coughed, "Apologies. I thought I had it under control." Biku scoffed, "All good, man. Happens to the best of us." Kuroka giggled, "Yeah, at least it wasn't in the locker room, NYA." They both frowned. "Oh come on, that was a perfect one-to-one boner joke." "You guys have no class." Ophis tilted her head. "What is a boner joke?" "Devil, Sao. This is a difficult enough procedure as is. Calm down and stop moving." The hero leader took a breath and sat back, keeping his attention on the screen where Cyroorg punched the tailed beast up into the air only for Naruto to slip out and slam a giant Rasengan down on him. He leaned back in his chair and looked down at the meat being fused to the bones of his hand and laced with the nerves and veins. "How much longer?" "Not long to go now," Georg answered. "After this, we'll have to do some physical therapy to make sure everything works. But I'm optimistic. I hope it wasn't too painful." "It was. But that in watching the fight has churned some of my creative juices," Sao said as he looked back at the screen. "I have some new ideas in mind." "Devil, they're both quite good but rough around the edges. They still have a lot of growing to do before they become suitable fighters to meet me." Indra's bodyguard looked back at him and saw what could only be described as a hungry look on the Hindu god's face as he watched them fight. With a sigh, he shook his head and turned back to watch the gasping and cheering audience. It was strange to see him revert to a younger version of himself. And he had found someone in that crimson-haired devil that kissed him in front of a crowd. But even now, when he was overflowing with the Kyuubi's chakra and destroying everything in sight in tandem with his foe, it was clear as day. Same old reckless, ridiculous fool, devil. Rias had never had to move so frequently and desperately before. She thought she could have just sat in place and watched them fight as she recovered some energy and rested after the injuries she had received from Regulus. She couldn't be more wrong. Naruto and Cyroorg's battle had only continued to ramp up the longer it went on. It almost seemed like both men were immune to exhaustion or fatigue while in this fight. They still had the same intensity and power behind each attack as when they started. As everything around her was annihilated by either Cyroorg's punching or Naruto's enhanced jutsu, she realized she couldn't stay on the ground for much longer. She flew into the air, ignoring the protest of her tired body as she floated high in the sky and over the battlefield as much as she possibly could. From there she watched their battle rage. As time passed and she lost track of how long she'd been flying, she saw them raise this entire battlefield to nothing. The mountains that surrounded them had toppled into gravel and rock. And the flowery green field had been broken and burnt until it was nothing but scorched earth. Once the fighting had hit a lull, Rias took the risk and started lowering herself back to ground level. She gingerly landed on her feet and looked around at the smoky landscape. It all seemed like ground zero to a disaster event, and yet only happened because two powerful men could go all out with each other. A rapid spinning of smoke and dust drew her eye as an ear-screeching rain started to emanate out. She saw a faint light in the smoke that blew away to reveal Naruto holding a Rasen shuriken in his hands. The orange chakra around his body was flickering and slowly losing its intensity. And through the smoke she saw Cyroorg step forward, that shimmering golden armor now littered with cracks and breaks in its hide.
Naruto gritted his teeth and dashed towards Cyroorg with his jutsu in hand. In response, Cyroorg dropped his body and took the same fighting stance he did before when he countered Naruto's attack. The distance grew shorter and shorter until they were right in front of each other.
Rasenshuriken, prideful counter. The two attacks met and Rias had to shield herself from the torrential rush of wind and the light as blinding as the sun. As she was nearly deafened by the resulting explosion, she finally lowered her arms once the assault on her senses faded. She saw Cyroorg still standing with the last pieces of his armor cracking and falling off of his body. He glowed with golden light before Regulus reappeared by his side and toppled over with a pained groan. A dozen meters away, Naruto groaned and picked himself up as the last vestiges of his chakra cloak faded away. Once he was left exhausted and slightly beat up after his super mode had depleted, he rubbed his head. Damn. Haven't been this tired since the war. He picked himself up and looked around at the destruction before he spotted Rias. He waved at her and she nodded back before he turned to Cyroorg. How are you doing? Honestly, more exhausted than I've ever felt before. Cyroorg answered honestly through his panting. I am sorry, master, allow me to regain some strength and you can wear me. It's fine. I know you're exhausted, Regulus. As am I. Cyroorg took a deep breath, gingerly standing up straight and raising his fists again. But as long as I'm standing, I'll keep fighting until I can't. Naruto stood silently and watched him prepare to fight. Kurama. Yeah, I know, give me a second, been a while since I had to mold chakra like this. I just need a little under a minute to G. Stop it. What? Stop. What do you mean stop? Kurama asked skeptically before he felt Naruto's seriousness. Naruto, are you sure? Yep. Please. Kurama lowered his hands and stopped gathering energy and instead focused. Stop. Naruto flashed and suddenly returned to his original, older form. Cyroorg, Rias, and everyone watching looked on in surprise as Naruto regained the sage mode color around his eyes and groaned with a hand on his stomach. Shit. I forgot there was still some damage inside. What are you doing? Naruto looked back up at Cyroorg and smiled. He closed his eyes and focused on conjuring wind around his body. You used your partner to get stronger and fight me at full power as I asked. And I thank you for that. And after our fight, yours is a little worse for wear while mine has to gather energy. And in the time he needs to gather it you could probably end me. So instead, after we've given everything else we can offer. Naruto channeled his demonic power and natural energy together, summoning the wind around him in his elemental nirvana. How about we finish this with just us? You and me? Until we can't go any further? Cyroorg smiled and nodded. I like the sound of that, Naruto Uzumaki. I thought you would. The wind around Naruto started to rapidly pick up and his feet started floating off the ground before he suddenly rushed forward in a burst of speed. Let's go. The blonde devil slid into Cyroorg's guard and slammed his palm into the fighter's chest. A vortex of wind gathered down his arm and slammed into Cyroorg's chest, sending him flying back with a gag before digging his feet in to stop his flying back. Cyroorg spat up a mix of saliva and blood before he started throwing punches. Naruto hovered and swiftly avoided the path of his punches, slipping in and landing quick strikes on his body before floating back so Cyroorg could encounter. He continued to do so, slowly whittling down Cyroorg's stamina and body. Cyroorg yelled and threw an uppercut at Naruto's chin that he evaded before flying back in. He slammed both of his palms into the other devil's chest and released a burst of wind that blew through him and made the Bile devil double over. Double over fast enough that Cyroorg's forehead slammed into the top of Naruto's crown. And as he was shocked for a moment by the sudden attack, Cyroorg's hands lashed onto Naruto's shoulders as he reeled back and head-butted him again. Cyroorg's forehead slammed into Naruto's head and face as quickly as he could. Each strike drew more and more blood from Naruto as both of their faces were steadily coated with it. Even through the pain Naruto narrowed his eyes and snaked his hands up under Cyroorg's chin. A sharp burst of wind blew his head back and Naruto followed up with vicious punches. He sent Cyroorg's head and body jerking aside with each strike and refused to give the Bile heir even a moment of pause. He slammed his fist into Cyroorg's cheek and drew a splash of blood. just as Cyroorg's fist flew up and buried itself into his sternum. Feeling like his lungs had just been crushed, Naruto gasped for air for a moment before he felt another strike incoming. He leaned back and avoided the punch before lurching back in. And as his punch struck the collarbone, he felt a knee bury itself under his ribs. A shot of pain rushed through his body, but he knew that he would never get anywhere in this fight if he stayed on the defensive. He could keep dodging and evading Cyroorg's attacks while landing glancing blows, but his control over the wind would falter sooner than Cyroorg would fall. In that case, he just had to go all in. Trust in his durability and tenacity, and finish it. Naruto grit his teeth and clenched his fists, causing a swell of wind to gather around his arms as Cyroorg started tensing his muscles. The two started trading blows. Cyroorg's fist lashed out and caught Naruto every time his wind-enhanced punches landed on his body, with wind grinding and cutting into Cyroorg's body as his Tuki started to falter. And Naruto's nose grew more and more bruised as he tanked punches from the young champion. After so many traded blows and exhaustion piling up between them, both men tried to catch their breaths and chambered their fists. Cyroorg's arm flexed as much as possible as his muscles pumped and gathered power. And Naruto opened his hand as a small vortex in his palm grew stronger and faster. They whipped towards each other, Sairaorg, Naruto Uzumaki. Cyroorg's punch slammed into Naruto's chest and sent a shockwave out through his body. Naruto thrust his hand out and sent a concentrated blast of wind that tore a hole through the side of Cyroorg's chest. Both men stumbled back after suffering the other's attack and stood still. Naruto panted for air and felt his body get heavier as his Sage mode finally dissolved. The wind around him no longer supported his body and he felt his knees ache under his weight. He looked up at Cyroorg as the powerful young devil looked down at the small hole in his pectoral. Do you think I can get stronger? Of course, you can. Naruto panted out. Devils live for thousands of years, right? And you're already this strong? You can only go up. He chuckled weakly, there's always room to improve. Yes, I suppose you're right. Cyroorg smiled, still room to grow. And I'll make sure I'm strong enough to beat you, next. Cyroorg's eyes slowly closed and he fell forward. Before he could hit the ground, his body glowed and he disappeared. The moment he was gone, Naruto's legs gave out and he fell backward. He fully expected to disappear in light too. But instead found himself caught and wrapped in a pair of warm arms. He was slowly lowered to the ground and breathed a sigh of relief as he leaned back into her chest. Thanks for the save. How are you feeling? Tired and beaten, but oddly refreshed too. Take a nap. You deserve it. He noticed the slight sob in her voice and smiled. We won. Hee, we won. Cyroorg Biel has retired. Rias Gremory and her peerage are the winners. Devil, Cyroorg's eyes slowly peeled open as he stared up at the white ceiling of the infirmary. Despite the pain in his body, he sat up to get a better understanding of what had happened. The last thing he remembered was fighting Naruto Uzumaki and… You awake? Cyroorg looked over and saw Naruto sitting in the bed next to him with some bandages around his face. The blonde smirked. You got up pretty fast. The doctor said the injuries you sustained took a real toll on your body. And it'll probably be a while before Asia gets to us before she's done healing everyone else. Cyroorg sighed. Now I remember. I lost. By that much. Naruto made a small space between his fingers. Looks like my shot through your chest did more internal damage than your punch to mine. Not that I feel any better. Naruto gingerly rubbed his stomach. Hey, did you know it is extremely painful to have a ruptured stomach? I did when Sage mode ended and I had to be moved. Hey, Cyroorg chuckled before lying back completely. He stared up at the ceiling in silence. I'm surprisingly alright about the fact I lost. Because it was a good fight. And I bet it could have gone either way. I doubt it. Cyroorg looked over at Naruto. You said your partner was building up his power again after our initial climax exhausted the both of us. If you had waited just a few more moments you would have regained your orange form and beaten me. That's assuming you didn't rush in and attack while I didn't have Kurama's chakra. Naruto shrugged. Hey, you don't usually use that lion armor to fight, right? No, I restricted it to only use during times of crisis when the underworld was in trouble. Have you trained with it? Cyroorg shook his head and Naruto scoffed. Well, I bet that's part of the problem. If you trained a little more with that armor I bet you'd be even stronger. I mean hell, Issei can hold his armor for hours and I can revert in my Tei hours. Who knows how far you'll come when you put your mind to it. You say that like you're going to stop training, and I think we both know you'll just strive to get better the moment you leave this room. Look who's talking. Both men shared a hearty laugh before they sat silently in the room. The door to their area opened and Rias walked in with several cans and boxes of juice in her arms. She had small bandages over the exposed parts of her body but smiled warmly at them, while Loku finally woke up. Hello, Rias, Cyroorg greeted his cousin as she walked over to join them. Should you be walking around? Looks like you sustained quite a few injuries from our last match. Not enough that a quick blow from Asia didn't fix. This is just for the fatigue and the doctor said I should focus on regaining fluids. She empathized with her point by poking a hole in her juice box and drinking. She passed Naruto a can which he gladly accepted as she walked over to Cyroorg's bedside. How are you feeling? Quite good actually, considering the intensity of that fight. Yeah, Rias nodded, I was nearly caught up in your fight about 7 times. You'd think getting a few hundred feet up in the air would be enough to escape the impact of a fight. She looked between the two men, but not with you two. Sorry, Rias. Yeah, are bad. She hummed unconvincingly and sucked on her juice for a moment. I can't believe the fight is finally over. How does it feel? Cyroorg inquired. You're probably going to be referred to as the young champion now. All your rating games thus far and not a single loss. People are going to start admiring you even more. I feel like if they refer to me as young champion it's going to be in quotations or with an asterisk tagged on. Rias groused with a small frown before looking at Cyroorg and Naruto's amused expression at her plight. She frowned a little deeper before looking at her cousin. I think she would be so proud to see how strong you've become. The Bile Devil faintly smiled and closed his eyes. Yes, I think so too. But even if I'm strong now, I still lost. Which means I have to keep improving. He turned to look over at Naruto, and hopefully when the day comes that we can have a rematch, I'll be the one standing victorious. Naruto smiled. I look forward to it. I hope so. But until then, Cyroorg shifted so that he was looking at Rias. I suppose I have another opponent to look forward to fighting. Rias suddenly stopped slurping her drink as her eyes widened in surprise at Cyroorg's statement. She quickly looked between him and Naruto before shaking her head. Hold on. Let's not get hasty. I still got a long way to go before I can ever match up to the fight you two just had. But people are going to be expecting it from the young champion. Naruto dog piled on, giving a cheeky smirk as he spoke. You made a pretty impassioned declaration during the fight that one day you'd bridge the gap and meet Cyroorg and battle yourself. A furious red flush came over her face as Rias fumed. Stop teasing me. And I meant somewhere further down the road. There's no way I can do what you two did today. I think you will. Cyroorg interrupted, stunning Rias in silence as he nodded. You have a knack for building up connections and blowing expectations away. I appreciate that, but I think becoming stronger like you two is still quite a ways away. I think we'll be in awe of the way your power has soared, Rias, and I think that moment will come sooner than you expect. Rias thought to challenge his kind yet optimistic point before she saw Naruto smile as well. The smile on his face told her he agreed with Cyroorg's words. And something about both of them believing in her like that got her to lose her words. Instead of arguing and saying she couldn't match them, she gently smiled and looked down at her juice box, hopeful that the day she could stand as strong as them would come sooner rather than later. Yeah, maybe one day. Devil. Katase, this is too freaky. Calm down Murayama, this is just a school haunted house. It's nothing to be worried about. The shorter kendo girl squeaked as she heard a strange noise from the side that suddenly sent her on edge. She hugged her taller friend's trembling side as they both stayed still in case anything made a move in their peripheral. Which was extremely difficult to do since the hallways and rooms were so dark. The walls were covered in some kind of dampness and the eerie sounds of the unknown unsettled them to a ridiculous degree. The Occult Research Club had gone all out in preparing this haunted house in the old schoolhouse. The first floor was a cafe serving food and drinks for those that came by. The second was a dress-up parlor for monsters and fortune-telling prospects. And the third floor was the haunted house hosted by the orc. Boo, kya! The kendo girls jumped back, startled by the sudden appearance of a figure in a white sheet with 2 holes cut through the face. After the initial surprise faded, they looked at the lackluster specter haunting them and deflated. Oh come on, that's just sad. What? The ghost looked itself over. What's sad about it? That's the lamest ghost I've ever seen. Ghosts are terrifying. They're spirits that still haunt this realm. Yeah, but you're just wearing a bedsheet over your body. It's pretty low effort compared to the rest of the house. Oh. The ghost sadly slumped over before reaching for the edges of its sheet. Well, if it isn't that scary then there's no point. A massive blade pierced through the ghost cosplayer's chest and near the 2 kendo girls' faces. The ghost then suddenly burst into a puff of smoke and splattered a thick, chunky layer of blood over the students' faces. As they stood in shock and horror, they looked up at the masked man wielding a blade. I'm gonna skin you alive. You F dollar and dollar, %, devil? KYYYYYYHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHThe students below froze and looked up as they heard another wave of shrill, terrified screams emanating from the top floor. It got a lot of people excited and ready to stand in line for their turn at the House of Horror. Kaneko looked up at the ceiling as she walked over to Akino's fortune-telling booth with a can of Coke in hand. I think Naruto-senpai and Issei-senpai are enjoying being able to play in the haunted house. Well, a transforming ninja does wonders for setting a creepy mood in the dark. Akino graciously accepted the drink from her young friend. I just hope we'll be able to do as good a job when our turn to go up there comes. I'm sure we'll manage. The short freshman looked back across the hallway, but I'm sure Gya-kun and Yuto-senpai are looking forward to a break. B-bleg. Gasper hissed with false teeth in his mouth. I've had to suck ya blood. Kya, he's so cute, Gya-kun. Come in here, we have to take a picture of this. And no. The little bishop cried out as he was sandwiched between a group of older girls cooing and awing about him. I'm supposed to be scary. Good luck, Gasper-kun. Yuto called out to his young friend as he shirked back from the attention he was receiving as well. Ladies, please give me some space. Kiba-kun, you're Frankenstein, right? I've never seen such a handsome monster before. Stupid, he's not Frankenstein, he's Frankenstein's monster. Kiba-kun, ignore the dimwit. Know it all, Kiba-kun, do you need a bride of Frankenstein? Can you tell us which parts of you have been modified and switched out? Jay just asking for reference? Both girls watched the interaction dryly before Kaneko sighed and looked down at her feet, then again. I prefer either of these jobs compared to the madness downstairs. Akeno smirked. Oh, I'm sure it's its own brand of fun down there we're missing. Devil, so good. This is the best ramen I've ever had. Gremory-sama, can I have one more serving over here please? On it. Rias replied with a beatific smile. Give us just one moment to cook it up, please. Yes. The cafe on the first floor was far more popular and packed than they had originally expected. Word had quickly spread of all the beautiful staff manning the cafe. And to make it even better, the food they cooked was remarkable, with special mention going to the ramen they specially made based on a recipe from a local ramen shop. Rias had heard a lot of people say that they wanted to check out a ramen shop with a recipe like this. And when she heard that, she smirked slyly, hearing that her subtle marketing worked out so well. Zenobia-san, Asia cutely called out to her. Another group asked for a picture with me. Can you cover the tables for a moment? Of course, go right ahead. Taking care to deliver the orders and make the customers happy were a staff of her, Asia, Irina, Zenobia, and Ravel. Rias and Irina were behind the counter making sure the food and receipts were prepared to their standard, while Asia, Zenobia, and Ravel waited on the tables. Between the orders being made and delivered, if the customer offered a small tip, they could get a selfie with their cute waitress to commemorate the occasion. Needless to say, their proverbial tip jar was overflowing with generosity. Rias bucko, Irina, are you two okay back there? Oh yeah, this is easy. Irina confidently stated with a smile as she worked away at her station, and good practice to keep up with Asia-san's skill behind the counter. I'm fine too, but thanks for asking. Rias said to her, Knight, with a smile, and thank you for bussing tables for us. No problem. Happy to help however I can before I go back to the cosplay booth. Zenobia said before looking behind the counter at their kitchen booth. In fact, if you need me to pick up any slack with the cooking, I've been practicing. No. The room went silent as Irina and Asia both stopped what they were doing and cried out at the top of their lungs. There was a beat of silence afterward where no one said or did anything. Zenobia shrugged. Okay. She picked up the next order and walked over. Order up. As the knight walked away, Rias leaned over and whispered to a relieved Irina, is her cooking that bad? The angel paled at the thought. We've only recently been able to advance her cooking ability to somewhat edible, about a quarter of the time. And even that much we've only gotten so far with Asia-san's guidance. I see. Rias sweated and giggled a little. It was unfortunate to hear Zenovia's cooking prowess was coming along so poorly, but Rias had a feeling that she wasn't going to take failure sitting down. And she was working towards a goal. Perhaps to give someone a meal in the future? The redhead giggled a little as she saw through her knight's intention. Devil, Cyroorg lost his sponsors? Yep, Azazel nodded, standing amongst the others as they took an hour break from the haunted house. Turns out they weren't too keen about him losing the championship match, especially against some nobody, illegal piece, that wasn't supposed to be in the fight in the first place. Some backers are bringing up calls of tinkering and the idea that the Satan faction sided with your team unfairly. There was a groan of exhaustion at the idea as Naruto frowned. Did they not watch the fucking match? Because I distinctly remember punching, kicking, spewing up pieces of my stomach, blowing up a mountain range, and blowing a hole through Cyroorg's chest before it came to an end. What part of that did these guys think I had unfair help in? Oh, no one's taking their complaints seriously. It's just a bunch of old fossils that didn't get what they wanted complaining about not getting what they wanted. As far as the rest of the underworld cares, your rating game was one of the most highly viewed matches of all time. The kids of the Orc cheered hearing that they were so popular after their display in the rating game. After so much work and effort they put into their fights, and all the time they spent preparing them, Ziema, it was nice to hear all their work paid off. And you kids are the talk of the underworld, Azazel added, your techniques, your determination, they all shined through and dazzled the populace. The students started to brighten up with his words. They loved you guys so much that they stuck around for the Opie Dragon episode and the hour-long premiere of The Adventures of the Lazy Sage that followed after. The ratings were through the roof. The students groaned immediately after, he ruined it. Azazel-sensei, Rosswise meekly spoke up, nervously looking down while making sure to puff out her chest so it was in his line of sight. If the TV shows are doing so well, Might you be able to introduce some new characters? And would you need a likeness to base them off on? It's funny you mentioned that Rosswise. Some new characters are being introduced that bear a striking resemblance to friends of ours. Rosswise gasped and beamed with joy only for Azazel to walk past her and pat the former exorcist duo on the shoulders. We've already got the opponents for the first arc of the new series, and the newest additions to the Ophiverse. Oh, please don't call it that. Xenovia and Irina looked up at Azazel, their faces covered in looks of surprise and glee respectively. We're characters in the new show? Yeah, why do you think I had you two sign those release forms the other day? I assumed those were waivers for some terrible test you were going to run on us. Fair assumption, but no, I'm in a tokusatsu show? Irina nearly shrieked in joy as she jumped to her feet with excitement. Does my character do poses? Is there an explosion behind her when she makes her entrance? Of course, you two do awesome poses before getting into a fight with the lazy sage. We're the bad guys, only right now. We'll see where things go as the season goes on. I want to see it, Irina trembled with excitement. I want to see it so bad. Well, you two show up at the end of the premiere, so go check it out. Eep. Irina jumped to her feet. I gotta see it. She grabbed Issei's hand and looked over to Asia. Let's go watch it. We have to watch it now. Hey, don't pull. I'm coming. The three walked off to try and find the video the angel was so eager to watch. Gasper, Ravel, and Yuto came over to Rosswise as she turned pale and hung her head sadly. The Valkyrie whimpered. I thought this would be my chance. A chance to get my own character, my royalties. We know, Rosswise-san. We know, I'm so poor. Wanna go around the school? Use your position as a teacher to get free food and snacks? The Valkyrie sobbed into her arm but nodded glumly. The three students led the teacher away to try and cheer her up. The remaining students frowned and glared at Azazel. You're doing this on purpose at this point. The fallen angel shrugged. Everything happens for a reason. Once a comfortable lull had settled around them, the two youngest shared a look and nodded. Kaneko and Xenovia stood up and straightened out their outfits before turning. Naruto? The blonde looked up and was confused to see both girls standing over him. Yeah? I want to go on a date. Me too, senpai. Rias choked on her drink and Azazel whistled as Akeno beamed. Oh ho. What? Are you serious? Yes, Xenovia nodded. We've gotten by with time together and stolen kisses. You even admit you're stealing kisses, Rias petulantly cried out before crossing her arms and pouting. We want to go on an actual date with you, Kaneko said. I think after all the hard work we put in during the match we deserve some fun. My spirit was crushed getting eliminated before the finale. And my face was nearly caved in from that punch. Xenovia stated, gingerly rubbing her completely healed face and nose. I think I deserve a reward for my efforts. Naruto looked between both girls. I get what you're trying to do, but that seemed like shameless plugging. Perhaps. Well, I'll let you know that Naruto and I already have plans. Rias announced while proudly puffing out her chest. He and I were going to continue my training. After the rating game, I have a clear goal in mind of how far I still need to work. Oh, the woes of being popular and in love, Akeno coyly whispered before smiling at Naruto. Aren't you lucky? Shut the hell up. Why not just do all three? Azazel proposed with a shrug. He can make clones, remember? And those clones share memories with him. So you can all go on dates or do your training together with him at the same time and save a lot of trouble. Oh, Naruto perked up at the idea. I hadn't thought of that. That could be. When he looked back over and saw the displeased, annoyed, or downright spiteful looks on the girls' faces at the suggestion. A dumb idea. Such a dumb, terrible idea. Azazel, don't come up with such terrible fucking ideas. Yeah, don't pretend I didn't see that relief on your face a second ago. The Governor General sighed. So what's the problem with that idea? I thought it worked out pretty well. Because even if he shares memories with his clones, it feels cheap and unsatisfying to know we only get to spend time with a copy, Rias stated, getting a nod from the other two as they fully agreed. With a sigh she crossed her arms. I suppose we can just stagger the dates of when we take a turn. My training will be first. With me. Akeno stepped up by Rias' side. I'll train with you as long as you need it, Rias. What? But Akeno oh come on, I don't think training is a good enough reason to let your jealousy shine through while they're trying to go on a date. The queen teased as her king blushed in mortification. Plus I want to test my medal training with the young champion everyone is talking about. Damn it Akeno. I can hear the sarcastic quotes you put around that title. The young heiress fumed in annoyance before sighing and pouting aside. Whatever, go on your dates. It was clear she wasn't totally on board with it but was still permitting them. Even though he'd been surprised initially, Naruto smiled and nodded. Okay, let's go on a date. Both girls smiled before he asked, wait, it's not going to be all of us at the same time, right? No way. We get separate dates. Then who goes first? The Rook and Knight shared a look before they faced each other down. They chambered a fist. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot, devil. I'm here. Naruto looked up as Xenovia approached him at the agreed-upon spot out in the city. The blue-haired knight wore a simple shirt, a jacket over it to keep her warm as the weather got nippy, and a skirt to round out her look. Naruto found himself staring at her longer than he expected. It seemed so surreal to see her wearing a skirt, even though he had seen her wear one with her school uniform almost every day. Usually, outside of her school uniform, she preferred to wear shorts and pants. She never really paid much attention to what she wore. But right now she was wearing a set of clothes that seemed to perfectly suit her. And he felt underdressed in comparison to his date. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," he quickly belted out and met her eyes in an instant before things could get awkward. Unfortunately, he forgot who he was currently out with. Zenobia looked over herself. "Is there something bad about what I'm wearing?" "No, of course not. It looks really good. But you were staring. I thought I did something wrong." "You didn't." Zenobia looked over herself, looked at him, back over herself, before it finally seemed to click. She smiled knowingly. "Do you want to keep looking?" Naruto frowned through his blush. "No, I'm fine. Or maybe a picture, they last longer." I said I'm good. "I'm confused why you're embarrassed. You've seen me in far less." "Zenobia," Naruto sharply interrupted, "not something to say in public." "Ah, understood." She nodded, abandoning her teasing mindset and stepping up to his side. "You weren't here too long, were you? Good. And you like what I'm wearing? I got some advice from the other girls about what would look good." "Well, it works. Sorry I wasn't as prepared." He held out his arms to show the simple clothes he had put on for today. "The other guys didn't really have an idea and I thought to ask Azazel. But then common sense told me that wasn't a good idea." "I think you look good too," she said with a smile, patting him on the chest before nodding down the street. They started making their way through the city side by side as they looked around. "I still don't quite know my way around the city yet even after all this time. I've only ever been out here to get familiar with the territory and go shopping with the others." "You went shopping? With who?" "Asia and Irina." He hummed, "That kinda sounds like a blind leading the blind kind of situation." "You're not wrong." Zenobia looked around. "Also, where are we going?" "Why, I thought you were leading us somewhere." "Oh no, I was just walking." She blue-haired ditz shook her head. "Also, I don't have a plan for this date. I was just going to wing it." Naruto rubbed his temples. Blind leading blind indeed. "Devil, so, any ideas now?" "I think so." Zenobia nodded and looked up from her phone. "Some suggestions and places for people that usually go on a date out here. Food. Shopping. Activities. But there's racy stuff suggested here." She tilted her head. "Want to go to a love hotel and wreck a room together?" Naruto was about to comment before he noticed the coy smile on the exorcist's face after she asked her question. As he realized she was messing with him, all he could do was roll his eyes. "So what should we do first?" "Devil, ha." Zenobia thrust the bat forward and impacted the incoming baseball as it got close. As the ball hit the tip of the bat, it nearly caved in before bouncing back at blazing speeds and bouncing around the batting cages like it was made of rubber. The citizens standing around could only gawk in shock and amazement at the way the newbie in the skirt knocked balls around like she was knocking billiards. Naruto stood by the entrance of her cage and looked around curiously. "I don't know if you're doing that the right way." "Huh?" Zenobia looked back at him. "What do you mean?" "Well, look how all these guys are holding it in the illustrations." He pointed at one of the many pictures littered around the batting cages with diagrams of proper positioning and handling. "I don't know if handling it single-handedly like a blade is the right move." "Really?" Another ball came flying at her and she effortlessly swatted it away. "I mean, I'm knocking them away pretty easily. What else am I supposed to be doing here?" "I get that." Naruto pulled the door open and walked over to stand across from her in the batting booth. There were some gasps and warnings from other onlookers but nothing to stop them as they started to converse. "But you see that big target over there?" He pointed up towards a series of concentric circles over the pitching machines. "I think you're supposed to aim there. And you might not be able to." Another baseball was launched out and Naruto's hand shot up to catch it before it could hit him. "You okay?" "All good." He nodded as he dropped the ball. "Where was I?" "Oh, you probably can't hit the target just jousting at it like that." "I'm not jousting, I'm lunging and thrusting." She repeated the movement she had been doing by stepping forward with her front foot and thrusting the bat out like a blade. "It's a basic movement in swordplay, but I'm not used to using a bat. Compared to Durandal, it is so much shorter and lighter and I'm having a hard time compensating for that." "Well, it looks like they hold it with two hands. Why not give that a try?" Zenobia shrugged. "I suppose I could." Another ball was launched at them and bounced off Zenovia's shoulder. "You okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine." She casually dusted off her shoulder before continuing. "I guess I could give double handling it a shot." Zenobia relented and grasped her bat with the proper handling. Even if she did take a sword stance and faced down the pitching machine directly. Another ball was shot at her and her bat came swinging down with tremendous power. Enough that it embedded the baseball into the concrete floor directly in front of her from the sudden force applied to it. Naruto hummed. "Maybe hit it a little lighter?" Zenobia sighed. "This fun activity is turning into quite a chore just to play." "Devil, I think you did pretty well, all things considered." "You think so?" I thought the weird reactions from the other participants and owners of the batting range made it seem like I was doing something wrong. Even after she lightened her swing so that the ball bounced off the ground and the netting sides until finally hitting the target, she kept getting worried looks and warnings from everyone watching. At some point, they seemed to just go quiet and watch her knock baseballs around like a madwoman. Now the two devils were seated on the sidewalk, chewing into some crepes they had bought from a vendor. The blue-haired devil bit into her treat and quickly wiped the cream off her chin before eating it. The crepes made here are so delicious. I need to remember to bring Irina and Asia here when we come out again. I don't think we had anything like this in my world, Naruto said round a mouthful of his own, or if we did then I never had one. What did you eat regularly over there? Naruto hummed and thought, ramen. Xenovia nodded, should have figured. No wonder you were drawn to work at a ramen shop. Well, I'm sure Rias Bucko is happy to know you're expanding your palate with so many different choices now. Yeah, I was warned not to focus and eat only ramen, but I didn't follow through with that until I came here. He took another bite and looked over at his date. What did you use to eat back before you had to stay here? You lived in that Italy place, right? I did. Near the Vatican. Xenovia closed her eyes and wistfully started to daydream. The meals made in Italy were quite delicious. I had to move around a lot for my exorcist job, but when I returned to the Vatican, Sister Griselda would always make sure I had enough to enjoy a meal. Pizza has a richer taste than the kind I've had here. And the pasta dishes are so fine I bet they would even put the ramen here to shame. That's a bold claim, Naruto said in a dire voice as Xenovia puffed out her chest and stood by her statement. He smiled at her confident look. Do you ever miss staying there? I did at first, certainly. It was quite a shock having to stay here in Japan as a devil after being excommunicated so suddenly. But staying here has given me a greater appreciation for things. Getting to know all of you. Living life like a normal person. Growing stronger and braver. These are all things I never would have gotten to feel if I hadn't stayed here. Naruto smiled and took another bite. Glad to, plus falling in love, feeling lust, masturbating, watching porn, and getting fondled are all really interesting new experiences. The crepe got stuck on its way down his throat and Naruto tumbled out of his seat. People walking by looked on in concern as he hacked and gagged before slamming his chest and dislodging the piece. Once it was free he greedily took in breaths of air before looking back at his date. Your bluntness and straightforward announcement of desires. You'd think I would have gotten used to it after all this time. But nope, still shocking even now. Xenovia shrugged and held out her hand, taking his and pulling him back up to his feet. Once he was seated again and clearing out his airways, she held out her crepe. Want a bite of mine? No thanks. I'm good. Xenovia shrugged and started eating again while Naruto coughed a few more times to clear her throat. She relaxed in her seat. I was thinking about reaching out to Sister Griselda to come and visit. I'm not sure what her schedule holds. Spare some time to fly over. Or maybe I could go over there. Xenovia started to nervously chew on her crepe. I need to seriously think about this. Geez, your sister has you on edge. Naruto chuckled. I mean, from what I could tell when we met her, she's just a sweet and kind woman that cares about you. Then that's how you got tricked. The young knight warned him, because hell hath no fury like sister in a bad mood. Xenovia shuddered. Her spankings. Her ear pulls. Her chiding. It's all etched deep into my soul. You're really that scared? Naruto looked at her quizzically. You know you fought a Rouge Fallen Angel and stopped a war from escalating, right? Not as scary. You fought a god, not as scary. The hero faction? Not even close. You stood up to Cyroorg and he caved your face in while breaking your hands. What could she possibly do to you to match that kind of ferocity? Xenovia didn't answer. But the panic in her eyes conveyed all she needed to say. Naruto whistled and leaned back into the bench in silence. Xenovia shuffled uncomfortably in her seat and whispered, if she does come to visit, and asks to meet with me, will you come with me? She asked rather meekly with pink cheeks. I think any anger or annoyance she has with me will be a lot more subdued if you're around as a buffer. Oh, Naruto stretched out his answer, and it has nothing to do with the fact that the last time we talked about your sister you said you wanted to introduce me and show me off? Well yes, that's part of it of course, but also the acting as a barrier part too. It was, actually kind of sweet and cute to see Xenovia fret and worry about meeting with her sister and guardian. The former exorcist always carried herself with such determination and focus. She could be pretty scatterbrained quite often but she never let it affect her demeanor. And yet speaking about seeing Griselda again and introducing him to her made her flustered. Yeah, Naruto nodded, I can do that. Thank you. She smiled, tossing the last bit of her crepe into her mouth before standing up. Okay. I think we should cap off the date with a little shopping. Need me to buy anything? Naruto offered. Azazel said something about me having the means to pay for dates now and well I guess he's right. I don't think you need to worry. I've already gotten a royalties paycheck made out for my appearance in Lazy Sage. If I continue to get incremental payments like that then I should be pretty well off. Yeah, well, consider this my treat. For helping me in Kyoto and doing such a good job in the rating game. Naruto smiled as Xenovia smiled back. What do you want to buy? Devil, Naruto frowned as he tried to keep any blush from creeping up his neck. Some women looked his way and giggled at his embarrassment as Xenovia checked the lingerie. Usually I don't care about my underwear, but even Irina and Asia have noted that my habit of wearing mismatched pairs should be taken care of. What do you think? She asked him innocuously. If I suddenly walked in on you half naked, what pair would look the best on me? Devil, Naruto continued to frown as the blush hit his ears. Many people were looking their way curiously as Xenovia perused the erotic game section of a shopping center. Kiryu said that many of the craziest fantasies a guy could look for are found in arrow gaze, I think she called them. She picked out one and flipped it over to look at the censored illustration on the bag. Is she presenting herself to her pet dog? What's the point of that? He didn't know, and he didn't want to find out. Devil. Naruto's frown had turned into a glower as his cheeks settled into a deep red blaze of mortification. No one seemed to pay attention as the young couple looked over the dirty video section. Well, technically only Xenovia was looking as Naruto tried to keep his attention anywhere else. Wow, this is a massive catalog. And the names are quite descriptive. Sex with the world's largest dicks. Loads blown vigorously and guzzled greedily. Real naked lesbian battle. Xenovia tilted her head. Does that imply that there is a staged naked lesbian battle? I take it back. You pay for this. I don't want these purchases showing up in my records. You seemed so eager earlier. There's a limit, Xenovia. Devil, Naruto stood out in the hall and thought back to the day before. Even though Xenovia had always been a straightforward and blunt person, he couldn't help but think she took a lot of joy seeing him blush and flounder in those places they went shopping in yesterday. He never would have suspected she could be a teaser too. He shuddered. Damn, I hope she doesn't pick up any bad habits from Akano. If she picked up any of those nasty habits and carried them into the bedroom. Oh, you're thinking about her in the bedroom now, huh? Naruto immediately blushed. Shut up, he said in a hushed voice, trying to make sure no one heard him. My thoughts just lingered somewhere else. That was an accident. It wasn't important. Ah, convincing. He grumbled but ignored the demon fox's taunting voice as he looked to both sides of the hallway. Kaneko had told him to appear here at this time when they were ready to go on their date. She probably wanted them to walk to the places they go together. Unlike Xenovia, Kaneko had made it clear she had a plan ready for their day. Naruto looked down at his attire and nervously shuffled around. He was wearing something different than he did yesterday and he hoped it would look just as good as whatever Kaneko decided to wear. She looked cute in just about everything so. Senpai. He heard her voice behind him and turned to look down at her. To see her wearing a plain shirt maybe a size larger than her with her ears and tail sprouted out. Her tail caused her baggy shirt to ride up in the back and reveal a pair of simple comfy shorts she was wearing. He stared at her in confusion. Kaneko, is this what you're wearing for the date? Yep, she nodded without hesitation. You look dressed up. Are you going to be comfortable in that? Are you going to be okay with that? It's getting pretty brisk out in the city. We're not going out. Kaneko turned and walked down the hall. We're having our date here. Naruto blinked in confusion and quickly followed her. When they walked into the entertainment room he saw the TV was already on with some blankets on the couch and snacks covering the table. Kaneko jumped over the back of the couch and landed in the cushions before quickly settling in. As he walked around the side and looked at her curiously, she shrugged. I thought it'd be lame to go out to the city and do a repeat of whatever you did with Xenovia Senpai. So instead we're staying in to have our date. And you're okay with that? Of course I am. She reached for the water and started throwing it back. I already asked everyone else to leave this floor alone. I even convinced Azazel-sensei not to be his usual dickish self and avoid us all day. Wow, you did work on this. Naruto quickly took off his outer shirt and folded it over the couch before taking up the other half of the couch. As he leaned in, Kaneko slouched down and dropped her feet in his lap. He looked down at them with a chuckle. You know I don't think this is much different than what we usually do. So if you're okay with. Devil, fuck. You suck at this senpai. I know, Naruto cried out as he furiously mashed the buttons of his controller as Kaneko calmly executed her combo while in his lap. He started waving the controller around. Why isn't it working? It is. You just suck at actually making a move. I know I suck. You know I suck. Why would you make me do this when you know how bad I am at it? Why indeed? Kaneko said with a catty smile as her ears flicked about. The way she said that was uncomfortably similar to the way her sister talked. Looks like letting them be around each other was a bad idea and Naruto raised the controller to block her line of sight. How about this? What will you do about this? About you holding your controller in front of me to block my sight and stop me from fighting properly like a petty child. Dunno, you tell me. Kaneko effortlessly finished the combo despite her sight being impaired and sent Naruto's character flying to the edge of the screen. She was declared the winner as Naruto howled in anguish and Kaneko simply pumped her fist. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He thrashed about irritably. How'd I still suck at these stupid games? I bet if I used my clones to practice. I already know you do that. This is how good you've gotten even after all that work. Naruto blushed. Why yeah, but if this was a real fight. This just sounds like sour grapes. Kaneko put her controller aside and sat back more comfortably in Naruto's lap before looking back at him. I'd like my reward now. He sighed before reaching up and grabbing her shoulders. Making sure he didn't apply as much pressure as he did with Rias, he started to massage her shoulders. He heard a faint purring from the little Nekomata as he continued. You know, you could have just asked for this. I would have done it. No need to emasculate me with such a beating. I think I need to earn my reward. Kaneko mumbled as she rolled her head and reveled in the feeling of his fingers pushing into her shoulder. You are good at this. Lots of practice. Her shoulders were so much smaller and thinner than Rias, even though she could produce far more strength with them than the redhead. And as he thought about it, he realized just how small she was sitting in his lap. Those thoughts were quickly going to go somewhere unwelcome as he focused on another subject. Why did you want me to massage your shoulders anyway? Bucko talked you up while you were away in Kyoto. Kaneko said with her eyes closed. She, Akeno-senpai, and Oni-sama were talking about their breasts and the subject came up when Bucko said you helped her shoulders relax. I bet that got you excited, right? Kaneko remarked while looking over her shoulder. Not sure how I feel about that. On one hand, I like to know how you get when you're excited. On the other hand, I'm not a fan of your engine revving thinking of other girls. Yeah, dangerous thoughts, devil. Did you have TV shows and movies back in your world? We did have movies. I always enjoyed watching a new one when it came out, although people around me told me I was too loud and needed to quiet down. Yeah, you seem like the kid who yelled and screamed in time with the movies. Kaneko noted as they both laid upside down on the couch while an action movie played on the screen. So what did the movies back home cover exactly? Mostly historical stuff, but made entertaining and fun, and fantasy stories told within our lands. He waved toward the screen as it exploded. We didn't have these kinds of effects. The computer stuff. CGI? Yeah, we didn't have that, so it was mostly practical. He grabbed some chips, but we had chakra to help us, so it was more than you'd expect. Sounds kinda like a taiga drama. Kaneko noted. Do you like the movies here more than over there? Oh yeah, Naruto nodded. Way better over here. You guys cover so many bases and the movies are so varied. Like you make movies about space. The blonde ninja waved his hand around. I never even considered what it would be like to be in space before coming to this world. Well, I'm glad you like what we have to offer. Now we just need to expand your repertoire of movie knowledge because you are lacking for a guy your age in this world. Would I be able to keep up with all the references you guys make? Like I'm so sick of Azazel blindsiding me. He makes too many esoteric ones rapid fire, so there's no point trying to comprehend them. Ah, he nodded. I made a joke at one of the hero faction members I fought while in Kyoto. Really? What was it? He watched me stick to the wall with chakra and asked if I was trying to be Spider-Man. And I immediately said that he was the one that liked to play the hero. Kaneko scoffed and covered her mouth as a cute snort slipped out. She finished laughing behind her hand before she looked over his way and smiled. Way to go, senpai. A little more and you'll be shit-talking with the best of them. He chuckled. You know, I have to wonder which one of us is the worst influence on the other. Senpai, we corrupt each other, devil. They had been watching movies, shows, and playing games for hours now. Neither one had moved much off or even around the couch but was getting tired and lethargic. So much so that Naruto laid out across the couch while staring at the TV. And Kaneko had crawled up on top of him to rest her head on his chest and watch it as well. He had been surprised by her movement at first, but quickly he realized that it was quite a pleasant feeling to have Kaneko rest on him like this. It might have been her utilizing senjutsu, or maybe she was just warm and comforting like a cat napping on your chest while you were prone. Either way, he nearly forgot she was lying there as she weighed almost nothing and silently watched with him. Until she spoke up. What was it like growing up in your village? Growing up? He thought about her question. Why the interest? Kaneko turned her head so she rested her chin on his chest to look at him. I've never really asked you directly. I talked with it about Bucko before, and I heard you had a hard time as a kid. She rested her cheek on his chest. You never went into specifics before. Whenever you talked about your past, it was usually about important stuff, like about the Biju or where you came from. I've never actually asked what it was like for you. If you don't want to tell me, I understand. No, it's okay. I'm not hiding anything, he said. It was lonely mostly. I had the old man to look out for me, and the ramen shop was always kind. Looking back, I played with people that would later become my closest friends. And Iruka-sensei making the connection with me meant more to me than anything. His expression lowered a bit. Those moments shine through when you're in a dark place. You had Kurama-san put into your body after an attack, and after that people started to heap the blame and anger from it at you, right? Kaneko asked. I remember him saying that when I was down in that place talking with Matabi. How is that fair? People lost a lot the day Kurama was forced to attack, and they didn't have anything else to do with that fear and resentment. But a child? Someone just born that day? How is that fair? Or makes any sense? Kaneko gave a tiny frown. And you didn't even know why? Not for a long time. He shook his head. Looking back, knowing what I know now, I can see why they were angry. But back then I had no idea. I just walked around and lived my life looking around at all the empty and spiteful glares. As if just being alive was something I did wrong. Without the context of being a Jinchuriki, I never really understood why. He felt a slight pressure on his chest and looked up to see Kaniko's hand had balled into a fist of frustration. A small tear filled the corner of one eye, but she quickly blinked it away. Sorry. No, it's okay. He whispered, thank you for feeling that way. Kaniko silently fumed to herself before speaking, I don't remember my parents. I was so young when we lost them, and trying to think back to who they were just feels like looking at a foggy shadow. She gently squeezed the kitten accessories adorning her hair. To be honest, when I think of my family and parents who raised me, my thoughts only go to Oni-sama. She was the only one there, the only one around as a child. Always made sure I was warm. I was safe. Even giving me portions of her food to make sure I wasn't so hungry. And when we were taken in by the Nabarius family, I thought we had finally found a place we could be comfortable and set was left of our family. Looking back, I felt like we were happy. But then Kaniko paused and didn't finish her sentence, not needing to, as she knew Naruto remembered their discussions about it before. She just left. With our master dead and Oni-sama gone, I was suddenly completely alone. And some older devils had no one to blame but me. With my sister suddenly gone, the fault for the death of our master had to fall on me. I was almost executed as a stray devil simply from association. It didn't happen because Lucifer-sama stepped in to save me before it was too late, but I didn't do it. And I felt so overwhelmed by all the accusations and confusion that I just shut down. If I knew why, if I had context for why it had to happen. Kuroka's around more often now. Have you tried asking her about what happened back then? I have. Kaniko pouted. She just waves it off. Says she was raging in the heat of the moment and says it was a fun idea at the time. Then she just goes about her day like it isn't something important she needs to address. She rested her forehead on his chest. It's such a dead end that I don't think there's any point asking it anymore. If you want, I can join you asking. No, that isn't the point. She shook her head. What I wanted to say was that it might not be the same as yours, but I felt that kind of loneliness and confusion too. That lack of context and understanding is vital for kids growing up, and not having it just leaves you wanting. Her ears twitched. I know coming here was hard when you first arrived by yourself, and it will never be the same as your old home, but I hope you come to feel comfortable here as well. Naruto warmly smiled and patted her head, gently rubbing her ears and earning a content purr from her as she nuzzled into his hand. I appreciate being here now. Especially with you and everyone making my days so hectic and crazy. He leaned down and gently kissed the crown of her head. Thank you, Kaniko. I love you, she muttered blearily between his pets. He was stunned for a moment at her clear and concise confession. He had already come to terms with the affection Xenovia and Kaniko felt for him, but he hadn't heard a confession like that from anyone other than Rias and Hinata. His shock subsided and he giggled while scratching her ear. You might come to regret falling in love with me. Not going to happen, Kaniko said between her purring. She opened her eyes and looked up at him, her pupils looking almost slit for a moment before Naruto blinked, and they were the same as before. I heard stories about my mother and how she fell madly in love with our father, being devoted and loyal to him. And I heard many times that Oni-sama and I are just like her. So you have my love, devotion, and adoration, forever, no changing that. Naruto felt his cheeks heat up at the certainty of which she spoke. He smiled, well, I'll try to handle it. Kaniko mumbled, you can fall in love with me in return at your own pace. Whether I'm second or third place, as long as we're together. Naruto suddenly stopped petting her and pulled his hand back. Kaniko opened her eyes to see his hurt expression. He shook his head, don't say that. You shouldn't have to settle for being a lower place in someone's heart. But I love you, and I know you care about Bucko the most. Kaniko stated like it was a fact. I'm not entirely satisfied with being a runner-up, but I do know how important you and Bucko are to each other, senpai. You both wouldn't be who you are right now without the other. And even though me and Xenovia senpai love you too, we can't match the connection you two have. So even if she is the most important, as long as you can love us too. I can't accept that. Naruto cut her off and shook his head. How can I just sit here and nod along with the idea that you have to accept love like it's leftovers? He sat up, forcing the freshman to scoot back and straddle his lap so she didn't fall off. The blonde, pawn, looked down at the startled, Rook, Kaniko. I'm not going to pick and choose over the people I care about and who love me. I know you won't. You never would, she nodded, but senpai, how can you love someone as much as the first person you've ever loved if they come in so much later? And when you aren't really in love with them either? I don't know. Naruto admitted, before grabbing Kaniko's shoulder and making sure he had her attention. She looked up at him in shock, but I'll try. And I'm never going to let any of you settle for a lower place. Kaniko, if you ever feel like you're not being looked at or noticed, just tell me. I promise I'll be here, and I won't let you settle. She didn't know if he could follow through with a promise like that. Love was a complicated emotion, and just saying that you could equally love multiple people compared to doing it were very different things. But he was going to try, and Kaniko could tell that much just from the look on his face. She shifted forward and reached up, cupping his cheeks in her hands before leaning in and pressing her lips to his. Naruto was surprised for a moment as Kaniko's full focus and heart went into sharing the moment with him. His shock lasted for a moment before closing his eyes and returning the kiss. Unlike the quick chaste one she gave him after coming back to Kyoto to get on an even stage with the others, this one was filled with so much more confidence and resolve in it. Her small lips were so warm and her hands gently squeezing his cheeks refused to let him slip away. Their combined warmth was so intoxicating that both their minds started to haze over from the heat. Kaniko pushed forward and Naruto fell back into the couch as she lay atop him and deepened their kiss. The two devils felt like the rest of the world melted away as they indulged in the pleasure, Kaniko's hands settling on his shoulders to pull herself further in as Naruto's arms wrapped around her lithe form. The urgency to breathe fell to the wayside. Their comfort and exhilaration went unnoticed. The only thing either of them was concerned about was keeping the heat and pressure of the kiss going. It was only when Naruto felt her tongue press against his lips for desperate entry that some sense started to return. He pulled back, trying to catch his breath as he felt Kaniko lurch in to continue and pine for a second kiss. Hold on. He panted, we should be careful or, Kaniko. He noticed, through her flushed face and twitching ears, that her eyes and pupils had sharpened. Unlike before, it was clear that they had changed and not just a trick of the TV's light shining off of them. They looked almost predatory and hungry for more. She looked like she hadn't been able to satiate a desire and only he would be able to help. Are you okay? Kaniko couldn't recognize the words. The haze in her mind clouded everything but the hunger to take his lips and continue. It was after a moment of not getting to experience that pleasure that some clarity started to return to her sharpened eyes. Before shock and horror quickly replaced them, Kaniko nearly fumbled off of Naruto's body and stumbled on her feet. He reached out to steady her but she pulled back and reacted like his hand were made of fire. She caught her breath. Sorry senpai. But I'm cutting the date short. It was fun. I had to go. What? I'll talk to you later, she quickly said as she dashed away and out of sight. Naruto sat up and pondered following after her but thought against it. He wasn't sure what had happened there, but it didn't look like she was hurt because he stopped the kiss. It looked like it was about something else. If he had stopped the kiss, would she have been okay? What would have happened if he didn't speak up? Kaniko was a lot feistier than he expected. He touched his lips and still felt the lingering heat of her kiss. What are you doing? Fuck, Naruto nearly jumped out of his skin in fright. He looked back and saw Kano drying her hair while wearing a robe to cover herself. To calm down, he frowned at the queen. What are you doing here? Just came back from training in the baths. Thought I'd pick a room to sleep in for the night before my midnight rounds around the city, she casually said as she lowered her towel and shook her head to get the last dampness off her hair. I heard a stomping run down the hall. What happened? Naruto rubbed his neck. Kaniko left. She just kinda ran off. What? But she was so looking forward to your date. Kano frowned. What did you do? Nothing, he quickly defended himself. I don't think I did anything. We were just, his cheeks turned pink. We were kissing, and then she just got up and left. You were kissing? And she left? Kano thought quietly and hummed. I'll go check on her. Make sure she's okay. I'll come. Nope. Girl talk. Stay out of it. Kano quickly shot him down. Why don't you go take a shower or something? You're sweaty and smell. No, I don't. He instantly denied it before sticking his nose down his shirt and recoiling. Oh damn. Yeah, vegging out tends to leave you stewing in your juices. So does training. Don't I know it? Rias was still washing up when I left. All that hard work got her working up a sweat for the first time. Kano started to walk away. I'll check on Kaniko. Make sure she's okay. As Naruto stood in place and contemplated what to do, he turned off the TV and decided to wash up. Devil. Phew. Naruto let out a sharp sigh of relief as the cold water rushed over him and ran along the floor to the drain. With a sharp exhale he ran his hand through his hair and sent flecks of water flying, that hit the spot. The blonde ninja stood up from the faucets and was making his way to the bath before he spotted something in the corner of his eye. He looked over and saw the door to the sauna had been left slightly ajar as steam started to escape. He curiously tilted his head and walked over before looking inside. And found a redhead lying on the bench and appearing to have passed out. Rias. He rushed in and urgently went to her side before shaking her shoulder. Oh shit, can you hear me, Rias? Not so loud, she moaned, grumbling and rubbing her eyes before looking up at him. Naruto, please, I was relaxing. Oh, I thought you passed out. No, I was just shutting my eyes while the steam eased my body. I was really tired after all the training. She stifled a yawn while rubbing her eyes. I swear I just shut my eyes for like a minute or two. He stared blankly at her half-awake form. I'm pretty sure you passed out in the sauna. No, I'm good. She stretched out her arms and tried to get the soreness and fatigue out of her system. The problem was she had been in here longer than she expected and there was sweat all over her body. So when she stretched she sent several drops of her sweat careening down her cleavage and running along her breasts before dangling and dripping off her nipple. Naruto gulped and quickly turned around. Well, as long as you're okay I'm going to finish up. Wait, she grabbed his wrist before he could leave and gently smiled at him. Come enjoy the steam with me. We haven't gotten to talk in a few days. Peeved, he scoffed as he sat down beside her, letting Rias rest her head on his shoulder as she sat on her towel. What are you talking about? We went to bed together last night. I know, but I've been keeping a distance. Trying not to let my jealousy show while you went on your fancy dates with Xenovia and Kaneko. But I thought you approved. My feelings are complicated, Naruto. Don't go trying to section them off so easily, she tiredly said before looking up at him. How were they? Really nice, he said. It was fun. I got to try some new things with Xenovia, and I think Kaneko wanted to stay in just so we could talk about stuff. It was fun. Good. Although there was something weird with Kaneko at the end. Rias lifted her head and looked at him in concern. Akeno already went to go follow up. Well, as long as Akeno is checking on her, I'm sure it'll be okay. Rias rested her head again. She looks after Kaneko like a doting older sister. I can trust her to know what to do. And this is the same Akeno, right? The one that's been training with you to the point you nearly pass out in the sauna? Rias slapped his arm as he chuckled at her response. And as they settled into a quiet lull between each other and simply enjoyed the heat of the sauna, Naruto's eyes couldn't help but wander down his side. To stare at her bare naked form as she gently caught her breath beside him. And with each inhale she took in, her massive breasts jiggled slightly before stopping. Her red cheeks framed her face, and the way her lips glistened made him question if it was the sauna making him this hot. With a deep breath, he calmed himself down and tried to stand up. Wow, Ria's hand slithered into the towel around his waist, unfurling it while she took hold of his growing erection. As he gasped and her hand quickly helped harden his boner, she gave a coy smile. You got hard real quick. I'm sitting here, exhausted, sore, and tired, and you pop a tent in an instant. She leaned into his side, pressing the curve of her breast against his arm until he felt her nipple. She tightened her grip as she jerked him off. You're a dirty boy, aren't you, Naruto? Yeah, well, wah. Rias yelped as she felt a strong hand rub and knead her breast. She looked down to see Naruto's arm had coiled around her back and was now grabbing a handful of her left tit. As his fingers pinched her nipple and caused her to whimper, his other hand reached down between her legs. Hey, hold on a second there, Now how long have you been sitting in this sauna? He asked assertively as the tired redhead gasped as he plunged his fingers into her pussy and started to rummage around, because there's no way all of this is just from the baths. Ria's competitive streak burned hotter than the pleasure in her body. She lurched up and slammed her lips onto his as her other hand settled on the head of his cock. And as she rubbed his shaft and tip with both hands, he rolled her breast around in his hand while raising the speed of his fingering. The couple seemed to indulge only in their lust despite the rising heat of the room. Rias pulled away from his lips, letting go of his dick as she slipped away from his hands as well. She stood up, and wiped her mouth dry, before stopping in front of Naruto while he sat on the bench. She grabbed his cock again and turned around before sitting down on his lap. And with some quick aligning she got his head to press against her pussy folds before dropping down the rest of the way. As his dick slid into her pussy, Rias shuddered as a mix of pleasure and relief washed through the soreness in her body. And after a moment of getting used to him inside of her, his hands settled on her hips to keep her steady. Rias gently moaned as she started to bounce in his lap, lifting herself up before going back down and feeling him rub her walls the way she liked. The beautiful redhead let out a breathy moan each time she moved as her thoughts started to drift away. Fuck, this feels so good. When was the last time? Before Kyoto. He said as he enjoyed the sight of her back bouncing in front of him. We haven't gotten a chance because we've been training and fighting. I've missed this. Oh, she looked back with a sultry gaze and red cheeks. Miss the feel of me? That, and I sure do like seeing your big butt bounce. Hey. Rias stopped her bouncing and looked back mortified. My butt is not that big. I meant it as a compliment. His hands dipped lower and she flinched as he cupped her cheeks. I love grabbing your ass. You're a perv, she noted before she started to shift her hips from side to side. She heard him gasp and felt his grip on her hips tighten as she knew she had him. At her own pace, the Gremory heiress continued to lift and drop herself, reveling in the pleaser. Rias dropped down and stopped moving. She panted and shook her head. I can't. He leaned in over her shoulder. Did you just, because if you did that's a record. No, you jerk. I just can't move anymore, Rias bemoaned. I'm so tired from training that I can't even shift around. I think I'm done. Okay. His arms tightly wrapped around her stomach and propped up her breasts on his forearms. My turn. Rias let out a gasp as Naruto dropped back and dragged her along. They hit the length of the bench. Rias now lying back on Naruto's chest as he was still inside her. And once he had her in place, he started thrusting up into her pussy. Rias let out a loud cry of pleasure as her lower body shook with every forceful thrust he plunged into her. She liked leading the pace when sitting in his lap, and the different places she was able to hit while bouncing. But the pace and power he was able to carry in while still hitting those same places were causing electricity to pierce through her thoughts. Her eyes flittered open as her entire body moved. And Naruto, it's too much. I told you I'm tired. But you don't want it too quick, do you? One hand settled over her pussy and clitoris as his other roughly grabbed her breast. Rias could only gasp and cry out as his movements hit a crescendo. The beautiful redhead's body bounced back and forth along his chest, her free breast bouncing in rhythm with their movement as the other one was played with under Naruto's hand. Her head rolled aside and her tongue started to wrestle with Naruto's during their fucking until. Rias let out a loud cry as her body trembled and felt Naruto's cum flood into her. Her chest raised and jiggled before she fell back onto Naruto's chest exhausted. Sweat ran down her body and then down over Naruto as they basked in the glow of their lovemaking. Until Naruto sat up and scooted into the higher bench for support while dragging Rias along with him. As he pulled out of her and cupped her breasts to play with, the exhausted devil whined. "No," she groaned, "exhausted. I am exhausted," she complained as she felt her breasts get squeezed and rolled around in his palm. As a tingle hit her system feeling his palms rub her nipples, she looked back and frowned at him. "Why are you always so horny?" "Me?" He looked aghast by her suggestion while still fondling her. "I'm surprised you can say that when I'm trying to keep up with your sex drive." "Me?" Rias was far more insulted than him, and nearly snapped out of his grip if not for the fact his fingers were squeezing her nipples. She nearly bit her lip before pouting back at him. "How's my libido anywhere as bad as yours? You're the one that whispers dirty things in my ears and convinces me to keep going." "Yeah, but that's only at the beginning. Then your beast starts coming out." His hands applied a little more pressure and Rias gasped as he groped her. "Remember our first night? We had that second round and we were both exhausted from that long day dealing with the mouse. And after we were finished we were going to go to bed. But you were restless and couldn't go to sleep." Rias moaned before she looked down and saw something rising. "I opened my eyes and looked down to see if you were okay. But you leaned into my side, ran your hand down to grab my dick, and looked up at me like you were an animal. You, whoa." He flinched and looked down to see she was grabbing his boner sticking up between her thighs. Rias looked back at him with a cheeky grin. "Speak for yourself." Devil, Kuroka knew she was welcome in the Arashi Heights, as the Governor-General probably warned the staff and people in charge familiar with the other world around them that she was a guest and not to be reported on. But even so, she didn't take the risk as she snuck in to avoid any attention and scouted out anyone of notice. She didn't want people noticing her right now. This was a silent, subterfuge job to scope out the place and determine it was safe. No one was looking at her. She wasn't unsettled or fearing the worst as she walked around. And it looked like this would be the best place to keep their guest for the time being. She was going to have to go back and tell the others. After she had a bath, of course. Just because she was on reconnaissance doesn't mean she shouldn't get a chance to enjoy the amenities she bartered so hard for. With a jaunty whistle, the notorious criminal skipped towards the baths. She didn't sense anyone around and knew no one was following her, so once she was in the changing room she quickly disrobed herself and stored her kimono away. She grabbed a towel and stepped into the bath with a content sigh. Ah. Nothing beats a nice long dip after a long time on the run. She looked around. I guess Sharon and the others aren't taking one right now. That's okay, saves me the trouble of making an excuse for why I'm back. The older Nekomata made her way around the bath. Ah, her ears twitched as she immediately recognized the sound of pleasure and euphoria she knew so well. Her cat-like curiosity got the better of her and Kuroka spotted the sauna. She quietly tiptoed over before looking through the glass to see inside. Lots of steam and heat and from her spot she could see. Naruto. Rias gasped as her blonde lover took her from behind. Her arms held onto the high bench for support as he lifted one of her legs by her side to get a better angle of entering her pussy. This isn't fair. I already told you I'm tired and sore, why you shouldn't make me, oh. As Rias trembled and gasped with his sudden speed up, Naruto whispered into her ear. But you still seem to like it, even though you say you're sore. One of his hands slipped up from where he was tightly holding her hip to steady himself during the thrusting to instead circle her chest and grope her breast. The sensual redhead let out a gasp as his chest pressed into her back, tightly grabbing one of her tits as his other held up her leg at her side. As he started moving about and causing her to sway atop his cock, Rias moaned while he whispered in her ear, "If you want us to sit down and go slow, just say the word." As she tried to catch her breath, Rias resolved herself and stated back, "Don't you dare." He grinned and immediately started pumping into her with reckless abandonment. As Kuroka stepped back but could still hear his grunting and Rias moaning as their bodies intertwined, Kuroka nodded. She stepped away and whistled. Fuck, that was hot, NYA. No wonder Sharon decided to go spelunking after seeing that. While she was washing up she might as well go digging around herself while she had the chance. Omake. Paragons of hell, you're making a game? That's right. Azazel cheered across from Naruto and Issei in a boardroom in the underworld. You guys are superheroes now. Opie Dragon and Lazy Sage will set the stage for a whole new world of icons for the underworld. And nothing hits better than a fighting game where heroes beat the shit out of each other, it works every time. Issei and Naruto shared a skeptical look after being summoned to listen to Azazel's greed and insanity. Meh, I'm not so sure about that. Yeah, plus wasn't I a bad guy? No way kids are going to appreciate that. But a turn from bad guy to good guy. Who doesn't love that? Azazel waved off the concerns. Plus compared to the rest of the so-called heroes Hell has, you're pretty much a Boy Scout. Hell has heroes? Like who? Before the Governor General could get a chance to answer, a burst of green plasma exploded from the walls before a chain swung out and wrapped around Azazel and his chair. Issei and Naruto leaned back in shock as Azazel was dragged over to face a wretched black creature with a sentient red cape flowing behind him and sharp white holes etched into the flesh that served as the eyes. With a voice deep enough to send chills down a normal person's back he growled, Azazel. Hey Spawn, should have known you'd show up to this meeting disturbed by your shitty marketing meetings, you bottom-feeding scumbag. The chain tightened. Don't bring me into your idiotic heroes game again. Sensei? Issei nervously spoke up to not enrage the terrifying man that had burst into the meeting so easily. Who is this? Spawn. Another hero from hell. The fallen angel answered. You remember how God and the original Satans were all killed? Why yeah. He pointed at Spawn. Oh shit. Before another word could be spoken, a flaming chain reached out and ensnared Azazel's chair as well. He was pulled away from Spawn and was forced to face a man with a flaming skull for a head. I heard something stupid was happening. Who is that? Ghost Rider. Azazel smiled. Hey Blaze, glad to see you finally showed up. I think the last time we met you said you were going to use my soul as kindling for a campfire, but glad to see you finally came around. Guess again, Puto. Ah, Reyes. Sorry about that. It's so hard to tell whether I'm dealing with an OG or legacy when all your heads are just flaming skulls. The chains whipped aside and planted Azazel and his chair in the wall as the two dark heroes faced each other. Spawn growled out, fuck off, matchstick. I'm going to peel off about 7 pounds of flesh off this squawking chicken's ass and I don't feel like sharing. Or more like wiping the skull dust off my shoes. Big talk, Ghost Rider hissed out without lips. I can see the sins staining every inch of your soul. Under my eyes, each one of them would burn like the fires of hell. Been burned once. Not that impressed, but please waste your time and give it a shot. The sound of gunfire silenced the room and everyone looked over to where a smoking hole now marked the wall. They all looked back and saw a giant red demon in a brown trenchcoat holding a massive pistol aimed their way. His horns were shaved down to the nubs and his giant stone hand hung at his side as he walked over. Geez. I pretty much knew this was going to go to shit but didn't expect it this quickly. Now who the fuck is this? Hellboy. He introduced himself while holstering his firearm. I'm pretty much Satan. Oh shit, another one. Issei and Naruto freaked out. Are you like some kind of devil slowly building up his power to one day get revenge and plunge the world into destruction? No, I mean, if you take the word of seers telling the future, then yeah I am. But mostly I'm just a paranormal investigator making sure the wild nature of the other world doesn't mess with the normal one. Oh, and you're okay with that? That sounds boring compared to being a Satan. You'd be surprised. He looked over their heads. Azazel, I heard there'd be food at this meeting? We have some stale donuts if you want them. Ah, you cheap prick. If you don't want them, I never said that. The Red Devil walked over and started eating the donuts. So is this everyone? Yep, Azazel nodded. Everyone's here. Good, because if you invited the other guy. Oh, now that you mention it. There was a mighty crash as a giant robot landed in front of the building. And the window to their floor blew open as a red and blue figure jumped down to their boardroom. Issei stared in disbelief as Naruto scratched his head. Isn't that? I am the emissary of hell. Supaida man. The webbed spider hero posed and an explosion blew up behind him to emphasize his arrival. Goddammit. Shit. Not this fucking guy again. Spawn groused, and he brought the fucking Megazord with him. Actually, we prefer to call Leopardon a mecha instead of a Megazord. Megazord was the term used by the Western Power Rangers. Shut the fuck up. Devil. Naruto had gotten used to pleasantly waking up in the morning surrounded by warm and cuddly bodies. Sometimes Rias would have crawled over by his side and he would feel her mostly naked body perfectly formed against his. Sometimes Kaneko would have slid in and he would feel her cuddle up to him as his arms gently wrapped around her. Needless to say, he had woken up to many pleasant feelings in the morning. Conversely, he had also gotten used to getting punched and kicked a few times in the night before getting woken up with a haymaker to the cheek. He groaned and sat up, rubbing his bruised cheek as he looked down at the chaotic source of the morning mishap. Zenobia blissfully slept away, her fist clenched and her legs spread out as her shorts rode down to show part of her butt and her top rode up to reveal one of her breasts. Of all the people to sleep the night with, she was by far the most dangerous on this bed. He turned and looked over as Rias was gently stirred awake. Unlike him, who needed a few good minutes of being awake before he was awake, Rias seemed to wake up and comprehend everything in an instant. She sat up and stretched her arms before looking at Naruto as he rubbed his cheek. She help you wake up again? You could say that. He grumbled with a frown. Before a smile took its place. Hey, can I sleep on that side of the bed? Might be good to change up the pace. Rias scoffed. Oh, so I can be the barrier between you and the sleeping boxer over there? No thank you. She instantly saw through his tactic and took a bit of joy seeing him frown so petulantly in return. I've already done my part handling the rowdiest sleeper I know. About time someone else picks up the slack. Who's the rowdiest sleeper you know? Naruto asked, ignorant of his own sleeping habits until he saw Ria's blank expression aimed at him. Oh come on. He pointed at Xenovia as she shifted around. She's like a dog kicking away at everything as she chases a rabbit in her dreams. No way I was that bad. You slapped me in the tit the first month we slept in the same bed. What? No I didn't, he restated with a lot less certainty before his eyes widened. Did I really? Well, Ria shrugged, probably not as hard of a slap as you imagine, but it sure didn't tickle. Oh shit, I'm sorry. He quickly leaned in and gently hugged his girlfriend as she hugged him back. Were you alright? Oh yeah, I was fine. A bit startling is all. Rias assured him as she stood out of bed and pulled her negligee back over her body. She looked over with a cheeky smirk, but it's actually a good way to startle a person awake. She walked around the bed and stopped by Xenovia's restless form, for example. Rias reached over and gently but swiftly tapped Xenovia on the breast. Bawa! Xenovia's eyes snapped open and she sat up in a start, her eyes and mouth opening and closing rapidly as she tried to comprehend what was happening. She unconsciously touched her breast before looking to her bedmates. What just happened? You should not be allowed to do that, Naruto said as Rias winked and giggled at his dry response. The blonde looked around the room and sighed as he did. I guess Kaneko didn't end up coming to bed last night after all, huh? Ria's playful expression stilled as she shook her head. No, she's going to be staying in her own room for a while. She requested to stay there for a few days. Naruto couldn't help but feel antsy hearing that she wanted to stay away from them for a few days. And he immediately started to feel like it wasn't really wanting to be away from them but him specifically. He thought back to their date and the fun they had. The hours they spent watching TV and playing games and talking about their lives. It was a lot of fun that he thought they both enjoyed. And then there was a kiss. For someone so young and who might not have had that much experience kissing, Kaneko made up for it with willingness and bravery. It was as deep and intense a kiss as ones he shared with Rias during their heated moments, but it stood out more because it was so unexpected. He had thought they were both enjoying it but suddenly Kaneko had jumped off him and ran away to end their date. Had he done something wrong? Did he not do it well enough? He thought Kaneko had initiated the kiss but had he pushed too hard? Had he scared or hurt her? I had to go find Kaneko. Nope, Rias quickly stepped in his way and stopped him before he could step away. You can't see her right now. But Naruto, you did nothing wrong, she did nothing wrong either. You didn't hurt her feelings and she didn't mean to make you worried. Rias quickly explained, it's just, this is not something I should be trying to explain. She scratched her head before putting a hand on his chest. Look, something is happening and I can't be the one to talk about. Once it's over, Kaneko can explain everything if she feels comfortable doing so. But until then you cannot see her, okay? She quickly repeated to hammer the point. Do you promise? Why yeah, okay. With a sigh Rias nodded and pulled her hand back before walking away. As Xenovia stepped up to his side he shook his head. I have no idea what that was about. Me neither. Xenovia said while rubbing her breast. Did you do something to my boob while I was asleep? What? No. She stared up at his skeptically before looking down at her chest. She looked back up at him. You can if you want. With a sigh he hung his head. This is gonna be a weird fucking day. Devil, Rosswise let out a moan of complete contentment as the Valkyrie enjoyed the warmth not only of her new complimentary PJs but of the hot cut of coffee in her hands. This is paradise. Tears started to come to her eyes and she stifled her crying. I don't think I've ever been as happy waking up as I have been right now. You say that every morning. Every morning you wake up, get a free breakfast and coffee, and then you cry because you can't believe it's true. Azazel groused, it was endearing at first but now you're just milking it for a performance. You don't know. Rosswise quickly shrieked and pointed at the casually sipping fallen angel. These amenities, these luxuries, having a warm bed and food and drinks and clothes. I'm going to miss them while in the north. You don't know how great they are because you've never not had them. Meh, fair point. Azazel lounged back with his coffee. I might be too blessed to sympathize. He paused raising the cup to his mouth, or maybe I never did because I'm actually smart with money. He cheekily stated as Rosswise fumed and glowered at him. Oh, remove stick from anus. It's a joke. Just don't cry so much that it gets in your coffee. Well maybe you could just shut your mouth and not antagonize her. Akeno helpfully added as she walked over with her breakfast in hand, or better yet, just shut up forever and ever. Wow, way to cut me to the deep so early in the morning. No, you're doing it wrong. She then zipped her lips, like that, never again. Shut up. Oh, are we ganging up on Azazel this early in the morning? Rias asked as she, Xenovia, and Naruto made their way in. Don't get started without us. Damn you all. Rias noticed another plate by the kitchen top and looked to her. Queen, Kaneko isn't coming to eat with us? No, I thought it best not to risk it. Akeno whispered back, just going to take her meal to her. Good call. Rias, Azazel addressed the crimson-haired devil. Sirzex will be coming along a little later today. He says he'll meet you in the club when you are ready. You prepared? I have. Rias nodded, and with Oni-sama's help the requests will hopefully go through painlessly. Good. Everyone else looked between the two curiously before Rias smiled. It's a secret. I promise you'll find out later. Geez, don't get our hopes up or anything. Naruto chuckled before he heard a faint sniffling. He looked over and saw the older, Rookie as she enjoyed a breakfast she hadn't had since she left the north. Rosswise, do you have any idea how much longer you expect to have these episodes? I'm sorry, it's just so good, Rosswise wept. I never imagined I would get to experience stuff this nice after I came to Japan. The food, the beds, it's all so amazing, and it's free. Oh, it's not actually free. I lied about that before. You'll be billed for everything at the end of the month. Breakfast, baths, clothes, everything. The utensils in her hand toppled to her plate as she froze in abject horror. The colors started to vanish from her form and she started cracking apart. Kidding. I'm kidding. Azazel quickly added on with a chuckle, man, wouldn't that be fucked up if I really just dropped that on her? He got unamused glares from everyone at the table. Yeah, it would be, but also pretty funny, devil. It was during after-school hours that all the members of the Orc were summoned. They were quite surprised to find Searsex and Grafia already waiting for them. And as the students took up their place across from the Mao, Azazel sat at the desk and Rias stood by Searsex's side. Lucifer-sama, is something going on? Issei asked curiously. It's weird to find you waiting here in the human realm. Well, I had to come for such a momentous occasion. He looked up at Rias with a grin. Should you tell them or should I? I think I would like to do it. Searsex offered her the stage and Rias stepped up. With a quick clearing of her throat she looked at her servants and friends. Yuto Kiba, Akeno Himejima, Issei Hyodo, and Naruto Uzumaki. You have all received recommendations to take promotion tests to become middle-class devils. There was a round of gasps and surprised looks as the kids looked at the four devils in particular. As the quartet was still trying to comprehend what they heard, they started getting applause and congratulations from their friends. Way to go, everyone. You all deserve it, congratulations. Yuto let out a chuckle while he looked at the others. I am honored. But what brought this about? I didn't expect us to promote until at least a decade of faithful service. It was exemplary and exceptional service that pushed you all up. Rias said, her voice brimming with pride as she looked at her loving servants. For Akeno and Yuto, it was your seniority as well as excellent service and growth in the recent incidents. As for Naruto and Issei, you two have been linchpins in the battles we've been dealing with since your induction into my peerage. So you all qualified quite easily for promotion. Truth be told, Rias floated around the suggestion that everyone in her peerage should be promoted, but such a large claim is difficult to pass smoothly. Especially when you're still quite young like Gasper-kun and Kaneko-kun, or newly initiated like Asia-kun, Zenobia-kun, and Rosswise-kun. Searsex informed. That being said, there were many people on the board who did agree with your achievements lately, so I'm sure if you continue your work at this rate you can all apply for the middle-class promotion the next time. Really? Rosswise beamed a smile. Oh, that would be wonderful. Are there benefits we receive for promoting? A middle-class devil? Zenobia let the idea stir in her head before chuckling. Once upon a time I would have been horrified at the idea of rising in the ranks among devils, but now it sounds pretty exciting. Hey, hold on. Naruto quickly spoke up while looking between the Gremory siblings. I'm thankful for the promotion. Really, but do I qualify? I thought I was an illegal piece, right? Doesn't that get in the way of me qualifying for the regular devil stuff? Your status as an illegal piece does affect your participation in the rating games, but it doesn't change the fact that you are a devil who has done a lot to combat the situation with the Chaos Brigade these past few months. No one can deny that. But man, did they try. Searsex groaned, raising unsubstantiated points like your status as an outsider as demerits against you. Honestly, it was just really petty complaints hoisted by some of the elders that didn't agree with the fact that you beat Cyroorg and made the Great King faction look bad. Even though the fight had nothing to do with the Satan and Great King conflict. It's baffling that Cyroorg took defeat more gracefully than some of those people did. Rias groused with a huff before smiling at her servants again, but after some lobbying it was clear that all of you have improved and excelled in your duties as devils. As such, you will be taking the promotion test soon. Wow, a promotion to middle class, haha. I'm one step closer on my goal. Issei cheered before blinking and thought, hey, what does a promotion test entail exactly? I mean, it's ranking up as a devil, so I'm sure it's probably something pretty crazy. Actually, you'll be required to participate in a written test, give a report, and then a practical exam. Oh, really? Issei asked. I mean, that's great, it's good to hear it's something that manageable. I guess I'm just kinda surprised that it's so, well. It's boring. Kaneko piped up dauntlessly. I mean, you all agree, right? I do. Azazel nodded. I mean, you think if devils were gonna be ranking up it'd be something a little more exciting. Like corrupting a set number of people, or setting up an orgy. Now that sounds like an exam someone would want to take. Issei nodded excitedly at the prospect of Azazel's idea, and could feel the pointed looks of Asia, Irina, and Ravel staring at him with complicated feelings. Naruto coughed and turned away, knowing that if he did look back he was going to get some sharp looks of accusation, wondering if he also liked the idea. Sirzex chuckled. Yes, I'm sure we would be getting a lot more applicants for testing if that was one of the exams, but right now it's just the test, the report, and the practical. I have no doubt that whatever opponents you face off against in the practical will be ones you all will handle quite easily. He looked at Akeno and Yuto, and I'm sure neither of you will have any problem with the other two parts. Thank you, Lucifer-sama. We're grateful that you have so much faith in us. Of course. But as for you too, he looked at Naruto and Issei, I think it would be best for you to study. There's going to be a lot of expectation on you for, and if only half of you passed then a lot of people would be disappointed. Why are you looking at us when you say that? No one said anything in response to Naruto's indignation. Oh fuck all of you. Devil, do you have everything? Yes, I think I do. Roswise nodded as she looked over her bag and duffel that had her toiletries and change of clothes. With a confident nod she stood up and looked at her fellow servants. Okay, I think I'm ready now. Okay, take care on your trip. Rias saw her, Rook, off genially with Akeno and Gasper as well. Are you sure you'll be okay? Of course I will. It will just be for a quick visit with some former classmates and my grandmother. Roswise-san, are you sure they'll be able to help? Asked the older woman. I mean the North isn't really accustomed for developing your, Rook, abilities as a devil, are they? They might not be devils but there are plenty of folks who know something about being strong, tanking hits, and having powerful cores. And on top of that I feel like there's more I can do with the water abilities from Isobu-san. To punctuate her point she created some water between her fingers. I just need to practice with them some more under some tutelage. And perhaps I'll finally get Isobu-san to remember my name. The other three devils felt sweat drops run down their temples but simply nodded in agreement with her goals. I'll hopefully be back soon but not in time for your exams and tests. She lifted her bag up with a smile. Akeno-san, I wish you the best of luck. I'm sure you'll give my best wishes to Kiba-kun, Naruto-kun, and Issei-kun too. The queen smiled warmly. I appreciate that, and I promise not to disappoint you. Well, alright then. With a big smile the Valkyrie grabbed her bags and waved them goodbye. I'll be back soon. Hold on, Roswise. Rias quickly called out to her, Rook. The redhead stepped up and inquired while staring at the Valkyrie's unwavering back. If you run into Odin-sama while back home, what will you do? Hee. A dark chuckle escaped her lips and Roswise looked back at them while her hair shadowed her eyes. If I see Odin-sama. Well, I suppose there were a few things I didn't get to say while we were at the stadium. I guess I'll just have to continue on from there. Hee. The others looked at her nervously as she continued making her way out while chuckling menacingly. Gasper shivered in fear before looking at his seniors. Is she alright? The two women shared a look before looking down at Gasper. Rias gave a dry chuckle. Well, Gasper, Odin-sama really wronged Roswise, and that hurt her feelings deeply. And when someone you care about hurts yours like that, you start acting weird. I wouldn't call her a jilted lover, but… Oh, the little Dabpir nodded, even though he didn't totally understand. Would you act like that if Naruto-senpai wronged you, bucko? What? Rias balked in shock. What? No, oh of course I wouldn't, she said defensively. I have some sense and understanding about these kinds of things. Plus Naruto wouldn't do something like that to make me mad. I mean sure he makes me worry and gets on my nerves sometimes, but I also know he thinks and cares about me so much, it just isn't the same, not even close, so… Akeno giggled by Gasper's side, and that, Gasper, is what we call the thought process of a psycho bitch. Akeno, devil, are you okay? No, he said while rubbing his eyes and groaning into his palms. Damn it, I feel like my brain is boiling. The longer I go the worse it's gonna get. My head was not meant to store this much information. Please don't be overdramatic. Sona asked the blonde boy stoically before looking over his notes. As she started reading through them she hummed, these are quite comprehensive and easy to understand. I'm guessing Rias helped make these up for you to study before your promotion test? Yeah. Naruto mumbled, although even with her help it's still super tough to remember all this. Plus there's the midterms coming up too. I can't handle it. Naruto spared Sona a look. You know, if only these tests were a little more staggered. I bet a lot of people would appreciate. I'm not sure what authority you think I have as student council president, but I can't move exams. Damn it. I don't even know why you're complaining. Akeno piped in, walking over to join them around his desk as she examined his papers. You can make clones that can study too, right? You do it for your training. You can do it for this too. Ria's mom made me do that for studying, and that nearly broke my brain. I'm not totally up for doing that a second time. Naruto bemoaned while rubbing his head, glaring down at the papers before picking them up again and going over them. But if I have to, I guess I will. It can't be like last time. Last time? With Ajuka-san in the Mao trials. I handled the one with your sister, the one with the tired guy, and the one with Sirzex pretty well. But the knowledge aspect Ajuka-san gave us is the one I totally failed. They were pretty lenient, but he scratched his head. I'm probably not gonna get to pass if I make it through just 2/3 of the promotion test, am I? Both young women seemed to agree with his worry. That I gotta do my best to know this stuff. To at least pass this crap with an acceptable grade if nothing else. He patted the papers. This should do for the written part. I don't think I need to worry about the practical. And the report. He scratched his head before looking to Akano. What's the report about again? Simple concept stuff. What your aims are as a devil. How you believe you've become greedier since becoming one. What you'll do as a middle-class devil. And what you've gained since joining our side. Akano shrugged. Stuff so easy even you can't mess it up. She then looked up and thought before giggling. Actually, ask Rias for help anyway. You'll need it. He frowned. Just once. Can we have a conversation just once when you don't throw a barb at me? It's just so easy. I can't help it. I'm surprised how much has changed. Naruto and Akano stopped their back and forth and looked to Sona as she had a faint smile on her face. She leaned on her hand and looked between them. Just months ago you were two very different people. Akano, you always smiled and put on airs when you were around others. The queen nodded solemnly. Yes. Well, after hearing so many complaints from the idiot couple I had to change things up. And Uzumaki-kun, you barely ever even came to class. I never would have imagined the kind of person you are if you and Rias had never met. Yeah, the good old days when I could look at all these papers and just walk away. He sighed, kinda missing it honestly. The complete disregard for tests and studying seems like something I'd really appreciate more now. Oh, shut up you baby. You know, now that I think about it, you and Rias have been together for a while now, and that probably won't change anytime soon. So I guess I should probably start getting friendlier with you. She smiled his way. Is it alright if I call you by your first name? Sure. Is it alright if I don't call you by your title? I'd prefer it, actually. Sona said with a smile before offering her hand. I'm trusting you to keep Rias happy, Naruto-kun. He took her hand and shook it. I'll do my best, Sona. As they smiled at each other his expression suddenly grew concerned. Wait, should I call you so tan like your sister wanted me to? Would she be upset if I didn't? I say we cross that bridge when we get there, agreed. Shaking hands, Akano sarcastically cooed with a chuckle, how scandalous. Shut up. Himejima-san. The trio looked back as the blonde woman their age with spiral drills in her hair walked over. Kiyome Abe stopped by the desk and nodded to the other two. Hello again Uzumaki-kun, Kaichu. A pleasure to see you as well, Abe-san. Hey, been a while. Naruto nodded. That mermaid's still doing okay. Eselina is doing quite well, thanks for asking. Kiyome nodded appreciatively before looking at Akano. Gremory-san reached out to me about the problem your junior is currently having. I couldn't find her. She handed a small brown bag over to Akano. But I think this medicine should help. Can you let her know when you see her? Of course, thank you very much. Akano nodded grateful and Kiyome accepted before she stepped away. Akano stood up with the brown bag in hand. I had to go. I'll be back soon. As they watched her leave, Sona whispered, is everything okay? Naruto honestly didn't know what answer to give. Devil. Issei bowed his head deeply. So what do you guys say? Think you'd be willing to help me prepare for the writing exam? Juggernaut drive. Juggernaut drive. Juggernaut drive. Man, I don't know why I bother. He sighed before turning to the sentient members of the Booster Gear consciousness. Would you two be willing to help cheat with all this knowledge? That doesn't sound like the right thing to do. Elsha noted with a smile as she sat with him and Naruto away from the other mindless husks of Boosted Gear's previous wielders. Isn't this a test for you to prove yourself worthy of going up to the next rank of devil on your own merits? Yeah, and this feels like a merit. Having a bunch of people in my subconscious who could learn this information and help me feels like a skill I should be utilizing. Issei rationalized with a hopeful smile to the two elders. As Elsha and Naruto-kuli, he threw his hands up. Well, I bet Naruto-senpai would use his clones to cheat and learn all this stuff faster if he could. Naruto-san, please, you have to help me ace this test. Help me succeed and cheat the same way your other self will do as well. The other Naruto felt a sweat drop run down his cheek at Issei's insistence. I'm not sure how I feel about hearing you being so sure that my other self will cheat. He scratched his cheek. Would it really be so bad, Issei-kun? I mean you both will try as hard as you can to pass the test. Isn't that enough? It will not be enough, Issei proclaimed. If we take this test and he passes while I fail, he'll hold it over my head forever. He'll never let me live it down. It will be an eternal stain on my life that he will mock and ridicule me for until one of us is dead. And that is not acceptable. The two remnants of consciousness shared a look before asking, well, what will happen if you pass, and he fails? Oh, I'll do all that stuff to him. They both looked unamused as they frowned at him. Don't look at me like that. Our friendship is complicated and hard to describe. All I know is that if one of us fails, the other will pester and ridicule the failure forever. That's the rule. That doesn't sound like friendship. Yeah, well, definitions change. Issei said with a huff before looking down at his hand and clenching his fist. Plus it's super important that I make this rank. It's the first big step to fulfilling my dream of become a higher devil and having the greatest harem in the world. Naruto couldn't stifle his chuckle for very long as Elsha giggled. Aren't you worried about Diedrig's mental state if you keep going ahead at this rate? Oh, yeah, Diedrig had recently been feeling quite well. He had a small breakdown dealing with all the breast power-ups assisting with his rapid growth. The idea that the proud Welsh dragon and red dragon emperor was now being reduced to a children's toy regularly associated with breasts was a blow to the ego he just couldn't handle anymore. Apparently Diedrig needed counseling with a dragon specialist to help him handle the changes. Issei felt guilty knowing he was the cause of his partner's distress. But the idea of giving up his love of all things breast was just not in the cards. Diedrig can hold out, right? Issei asked nervously. I mean, he's one of the two heavenly dragons, right? He's handled worse than this, right? Elsha nodded. Diedrig and I fought many hard battles in our time together. I can confidently say that you have broken him in ways no one else has ever managed to do. Oh, that's cool. Devil, I've never seen you so adamant on studying. What's the big deal? Rias and everyone are relying on me to pass, so I had to do my best. Naruto affirmed to his partner in his sacred gear. Plus, if I didn't, I just know Issei would never stop giving me shit. Are you guys friends? Of course we are. Why do you ask? Kurama didn't give an immediate response and Naruto just shrugged before carrying on down the hall. He was going to meet with Rias and Akeno for a study session on what the midterms and promotion test would cover. Just thinking about all the studying he was going to do made a shudder of disgust run up his spine. But he stifled the uneasy feeling and pressed on because he wanted to succeed not only for the other sake, but for his own. If he was a higher rank, it was sure to help smooth over relations with the Biju and the rest of the world when they were finally recovered. And proving himself with a higher rank would only go to ease any problems people might have with his relationship with Rias. Not that anything anyone else had to say would have an affect on their bond. If they could stare down the Mao and say they didn't care what the rest of the world thought of them going out, there was no one in existence that could make them second guess it. Just as he was about to walk forward, a little figure walked out from around the corner with her eyes aimed down. Naruto quickly came to a stop before he ran into her and she gasped looking up at him. "S-senpai?" "Hi, Kaneko." Naruto greeted her with a small stammer and a wave as she nervously nodded back but still avoided looking at him. This was the first time they had talked to each other since the night of their date. Even though they still saw each other a few times a day, they hadn't spoken to one another after the abrupt end of their kissing session. Naruto cleared his throat as Kaneko continued to look away. "Are you okay?" "Why yes, I'm fine." Kaneko meekly answered, looking down at the floor to avoid eye contact. What about you? What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm off to study with Rias and Akeno. There's still a lot to go over with the exams coming up so." He felt like he was rambling without her full attention and scratched his neck. "Yeah. That's good." She nodded. "Study as best you can. I hope you pass, senpai." Kaneko nodded. "I should probably." "Kaneko," he quickly spoke up before she could leave. "Are you okay? I mean, did I do something to annoy you or make you angry?" No, everything's fine." Then did I scare you?" he inquired with some apprehension. "Because if that kiss was too soon, or if I made you feel uncomfortable." What? No." Kaneko finally looked back up at him and desperately said that before her eyes widened and she looked away. She tried to rush away. "I have to." Her foot caught against the floor and she toppled over. "Kaneko." She let out a little gasp as he caught her hand before she could fall over and pulled her back up. As she was standing on her feet he sighed in relief before quickly letting go of her. "Sorry about that. I shouldn't be." Before he could pull his hand back, Kaneko reached out and grabbed his wrist. He looked down and watched as she lifted his hand in front of her and gently held it between both of hers. Her breathing came out in quick and shallow pants as she stared at his hand. Before she leaned in and licked his finger. He flinched and shivered while watching in shock as Kaneko slowly and sensually licked his index finger. Her small tongue ran along the digit as she let out faint little gasps and moans each time she did. And finally when her tongue reached the tip of his finger she gently opened her mouth to take part of it into her mouth. She ran down to one of the knuckles and moaned the entire time before opening her eyes. Naruto looked down and saw her slitted eyes so dazed and hazy that she didn't seem to care at all for anything else. Her face was blood red and her ears twitched in time with each moan she made. And Kaneko saw his shocked and flabbergasted expression as she sucked on his finger. And that despite how surprised he was, his face was just as red as hers. Her eyes widened again and she pulled away, taking her mouth off his finger and gasping for air as she covered her mouth and quickly ran away. In just a moment she was gone and out of sight. Naruto just stood there, silent, staring at the finger that was still glossy after being in her mouth. He kept standing there for a full minute without sound. Maybe you should start walking? Get the blood flowing?" He wordlessly nodded and started just walking down the hall without paying any attention. He stumbled and knocked into the wall a few times before he finally came into the kitchenette where he was going to study with the others. Rias and Akeno were in the middle of talking with Azazel about something before they noticed him approach. And when they saw his expression they went quiet and just looked at him. "Kaneko, just as she licked and sucked my finger." He confessed between pauses. I don't. Why?" Azazel sighed and drank his coffee while Rias and Akeno shared a look. His girlfriend sat down and patted the seat next to him. I wanted her to tell you after it was taken care of, but if something like this is going to happen then you should know. Devil, she's in heat. Yes, Rias nodded to Naruto's uncouth cuter in shock. After we talked with her we realized she's in her mating season right now. The way she talked and described it made it clear what she was going through. And after a checkup and discussion with Abe-san, it became clear what her symptoms were pointing to. Nekomata, and more precisely the rare breed Nekosho that Kaneko and her sister are a part of, become hypersensitive and alert while during these estrus cycles. Azazel added as he continued, once a member of their race reaches a certain point of maturity, they feel a compulsion to mate and create offspring. They search for someone they like of another race and try to produce with them. And in this case, Naruto was so floored by their explanation that he barely had enough presence of mind to point at himself. And when the others nodded he slumped back in his chair, holy shit. Yep, and normally I'd point and laugh and tell you two crazy kids to have fun, Azazel joked before shaking his head, but this time I can't do that in good conscience. What do you mean? Kaneko's not yet mature enough to be going through these cycles. Akeno answered. Her body has reached a point of growth, but she's still not done growing up. Hypothetically, if she were to be pregnant, it would be extremely dangerous. For both her and the baby. And there's no guarantee that either one or both of them would survive going through that experience. A cold rush ran through Naruto's stomach as the idea of something like that happening left an icy fear in his heart. He gulped, wait, if she's too young to be going through this, why is it happening now? Is it just the first time and it's dangerous? That, and it's sooner than usual, Azazel said. Most cases of her race going through this start when their bodies start growing more and they become mature enough to start having children. Honestly, this might be a year or two earlier than she's supposed to be doing it. But why? We think, because she's been stirred on by the environment around her. Or more specifically, the people around her. Naruto didn't understand what they were saying or the way they were tiptoeing around an actual answer. But as he was about to complain he looked to the side and noticed Ria's sad, guilty expression. And when he did realization crossed his mind, oh. It was them. They did this. Being so forward with their affection in public with their love. Kaneko having witnessed them having sex and no doubt smelling it in the room from time to time. Her heat cycle had been triggered sooner than expected because he and Rias were getting so close. It's our fault. Rias whispered, it's because of us that Kaneko is in this state now. That's not such a bad thing. Akeno offered, she's in love and that comes with some difficulties. And this would have happened at some point anyway. That's not something you should be taking the full blame for, it's just nature. Rias still seemed conflicted but solemnly nodded her head. He sighed and nodded as well, oh okay, but we can do something, right? I mean Kiyome gave Akeno that medicine for her earlier, right? And Azazel, you made us that medication, didn't you? Can't that help her? That's a slippery slope. Azazel answered while stretching in his chair. That medication I gave you stalls the normal process for reproducing for a time until another cycle comes through, and you have to take another one. It's made to a specific individual based on their body chemistry at the time. Making one for Kaneko now while her chemistry is all out of whack won't be effective. And suppressing these feelings and flashes too forcefully with medication might screw up the entire process even after she's finished maturing. The medicine Abe-san gave us just helps ease the intensity of what she's feeling, not quell it entirely. Ria said as Naruto took a moment to consider their words. As he did she turned to Azazel and glared at him. How did you prepare my medicine to my body chemistry exactly? A lock of your hair. The fallen angel casually said. Do you have any idea how many strands of red hair I find lying around the place? I'd say you were shedding if I didn't know you'd kill me for saying that. As Rias glowered at him, Akeno coughed and got them focused back on track. Look, all that matters is that Kaneko is going through a hard time right now and you can't be anywhere near her while she is. If she isn't holding back her desires as much as possible, she would try to jump you. So you need to stay away and stay clear of the temptation. Temptation? Naruto was left aghast at her wording. What does that mean? If I do anything Kaneko would get hurt? I would never? Really? Akeno asked pointedly, because you walked in here looking pretty dazed after she licked and sucked your finger. You did. Azazel agreed as Rias nodded. If my cute junior suddenly started sucking my fingers I can tell you now I wouldn't have walked over and wasted time telling other people about it. Then that just proves that I won't get tempted. You also seemed pretty into it when you and her were kissing the other day. Kurama. Don't snitch. How is this snitching? I'm holding you accountable by telling you the problem? Say you won't do anything as much as you want but after it's happened twice you need to be made aware of it. I wasn't. That was, he sighed and slumped in his chair. Fuck it. Whatever. If Kaneko is in danger then I'll make sure to stay far away. Thank you. Rias patted his head before leaning in and giving him a quick kiss on the cheek. It's really sweet that you're so considerate. I'm sure if most boys heard they put a girl into heat they would be quite excited. Well, hey you two, no flirting. Akeno quickly snapped at them. That's what caused this mess in the first place. Now in case you forgot we came to study. Actually, Azazel's tone suddenly shifted as he sat up in his chair and looked between each of them. There's something I have to tell you guys before you start. We're expecting company to come by pretty soon. Company? Rias inquired, curious by his suspicious tone and wording. Why are you saying it like that? The way you say it makes it sound like something Onisama isn't aware of? He isn't. In fact, none of the factions know about this company that's coming here. And we needed to stay that way. He pointedly stressed the point between the three seniors. Now you can tell the rest of the club that people are coming, but you must get their word that they won't say anything to anyone else. This feels shady. It's incredibly shady, but also incredibly necessary. Azazel stressed before looking at Rias. You remember that deal you made with Kuroka about housing here in return for her help without any counsel from the higher brass? Rias firmly nodded. That was something you did because it was necessary, and because despite her attitude and past, you know she is a far lesser evil than other forces that are out there. This is something similar to that. An important deal with a far lesser evil that has to be handled in secret. Rias, Akeno, and Naruto looked between each other and felt the dire importance of this matter and keeping quiet about it. They nodded and looked to the Governor General. So who is coming here? The mixed-haired man hissed and scratched his head. I don't think I should tell you. Azazel, it's not exactly fair to be telling us to trust your deal and housing this company if you won't even tell us who they are. Yeah, I know. Totally unfair. He took a deep breath. But if I told you who it was, you'd say no. Oh come on. It can't be that bad, devil. The members of the Orc stood silent and frozen in place as they stared at their guests. Lefay Pendragon the Magician. Arthur Pendragon the Holy Royal Sword. Biku the Monkey King. Kuroka the Black Cat. Fenrir the God Devouring Wolf. Gogmagog the Golem. Valley Lucifer the White Dragon Emperor. And standing in front of them was Ophis the Ouroboros. Draguli stared up at all of them with the same blank eyes. We meet once again, Diedrich and friends. You were right, Azazel. We wouldn't have agreed if we'd known. Omake. The super sexy position. Do you think she wears underwear? Naruto and Yuto shared a look after Issei's sudden inquiry while they were eating. The whiskered blonde sighed and dropped his chopsticks to give the pervert his attention. I'm sorry? Kuroka, I see her walking around the hotel sometimes and I can't not notice. Issei clutched his head in agony as his eyes constricted and bobbed around. Those boobies. Those super stuffed up milkies. Those fucking kimono stretching, gravity-defying titties. They aren't contained by a bra. Yuto sighed and put his chopsticks down as well, and here I thought we could eat in peace. Don't tell me you two haven't noticed. Of course I've noticed, Naruto barked back in a heated fury. But you don't have to bring it up while we're trying to eat. I can't not talk about it. Yuto sighed. Issei-kun, this isn't really that big a deal. Kuroka-san is very well endowed, and some girls can get very uncomfortable while trying to wear bras. Bucko and Akeno-san have gone some periods trying out not wearing bras to ease their discomfort. Both pawns turned and looked at the knight in shock and surprise at what he said. He noticed their stunned expressions and shrugged. What? I've been in the peerage for many years. They were very open talking about stuff like this before you two showed up. And that doesn't excite or bother you. I don't have sisters. Neither of you has sisters. But from my point of view, this is what it feels like to have sisters. Yuto picked up his chopsticks and returned to his meal. Issei and Naruto shared a look before shrugging. Well anyway, I guess I can understand her not wearing a bra. But, what about panties? Does she wear those? Yuto paused in his meal and Naruto blinked before both blondes looked up and thought. They turned to each other and realized they didn't have an answer. Well, it seems you kids have discovered the greatest question in the world. They looked over as Azazel appeared by the door with glasses on his face and a lab coat over his body. Boys, you have stumbled upon one of the greatest inquiries in modern science. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the question that unravels the very thought of the universe. The one that has sent scientists mad trying to find the answer. I'm speaking of course about my totally original idea, Schrödinger's pussy. The sound of Yuto palming his face was followed by the intrigued hums of Issei and Naruto. Now this is an incredibly difficult concept to wrap your head around, but it can be boiled down sufficiently enough. Azazel came to the table and looked at the boys. It all deals with superpositions, boys. And the idea that any possibility imaginable can occur until it is properly observed and the wave function collapses. I don't get it. I do. Yuto interrupted. I see exactly what you're doing and I'm begging you to stop. Can't. Too fun. Anyway, we know the question is whether Kuroka is natural or not. We have no scientific proof or evidence to show either way. And with the fact that her kimono never seems to give a good enough view, she continuously exists in both a state of panty wearing or naked until we can observe the answer ourselves. That sounds stupid. Naruto interjected, it just sounds like you're making this way more complicated. You only say that because you don't understand superpositions and quantum law. Are you sure it's that and not you being stupid? The argument quickly devolved from there. And soon enough everyone else heard the commotion and joined in. After a while, all the devils, angels, and fallen angels in the hotel were arguing about whether this was a good thought experiment or if it was just making things needlessly complicated, and why they were talking about a lady wearing panties in the first place. Hey, Kuroka heard the ruckus and stopped by with eating a bag of chips, making a lot of noise in here. What's going on, NYA? We're debating superpositions and the idea that you are both wearing and not wearing panties simultaneously until we can actually observe them. Don't tell her that. Kuroka grabbed her kimono and spread it open for everyone to see. She then tied it back up and shrugged with a smile. Hope that solved your problem or whatever. She walked away and left everyone in stunned silence. Some blood started running down some noses. Irina was sputtering as her wings changed from black to white. Naruto wiped his face. We definitely observed that. Devil, Oni-sama. Are you sure it's a good idea to allow these two to join us? Yeah, can't see much harm. The whiskered man said as he turned to the chestnut-haired and blue-haired hunters that had tracked him down to bring him to justice before helping him stop a bandit attack in a nearby village. Hey, I know you two came here to fight me, but we're going to be moving on now. Do you want to come? What? Why would you invite us to join you? Meh, Asia seems to like you both a lot, so I think it would be good for her to have friends.
But you realize we have to keep hunting you, right? We won't be allowed to come home until we deliver results in your capture and defeat. Well, things change. Maybe something good will happen while we're on the road. The lazy sage turned and started to make his way down the road as his little sister looked back at the other girls before following her brother.
The two fighters watched them leave before the blue-haired one sheathed her blade and made to follow them. Her chestnut-haired partner looked up in shock. What are you doing? Are you going along with this? Well, nothing is going to come about with us just standing here. Follow him and just see how things go. Sounds like fun. She plainly stated before following the two siblings. And soon her partner stood up and joined her as they followed the two sages further into the world of Oppai. As the episode ended, the show's ending started to play with images of the heroes making their way through the landscape while the cast started to roll through. The group sitting around the TV watched the final part of the episode roll by, with some even giving applause. That was so good. I was waiting to see what would happen after the premiere episodes, and not only did the lazy sage win, but he has new comrades too. LeFay smiled brightly and looked back at the older girls. You girls are so lucky you get to be staring in a new show in the Oppaiverse. I did enjoy that. Asia spoke with a cheery smile, and I like how our characters are going to become friends. I just hope we get to see Issei-san's character more often. That was fun. Xenovia nodded. I especially liked the choreography for the fight scenes. The swordplay was decent and Naruto's character movement was quite close to how he moves. Irina, what? I'm in the show. I'm in the show, the pretty angel gleefully cheered, bouncing on her feet as she grabbed Xenovia and Asia's hands. I get to be a part of the show. This is so cool. She had to quickly dry her eyes. I can't believe this is happening. This is a dream come true. I'm so happy. LeFay giggled at their reactions before looking at her comrades. What did you think about the episode? I hope they take his head. Finishing the job is way more important than making friends with a loser. You think they'll bang? This is part of the pervy world, right, NYA? Oh yeah, that'll make this show way better, actually worth watching. It'll be a huge gross orgy with his sister and the two girls trying to kill him, ha. That'd be a hoot, haha. Biku and Kuroka suddenly stopped laughing when a hand fell on hair heads roughly turned their heads around. In time to look at Naruto's vicious and rage-filled glare. Nien, I do like it rough, it's not as hot when I moan, so don't expect much. You two, he growled through his teeth, are sitting here, watching a kids show, and critiquing it like bitter, cynical losers. Oh, come on man. It's just a kids show. Yeah Frogger, you really that upset we're talking a little smack about your show? I don't care about that, Naruto yelled. I care that you're watching TV when you should be explaining why you brought that thing here. All attention turned to the back of the room where most of the others were seated in a tense silence. Around Ophis as the dragon god stared at a nervous Issei in unwavering silence. She wanted to come here, Kuroka shrugged. I'm not sure what else you want from us. If the infinite dragon god requests help from you, you either do it or die, stupid. What's so hard to understand about that? He started grinding his teeth as the others sighed at her blasé deflection of an answer. Rias sat up and looked towards Valley and his team for clarification. I think what he means is, why is this happening? Why would Ophis, the Ouroboros dragon and leader of the Chaos Brigade, want to come here? They understand that we are their enemy, right? Yes, but even if Ophis is the enemy, you aren't foolhardy enough to pick a fight with them, are you? Rias bit her lip and grumbled as Valley nodded. Good. Then you should take this moment to speak with them instead of inciting trouble.
Well, if this dumb dragon wants to talk, I'll talk. Naruto released Baiko and Kuroka before marching over to the table and slamming his hands down on it with a glare at the gothic loli. Hey. Remember those 9-tailed beasts you stole and used in your organization? We're still missing 4 of them. Can you bring them here immediately?
Ophis looked up. I am no longer in charge of those creatures. I see, Naruto tersely nodded his head. Well, that was the only leverage you had in discussing with us in any civil manner. So now you're still just the leader of our fucking enemies who showed up at our house. Calm down, Naruto Uzumaki. Arthur quickly tried to mediate before things could escalate. I understand your frustration and anger with the uncertainty of your tailed friends, but please look past that and see the importance of this opportunity. Naruto, Azazel grabbed the blonde's shoulder and gained the whiskered man's attention. He's right. I know it's not fair to you and the Biju to put them aside right now, but we need to focus on what we can gain from this chance. Sensei, what do you mean? Valley sat up in his chair to get their attention. Ophis created the Chaos Brigade to defeat Great Red and force him out of the dimensional gap. To do so, they located powerful allies and dissenters among the factions that could assist. They each had their own goals, but Ophis had never changed, to defeat Great Red. So what does that mean? The members of the Chaos Brigade that we've met so far have had the same goal in mind. To change things up around the world for their good. Ophis has always and only been towards defeating Great Red. Which means Ophis' goals no longer align with Chaos Brigades. So, Akeno asked, what does that mean? That sounds like the Dragon God doesn't know how to run an organization. Well, that's true, but it also means that we could convince Ophis not to stick with the Chaos Brigade anymore. The Chaos Brigade's members have become more focused on domination, but without Ophis' assistance, they will be more manageable. No snakes to increase their power. No backup from their wealth of abilities. And even if they weren't assisting with combat directly, I know things will be a lot safer if we convince the strongest entity in existence to no longer stand with them. The orc looked between each other and considered the benefit of what Azazel said. Yudo slid up, but that doesn't explain everything. Even if the Dragon God was reconsidering their affiliation with the Chaos Brigade, why come to us? Or, more specifically, why bring them here? Ophis' change has been noted by members of the Chaos Brigade, and they don't think it would be in their best interest if Ophis left their side. But isn't Ophis-sama unbelievably powerful? Surely they don't think they can defeat the Ouroboros dragon. Well, there have still been teams sent out to find Ophis and report them to the higher-ups. This means either two things. The most powerful members of Chaos Brigade are cocky and arrogant, believing they could kill the infinite dragon. Valley narrowed his eyes. Or they have a method they can use. If they do have a method like that, then it isn't worth risking letting Ophis run around. But why come to us? Before someone else could answer or raise another question, Afur forward and continued to stare at Issei. The brunette pervert was unsettled by the deep stare he was getting from such a transcendental being and mumbled, So Diedrich, I have a question for you. Ophis finally spoke for the first time, staring at Issei's arm, with strength, as great as yours. Why have you never desired to dominate and destroy? With power, as great as yours and Albion's, I am sure you would be able to devastate whatever you wanted and to rule whatever you wished to. The others listened quietly to the Dragon God's inquiry before Issei's arm glowed as his boosted gear appeared. Hey, doing whatever I wanted is exactly how I ended up like this. Honestly, dominating and destroying whatever I wanted has never been something that interested me. I only wanted to do what I felt like doing, and back then that was fighting the White One. So then, what about now? Right now the only thing I'm focused on is helping my partner fight and survive. So strange that after all these years you are working with a host now. I agree. I never imagined I would be working with the person that controls my power, but Issei is a strange existence. He makes me want to do something other than fight all the time. Other than fighting? Ophis repeated in contemplative silence. Many of the Chaos Brigade members seek domination now. Wanting to rule their specific lands or factions. I do not understand that. The Infinite Dragon said, I wish to float in the dimensional gap in peace. And Great Red disrupts that peace. Is that similar? Not quite, and I don't think that's something you'll ever understand, Ophis. You've never been weak. You've never pined for something out of your reach or wished to take something others have had. That is the kind of domination that the people you let follow you now wish to pursue. And that is not something I should follow. I don't believe it should be the nature you pursue. The room went quiet as the conversation hit a lull. The tension in the atmosphere was so palpable that they could barely take a breath. This was especially hard for Issei as he realized he was a glorified cell phone at the moment. Ophis reached into the Lolita outfit and drew out the Konoha headband. Naruto looked especially focused as his old headwear was brought into view. Ophis looked at it. Things have changed greatly around me. Always there was infighting. Always there was blood and subjugation. And always the dragon stood above others in power and ability. But now a tentative peace is being forged between former enemies. The state and well-being of others are being considered more frequently. And some stand up to even the mightiest of dragons and match them in strength. Ophis looked over at Naruto, the whiskered man flinching under the small girl's deep stare. Ours is not even the only world at play anymore. It is strange to think that things have changed so much in this world. Things change all the time, Ophis. Some minuscule changes only affect a group or even a single person. And some changes happen on such a large scale that everything else is affected as well. You simply haven't noticed these changes because you have separated yourself and been isolated from the world for too long. Even I haven't paid much attention to the changes around us, until I became partnered with Issei, and found myself at the center of those changes often. Change is constant. Ophis repeated in a trance. Is that why even you have changed, Diedrich? Hey, I suppose so. Compared to my old self, I do find myself rooting for this group and their friends. You used to be the Sekiryute but now have become the Chichiryute. You now find yourself stirred into battle not by the sheer will to fight but by the mammary glands of females around you. The tense silence returned as everyone went silent with Ophis' curious inquiry. The silence reigned, except for some odd stifled giggles and a chuckle here and there. Ah, a hee hee hee, a ah ah gig gh guy h and no more boobs. No M-O-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-E. D. Diedrich. Issei immediately jumped out of his seat and cradled the arm with his sacred gear in it like a baby. It's okay, buddy. Remember what you learned in those counseling sessions, okay? It's just boobs. I'm no longer the proud red dragon emperor that instilled fear and respect. Now I'm just the booby dragon. WHO wants boobies? You want boobies? We want boobies? And no, Diedrich, this is undoing a lot of work. BOOOOBBBIIESSSS. Okay, we need your medicine. Issei quickly rushed off. There was some I brought in my bag. Hold on, buddy. Man, things have changed. Biku noted with a chuckle. Issei Hyodo's love of tits has traumatized the Red Dragon Emperor to the point he's getting therapy and prescriptions for antidepressant medication. No one knew how to follow up on that, so Valley just cleared his throat and carried on. Anyway, Ophis is starting to have a change of heart and the Chaos Brigade doesn't take kindly to their all-powerful sugar dragon not providing for them. So we need to stash Ophis away for some time as we draw the attention of the other factions towards us. You just have to house them for a time here away from the public eye. That's all we're asking. The others looked at each other in thought before Rias asked, and how long will that be? I can't give specifics, I don't know, but my guess is no more than 1 or 2 weeks. If something happens, we'll come to your aid. Valley said as he stood up. We'll leave LeFay and Fenrir behind with you, and in case anything happens they can contact us if anything goes wrong. Rias shared a look with her peerage, with her eyes settling on Naruto. When the blonde gave a slow but confirming nod, the redhead, King, decided to take the deal. Alright, we'll take in. Hey Valley, can I stay too? NYA? Kuroka quickly piped up from the couch. I want to check on my sister. Sure, I don't see why not. Rias immediately paled and some others groaned as Naruto looked like he turned to ash. The erotic Nekomata purred and pawed in their direction. Hi, it's me, the consequences of your actions. Oh, on second thought, no takebacks, devil. Gasper sat in his box and focused intensely on his game. His thumbs moved with intent and purpose so that he didn't fall behind and fail the level. He wanted to make sure his playthrough was the only thing that had his attention. Which made it especially difficult as he gulped and looked aside to see the dragon god sitting on the couch and staring directly at him. And while Ophis' eyes were soulless and unflinching, Gasper's started to water and tremble under the deep stare. He shuddered in fear and his fingers started to shake. I can't take it anymore. He screeched and quickly ducked down while closing the box above him. And no more attention, no more staring. Ophis silently walked over and opened the box again to keep staring at the Domfir. No, this is my safe space, devil. Ophis was walking around the halls of the hotel curiously before sensing something in the adjacent room. Opening the door a smidge, the dragon peeked inside. Ah. Ha. Ha. Kaneko writhed and shambled around in bed, moaning in a breathy voice as she kicked around and bunched up the sheets. Even in her comfy clothes, she felt strangled and hot. And even in her fugue state, she sensed someone watching. Get out. She didn't realize she had told off the Ouroboros dragon, and Ophis simply obliged by shutting the door quietly. The dragon god stood in silence outside the door, pondering what it had just seen. Don't mind Sharon. Ophis looked up as Kuroka passed by, the black-haired cat carrying some small snacks for her to enjoy. She's just going through her struggles right now. Everything feels hot and she's way more horny than she expected. Ophis' head tilted in response. Horny? That's probably not something I should teach to the dragon god. Or a little girl, NYA. Kuroka stated offhandedly before pausing and looking at Ophis. Her ears twitched, taking note of the small girl and her delicate features. Are you a girl? Or are you a boy? Ophis blinked. I'm Ophis. Yeah, but are you a male or female? Or does that not matter? Kuroka scratched her head. What do other people call you? People called me male, but that was because my form more closely resembled that of a male figure back then. And now you look like a girl. Or do you still want to be addressed like a man? Kuroka asked. As Ophis just stared at her in return, Kuroka nodded. Oh, you just don't care at all, do you? Can I just refer to you how I want? Ophis' silent blink was the only answer. Well, okay cutie, that's that. Kuroka shrugged. You want to come to join me on the couch and veg out? Veg? You said you like doing nothing in the dimensional gap, right? The Nekomata grinned. Well, this is like that, but better. Ophis simply followed after her to see what could be so intriguing. Devil, so what made you want to take a character like Lazy Sage and give him a heel face turn? Well, actually during a live show, Naruto broke character and rushed in to catch Rias on stage in front of the whole audience. And their reactions were so perplexing, and it got me thinking that maybe we could add more to this idea we had. Considering the age we're in of trying to broker peace with people and factions that we considered enemies for the longest time, I thought it would be a good idea to let kids know that people aren't always inherently good or evil. The young magician's eyes sparkled, and she nodded. Oh, that's so good. Oh, and as for Rias Gremory-sama, does she have a title or other name? Many people on the forums are trying to figure out if she has a name other than Boob Princess. Azazel sighed. No, sorry. I swear I tried to come up with a title for Ria's character, but she kept denying each one I troubleshoot. Lady McBouncy. Big Girl Dom Funbags. The princess formerly known as Boob Princess. Nothing worked. I see. LeFay sweated at Azazel's casual joke. Well, what about Switch Princess? Switch Princess. That's what Biku-san calls her whenever he saw me watching it. He says it's because she's always the one to power Opie Dragon on with her boobies. And also because she's probably switching on everyone who watches the show. LeFay explained before shrugging her shoulders. I'm not quite sure what he meant by that, but Oni-sama tried to smack him afterward. Switch Princess? I like that. Also, LeFay smiled with a giddy giggle. Is it true that a movie is in the works? Man, these forums are getting out of control. So many baseless rumors going around that probably need to stop. Then it wasn't. Azazel stared at LeFay, before smirking and swiping at his nose. LeFay squealed in her seat. I knew it, I knew. In her excitement, it took a moment for her to notice that Ophis was staring at her. The dragon god was so short she had to peek over the top of the table to look, and LeFay floundered under her deep gaze. I just really like the show. It's always nice to hear from a fan. Devil. Come on, Issei-sama, you can do it. Ravel encouraged the older devil who sat at the table and pored over the materials he was given to study. Ever since she was appointed as Issei's manager, Ravel had taken it upon herself to do the best job she could in managing Issei's schedule and workings. The young Phoenix daughter cheered for the perverted brunette. With this, you'll be promoted to middle class and be one step closer to your goal. I know, Issei groaned as he rubbed his eyes to relieve his stress headache. I'm sorry, Ravel. I know how important this is, but I feel like a blood vessel is gonna pop at this rate. Well, it'll all be worth it once the test is done. Ravel tried to encourage him. Won't that be nice? Yeah, but then I'll just have to sit and wait for the results. And man, that's gonna suck. Issei groused. I'm gonna be drained after this. Ravel hated seeing him so downtrodden and exhausted. And her instincts as a manager were telling her she couldn't leave him stressed. There had to be something she could do. But then, remembering who he was and what she had to offer, Ravel's face started to burn as her embarrassment rose. Stifling those unneeded feelings, Ravel spoke up. Issei-sama? Yeah, if you focus hard on your studying, and you do your best on the promotion test, then after you're done, I'll let you hold them. Issei's head steadily rose as he looked at the blushing Phoenix. He blinked a few times. Hold, what? Ravel's flushing face grew brighter as she closed her eyes and puffed out her chest. Her bountiful and still growing bosom bounced in the confines of her school sweater. Issei's head exploded at the prospect of her offer. On one hand, he shouldn't take advantage of his junior, and treating his manager like this was bound to get him a lawsuit or hashtag one day. On the other hand, she was offering a reward for all his hard work. And she was a mature young lady that was still growing up quite well. And man, was she growing. Okay, Issei suddenly roared out, revitalized as his dream and a new goal laid before him. I'll do it. I'll ace this promotion test and then taste a sweet ripe fruit that waits for me at the end of this trial. Jay, just to be clear, I said you can feel them. Jay, just feel. There's nothing to taste, not yet. The two looked over as Ophis suddenly appeared, staring at them curiously before asking, is this also horny? Yeah, Issei shamefully admitted as Ravel covered her face and whimpered, yes it is. Devil, Yudo looked over the material one more time as Akeno brewed some tea for them to enjoy. As the queen carried the tray over and put some tea at his side, she asked, how is it going? Any trouble picking stuff up? Not really, the handsome knight answered. Honestly, this is all stuff I think we've picked up in the past. Compared to what we had to learn when we first joined the peerage, this is pretty much nothing. I thought so too. Akeno agreed as she sat across from him and looked over her notes. This is nothing compared to the torture Venelana-sama put us through now and again when we were young. The two most senior members of the peerage shared a laugh before the queen sipped her tea. The only part I'm worried about at all is the practical section. You are? Yudo asked curiously. You're more than strong enough to handle most of the fighters and people that are taking the promotion test as well. You'd think, but that match against the Baal peerage has me realizing I shouldn't get too cocky. The busty fallen angel hybrid shook her head. I threw everything I had at that woman, but in an instant, she sent it back at my face with that whole power of hers. She grumpily stated before looking over at the knight, "What about you? Are you going to be alright? You decided you can rely on that loud Tanuki's power now, right?" Yuto groaned. "No, I regret doing that during the raiding game. I resolved not to deal with Shukaku-san as much as possible through our link, but the moment I became desperate for something to use on Cyro-org-san I resorted to it." He leaned back in his chair with a sigh. "I need to do more." "We need to do more," Akeno corrected, just as bothered by their current state of affairs as he was. "Why must you do more?" The queen and knight flinched and looked over to see Ophis had appeared. She walked closer to the table. "Dedrag's host is continuously growing and unlocking more power. And the others are linked to the beasts I procured. With that power, the threats most near in the future to you should not be any trouble." Yuto and Akeno shared a look of surprise at her words. Before they sighed and hung their heads. "That's not true, Ophis-sama." "Is it not? Well, even taking into account that the threats we've been facing have escalated in danger lately, leaving it to Issei, Naruto, or any of the others to solve alone just ain't do. Which is pretty ironic," Yuto noted with a chuckle, "because it feels like you and I have been the ones on the ends of tongue lashings involving not doing things all by ourselves." Akeno nodded sternly in response. "It's hard to explain. Rias has been going through something similar recently. Getting help and relying on others is natural and necessary. But hoisting all of the danger and responsibility on your friends while you stand aside, it's not something we can accept." The young queen stated as she thought deeply about what she could do to help her family and catch up in times of danger like this. She then noticed the dragon god silently staring at her cup of tea. Akeno smiled and slid it her way. Ophis gently took it and sipped on the drink before her blank expression twinged a little before she placed it back down. "It's a sharper, more mature taste that takes time to get used to." Akeno giggled. "Speaking of Rias, she and Naruto should be training right now. I know he said he wanted a reprieve from studying, but this just feels like procrastination. How is Buckow's training going anyway? You'd be surprised." "Devil!" Rias dropped down on Naruto with a yell and brought her destruction-covered hands down with her. A massive eruption of power nearly swallowed everything around her, but Naruto quickly jumped back and kept his distance. The redhead immediately gave chase, whipping her destruction around as it carved through the ground where he stood only moments ago. Between Rias' attacks, Naruto channeled his demonic power to his hands and launched elemental attacks at her. Rias swiped her hand out, eliminating the lightning bolts and fireballs that came flying her way. When the ground cracked and jutted out with his earth attacks, she leapt into the air with her wings and even the battlefield with a rush of black and red waves. When the wind suddenly rushed in and blew into her wings to knock her off course, she lobbed concentrated balls in his direction to trip him up. She retracted her wings, fell to the ground, and sprinted forward before unleashing a giant blast of destruction that obliterated everything in front of her. After expending so much power, Rias fell to her knees to catch her breath. Her hands rested on the ground and she lowered her head carefully. "Sorry, Rias," she jolted and looked back as Naruto stood behind her with his hand aimed like a knife at her throat. "That was impressive, but you still have a ways to go." He dodged her attacks and evaded before sneaking up behind her to give the finishing blow. The same way he did the first time they sparred. It was his way of being considerate and ending the fight without hurting her. It was sweet. And just what she expected. A thin needle of destruction burst up from the ground between his feet and Naruto quickly had to move. He leaned back and avoided her sneak attack from hitting his chin. Ha! He was suddenly tackled to the ground and pinned to the floor. Rias sat on his chest, locking his legs down and holding his arm down as she reached for his neck and stopped just short as her power floated over her palm. She panted and stared down at the stunned Naruto looking up at her. She didn't beat him, only bested him. She was far more exhausted and drained than he was. And he hadn't pulled out his other forms or powers to fight her, yet still. "I did it," she muttered in disbelief as she pulled her hand back and looked down at Naruto in shock. Did I? You aren't humoring me, right? Was this real? Did I? I mean, that was a pretty good trick," he said with a chuckle as he sat up. "I'm not gonna fall for that again, but yeah, it worked. I did it." A bright, beautiful smile formed on her face before she leapt into him. "I did it." She hugged him tightly while still pinned to the ground and laughed. "I got you." "Yes, you did. I had so many ideas and plans to use, but nothing seemed to work. And I thought I could use a chance when you thought it was over. And it worked." She sounded like a giddy child between her laughing. "I finally got a win. Yeah, enjoy it while it lasts. Now I'm gonna start using Sage Mode and Balance Breaker." She didn't seem to care, just giggling and smiling at her progress. He smiled as well and patted her head, gently rubbing her hair. "You were awesome, Rias." She lifted her head and smiled at him. "Thank you, Naruto." As they stared at each other and basked in the warmth of the moment, they leaned in to kiss. But froze before looking over at their audience. Yuto and Akeno stared at them unperturbed as Ophis tilted her head. She looked up at the others. "Is this horny?" "Yes," they answered in unison. Rias buried her face in his shirt as Naruto's head fell to the ground. Devil, Fenrir was napping. He didn't want to be here other than to watch over the magician girl, so he was napping. And the people he had been fighting with under his father's orders seemed nervous around him, so he ignored them and napped. Except for the familiars of the devils that came around him. Like the little bat perched on his head. Or the white kitten nuzzled up in his neck. Or the little dragon sleeping on his back. He tried to just ignore them and nap. He raised his head when he noticed someone by his side, and looked up to see the dragon god just staring at him and the familiars in silence. Woof. He quietly barked before laying his head down to go back to sleep. When he felt a weight on his body, he guessed that she was lying in his fur to see what it was like. Whatever, he just wanted to nap. Devil. Hey, are you serious? Of course I am. Why, you're going to try and sleep with Naruto-san after the promotion test? Yep, Xenovia casually nodded. I've waited a long time. Feels like that would be the best time to celebrate. But he won't know the results for several days. He's gonna pass. Just like Issei, Kiba, and Akeno Fukabucho will too. I have faith in them. The blue-haired exorcist said with full confidence, and I've been wanting to take the next step with him for a while now, so I think after this test and he's promoted to the next class would be the best time to try it. Asia and Irina could only blush at their friend's confidence and total certainty that this was going to happen. As Asia's face grew so red she could hardly speak, Irina kept some semblance of clarity and pressed her friend. Have you thought this through? I mean, he's already dating Rias-san, right? Are you sure he'll even agree to it? Well, we've gotten a lot closer recently, and I think if I ask him I'll have a good chance. The only thing is that he and Rias Bucko have already had time together, so I'll be coming in a lot less experienced. Xenovia crossed her arms and resolutely nodded her head. Luckily I've studied Azazel-sensei's novel extensively, so I'm sure I'll be fine. Oh, Asia finally spoke up again and clapped her hands. That's right. Sensei's book is really popular, so I'm sure it has everything you would need to know to initiate it with him. Irina blushed and sputtered. Angels aren't allowed to read that book, but I'm sure it'll help with your conquest. The twin-tailed girl nodded. I think you're rushing in a bit, Xenovia, but I wish you the best. Thanks, guys, that means a lot. They were so earnest and supportive of each other that they didn't doubt this idea at all. They were also so lacking in common sense that the idea of using a romance novel as a basis for sex didn't strike them as odd at all. So, the church trio looked over in surprise as Ophis appeared to join their discussion out of the blue. You're speaking of propagating with the man that brought the monsters to the dimensional gap? Are you horny as well? Pretty much. Xenovia shamelessly admitted. This has been a long time coming and I'm not about to let the chance pass. Irina looked conflicted. Xenovia, this isn't something you should be discussing with Ophis-sama. Why not? She came here to learn, didn't she? She asked the drag, you want to know? Or talk to us about it? We're just relaxing after studying for our exams and… Actually, they all looked over as Asia shrieked with an atomic red face. I also have been thinking about finally crossing the line W with Issei-san. Xenovia and Irina gasped and stared at their blonde friend with gaping mouths. Ophis wasn't sure why they were acting like that, but after looking between them she dropped her jaw as well to copy them. Wow, Asia, Xenovia spoke in shock as she looked at her meek and reserved friend in a whole new light. I wasn't sure you had it in you. I'm surprised. This is something I've been thinking about for a long time, she said with a small stutter before firmly nodding her head. I've wanted to develop the relationship between me and Issei-san for a long time. I love him, and I want to give him my first time. So after the promotion test, I am going to try and sleep with him. Xenovia was impressed by her friend's resolve and smiled warmly at her decision. Hold on, Irina cried out as she started frantically rubbing her head. That's no fair. Xenovia is talking about getting with Naruto-san and Asia-san is taking the next step with Issei-kun and I can't do anything. If Issei-kun is going to climb the ladder to manhood, then is his childhood friend and someone interested in him. I shouldn't be left behind. She pulled on her head. But I'm an angel. Angels aren't supposed to be tempted by debaucheries like that. I am Michael-sama's ace. And I can't fall to temptation like that. Irina cried as her tiny wings shifted from white to black. Michael-sama. I beg of you, help me find a way to deal with this situation. Asia quickly stood up and waved her arms around. Irina-san. There's no need to panic. I am sure there is something you can do. Angels won't fall if they don't allow their emotions to be overwhelmed by dirty and dark thoughts. So maybe you can still be with Issei-san, if you both don't allow lust to. She stopped talking when she remembered just who she was talking about. Xenovia coyly smirked at her partner. Hard to think an angel would be having dirty thoughts like this. Horny. Exactly, Ophis-sama. We might be dealing with a self-proclaimed angel who just thinks she's pure. Self-proclaimed angel. Xenovia, how can you be so mean? As Irina cried and started chewing out Xenovia for her jabs, Ophis simply watched the escalating exchange with interest. She felt a gentle tap on her shoulder and looked up at Asia. Ophis-sama. Would you like a snack? She grabbed a roll of cookies they had been eating and held it out for the Ouroboros dragon. Have you tried one of these? This was one of the things she saw people here put into their mouths and consume. Ophis grabbed one and put it into her mouth as Asia stood with bated breath waiting for her response. When Ophis took another one and started to partake, Asia knew that the dragon god had found something she liked while staying with them. Devil, this week had been hectic. With studying and practicing and making sure everyone was ready, not to mention having to house Fenrir, LeFay, Kuroka, and the freaking boss of the Chaos Brigade to cap everything off. Needless to say that things had been stressful lately. He heard a faint humming as he walked along and looked around the corner. He saw Kuroka jauntily skipping down the hall with a drink and a bag of snacks. She stopped in front of a door and knocked on it with her foot. "I brought treats. Wanna let me in, NYA?" He watched as the door slowly opened and Kuroka slipped in. The door immediately shut closed and that was the end of it. He stepped around the corner and walked by the door, wrestling with the choice to either keep walking or knock and see what was up. He heard some faint mutterings on the other side along with raised voices. He decided to leave it be. The door swung open and Kuroka was on the other side, grinning widely as her cat ears flicked about. "Only naughty boys eavesdrop, NYA." Kuroka's hand snatched his collar and yanked him into the room before locking the door. Naruto nearly stumbled into the room as the older Nekomata laughed. "Geez, Frogger. You didn't have to go stalking around like a weirdo, NYA. If you wanted to come in, just do it." "Hey, are you stupid, senpai?" He heard the weak but heated voice and saw Kaneko sitting on the bed with a red face and heavy breath. "Why you're here?" Naruto panicked and immediately turned on the Nekomata with a shit-eating grin. He growled in a harsh whisper, "You idiot, don't you know she's in her heat cycle?" "Oh, don't I know it? Sharon won't stop gasping and moaning all the time. Kuroka waved her hand. "And she keeps talking about you like a forlorn lover. I want to see Senpai. I want Senpai to hold me. I just need to be around him again." She moaned in a breathy, husky voice as she tightly hugged her own body and caused her breasts to rise and jiggle as she did. Honestly, it was ridiculous. Something about seeing her say that with those motions, he had not been ready for that. Then if you know that you know I can't be here, her body. "I know, she's not ready. But she's so crazy right now we have to do something, NYA. You gotta give the dog a bone. Or in this case, give the cat a bone I guess." She shrugged before grabbing his shoulders and spinning him around. Speaking of which, she kicked him forward and he stumbled into the bed. And only Kaneko quickly reaching up to grab his shoulders stopped them from colliding with each other. Naruto knew it wouldn't be good to keep close to her and pulled away, only to find her firm grip on his arms holding him close and her tail wrapping around his wrist. He looked at her in surprise. "Kaneko? I can't do it anymore." Kaneko twisted and pulled Naruto back down on the bed. She forced him to sit on it and straddled his lap as she leaned into his chest. Her ears twitched and her bead red face grew hotter as her breath washed over his neck. With a quick lick of her lips, she looked up at him. "I've been away for so long. Ignoring this feeling. This fire burning my body up. It's agony, Senpai. I need you to help me." "Kaneko, we can't do anything." He was hesitant to try and escape her or push her away when she was in such a fragile state, in her state. "I'll be hurt." "I know," Kaneko panted as she leaned in close and smelled him. "But we have ways to get around it. You don't have to finish inside. I just need a quick release. Or if you want, I can just use my mouth." Naruto's breath hitched as Kaneko leaned into his neck and gently ran her tongue along it. The little rook gasped into his ear before pulling back to look into his eyes. "I want to know your taste. The finger was just the appetizer, and I want the real thing now. Feel you on my tongue as you rise and finish." Kaneko trembled and Naruto shuddered as he looked into her eyes. To be honest, Senpai, I am getting excited at the thought of it. If I tasted and swallowed what you release, I think I might just come." He felt something moist on his pants, and he was worried to check what it was. "Wow, you're getting riled up, Sharon. I'm almost impressed by how hot and bothered you are." Kuroka noted as she watched her little sister get heavy and almost start dry humping against Naruto. She licked her lips and started grabbing parts of her kimono to remove. "Hey, Sharon. Mind if I get a taste too?" "Okay." He seriously needed an adult right now. Kaneko looked back at her sister with a pant. "Ende-sama. I thought you hated Senpai." "Well, I know we still get on each other's nerves, but I think the hate has died down a lot, NYA. She licked her lips, plus seeing you grind and rub yourself off on him has gotten me feeling all sorts of ways. Seeing is believing after all." What was that supposed to mean? "No," Kaneko quickly cried out as she hugged Naruto and tried to pull off his shirt. "Senpai is mine, I won't let you have him. If you took him, Ayn Rand did before, I would never forgive you, NYA. "I see." Kuroka purred as she stepped up to them. Naruto looked like he was standing on thin ice and Kaneko held him tighter as she felt her sister approach. "Well, Sharon, if you're going to be that determined." Her finger immediately thrust out and slammed into Kaneko's back, causing her to gasp and throw her head back in shock as her entire body felt like it just shut down. As she went slack in Naruto's arms he caught her. "Kaneko. You can't go letting these silly hormones sway you like that." "Kuroka. What did you do to her?" If you, relax Frogger. I just made sure she could calm down. No harm, no foul. Even though she said that, her eyes didn't look as lively as the smile she forced on her face. Had Kaniko's words struck her harder than they thought? Kuroko walked away and waved back at them before closing the door. Once it was over, Kaniko groaned and started sitting up. Naruto helped her. Kaniko? Are you okay? Why yeah, I'm fine. She rubbed her head, her voice sounding much more normal compared to how it had been just moments ago. With the heat in her face gone and her eyes no longer slit like a beast's, she looked up at Naruto. I feel fine. You do? Naruto tentatively grabbed Kaniko's shoulders, and even though she was embarrassed by the situation, she wasn't trembling or moaning like she had been before. How is that possible? Ne-sama. She must have done something when she hit my back. Well, I'm glad she did. Any longer and the two both blushed and struggled to look at each other. Naruto was tense because a certain part of him was pitched at the moment and he couldn't hide it if he moved. And Kaniko was mortified not only by her behavior moments ago but because she felt wet down there and didn't want to see if she left a mark. Ophis was coincidentally passing by. Don't, Naruto immediately yelled and pointed at the dragon god, don't you fucking say it. She simply blinked and went about her routine. Devil. Go fishing now. No, Ophis-sama. You just say go fish. Irina clarified to the dragon god sitting in her lap with cards in her hands, if you don't have the number they ask for you just say go fish. The rules are confusing. I don't want to play with them. Hey, if we don't play with the rules then no one can win, okay? Ophis seemed displeased but raised her cards again with Irina's instructions. Azazel watched from the other side of the table with Asia and Kaniko in disbelief. I can't believe it. I can't believe we've got Ophis just sitting there playing cards like a normal person. She's quite sweet when you have a chance to talk with her. But she always keeps popping up and doing embarrassing things. Both Asia and Kaniko were right in that regard. After a few days of staying with them in Arashi Heights, it became clear that Ophis wasn't the vicious monster in charge of the Chaos Brigade they all expected her to be. She was more of a blank slate that had no knowledge of the world or how people lived in it. So the orc found themselves mostly trying to help her integrate into regular life. Which included not suddenly walking in on the sleeping, bathing, going to the bathroom, or any other activities someone might do in a loft room. Guess I'll take your word on that. Azazel scratched his head before looking around. It was just him with all the girls waiting in the underworld for the test takers to come back. LeFay was sitting with Fenrir while Kuroko lounged on a couch. A spell around them to not draw the attention of other patrons. Rias was trying to take her mind off waiting for their results while Zenobia was setting up for her plan. The only ones missing were Ravel, who went with the quartet to help them register, and Gasper, who had gone to the Grigori facility to help hone his abilities. Azazel sensei, Asia said his name while putting down some cards. Do you think Issei-san and the others will be okay? I have faith in them, but I'm still nervous. Kaniko added, I hate sitting here just waiting for the results. I think they'll be fine. They've been studying hard and focusing since they heard about their promotion test. Granted the report might be hard. Devil, shit. Shit. Does wanting to make a harem sound like a good reason for the judges? Issei cursed and pulled at his hair. Fuck. Devil, and the written part will prove a challenge for some idiots. Devil, Naruto looked around anxiously at everyone burying their faces in their tests and focusing so intently on their answer. He suddenly felt like he was taking the Chunin exam again. But at least this time he had studied and learned what he had to. Now who were the villains in the Levi Tan TV special? Fuck me, Devil, but as for the practical. Devil, Yudo slashed his opponent down in an instant. Devil, Akano brought a powerful bolt of lightning down on her foe. Devil, Ha. Issei sent this opponent flying with a single punch. Devil, Rasengan. Naruto ended the fight in one move. Devil, yeah, they'll be fine. Devil. We're back. Everyone came to greet the devils coming back from their test. They quickly levied all the questions about their exams and how they think they did as soon as they had a chance. And as things started to die down they separated to prepare for their celebratory feast. Rias looked around after coming back to the lobby, slipping between some other patrons of the hotel to find Naruto so they could celebrate. She spotted Azazel sitting with Kuroka, Irina, and Ophis before making her way over. Hey, have you seen Naruto? I wanted to tell him Onisama gave his congratulations and wanted to meet with us after we ate. He went upstairs I think. I only know that because Sharon was asking about him before. Kuroka droned from the couch, something about wanting to apologize for her behavior. Peeved, like he was troubled by a cute girl wanting to jump his bones. And Zenobia dragged him off somewhere. Wanted some alone time with him. Azazel chuckled before reaching into his pocket and grabbing a bottle of pills. Glad she reached out before so I could get these made up for her. What? What, didn't Zenobia tell you she wanted to close the deal with Naruto? Yes she did, but I thought we had more time. Nope, she has initiative. Went for it right away. Of course we still have dinner reservations. No problem, Kuroka said with a giggle. I bet he won't even last that long. Although I am worried that Sharon might walk in on him and Sword-chan doing the deed. Doing the deed? Irina flushed as her wings started flickering and Ophis looked up at her with half-lidded eyes. There's such thing as too eager, Rias complained before looking at Azazel, and if you made the pills for her, why do you have them in your hand? These are the ones used to ward off catching anything. Rias pawned her face. I don't know why you even made those, we haven't slept with anyone other than each other. We don't need.
They're for the future. Azazel defensively said, I'm making sure you kids are prepared for whatever might come. You don't think Issei's gonna try and hump everything on legs when he becomes sexually active? Or that you and Naruto aren't gonna trip ass first into some dirty orgy as you get older?
Why am I part of the example? No, he's right. Better safe than sorry. Trust me. Kuroka shuffled around uncomfortably, and yeah, you and Frogger do totally strike me as the couple that would get so caught up in fucking. You'd probably let multiple people jump into the fun. I mean, you've already been caught doing it multiple times. It was just the once with Zenobia and Kaneko. It was not just once, NYA. What does that mean? Irina buried her face into Ophis' hair and tried to calm down. I don't think I can take this conversation much longer. Very interesting. Reg and Albion are very. Ophis cut herself off as she turned to look at the front entrance. She pulled herself out of Irina's lap and walked away from them. Oh, Ophis-sama? Huh? What's the matter? Kuroka's eyes widened and she stood up at her ears and tail started twitching. She cursed and glared at the door. Shit, this is bad. The front entrance of the hotel slowly opened up. For a rush of magical fog to pour in and envelop everything. Devil, Issei-sama. Ravel muttered his name as they walked along together, slipping past the other hotel patrons as they headed to her room. I'm very proud of what you accomplished today. Ah, thanks, Ravel. Issei chuckled with a little blush on his face, but you know we haven't gotten the results back yet, right? It might be too early to celebrate. Nonsense. She put a hand to her chest and proudly stated, I saw all the hard work you put into preparing for the promotion exam, studying for the writing test, poring over your report time and time again, training for the physical. Wasn't necessary because you're already gotten quite strong. But your efforts were noticed. The beautiful pure-blooded devil blushed and looked aside. So your reward should be. Ravel, you don't have to do this. Issei reassured the younger devil as she looked up at him. We can celebrate some other way if you don't. And no, I'm ready, Ravel assured him. Issei-sama, do you want to touch my breasts? She said that pretty loudly, and there were certainly people looking at them oddly now. But when Ravel put a hand to her growing chest and made them bounce when she did, every rational thought evacuated his mind in favor of the mantra to cop a feel he sometimes had in the presence of a magnificent pair. And Ravel had a truly magnificent pair. Yes, I absolutely do. Well, I am embarrassed, but I want you to touch them too. Ravel confessed, if there's anything exciting you want to do, Issei-sama, I am more than ready to. Issei-san. They looked back the way they came as Asia quickly chased after them. The young nun finally made it to their side and caught her breath before looking up at Issei. Issei-san. I wanted to celebrate your promotion as well. The brunette, Pawn, smiled warmly and looked between both girls. The fact you both already assume I passed means so much to me. Like, I feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Of course, Issei-san. I trust and believe in you completely. Asia said with a warm, bright smile that melted his heart into a gooey puddle of joy. He was so dazed by her pure and innocent smile he didn't notice when her face became flushed and she pulled on his sleeve. Which is why I wanted to come to find you. So we can celebrate this moment together. I had a plan. Asia-san. Ravel quickly spoke up. I was going to celebrate with Issei-sama first. I promised him a reward for all his hard work and we were about to start. But I've been preparing myself for this moment for a long time, Ravel-san. If I lose my nerve now then I don't know if I'll be able to reclaim it. But I want to make moments with Issei-sama, too. The drill-haired devil whined with a pout. You got to show off to everyone in the underworld when you called him daddy in the rating game. Issei panicked and noticed the looks they were getting. Okay, maybe this isn't a conversation to be had out in the open. Issei-san, you need to come with me. No, Issei-sama, let me give you your reward now. Both blonde girls looked up at him expectantly and waited for his choice. Issei's mind went blank trying to figure out what he should say. Partner, we got a problem. Yeah, I know, I'm not sure what to do. Ravel promised I'd get to feel her sweater melons but Asia looks serious. No, you idiot, don't you sense that? Issei finally noticed the clammy feeling running up his body and looked down. He saw a colored smoke run along the floor and quickly looked around as he realized that the other people in the hotel had vanished. Oh no. What is this? Issei-san. This is, yeah. He quickly summoned his boosted gear and ran. Come on. Devil, Zenobia. What's going on? Why did you want to talk with me? You're going to be a middle-class devil now, the blue-haired knight said as she walked along the hall with him following closely behind her. So I wanted to celebrate the occasion with you. Are you shaking your butt at me while you walk? You noticed, hard not to. Naruto remarked as he pulled his eyes away from Xenovia's rear end as she made to sway and sashay a little more while walking ahead of him. But you look like you're shifting side to side a lot. Kinda seems uncomfortable. It is. Xenovia stopped as she rubbed her hips. I might need more practice in doing it. I should ask Ria's bucko for some tips. She must have some experience with the way she moves her backside. Hey, tell me about it. Naruto whispered before coughing and clearing his throat. So what was this celebration you wanted to have? Xenovia turned to the whiskered blonde, and revealed the bottle of pills she had gotten from Azazel. Naruto looked at the object before he recognized what they were. And when he did, his eyes widened in shock and surprise. Hey, are those? Yes. I got them from Azazel-sensei. Had them ready just for today. She jostled them around a little. I was worried they wouldn't make it in time, but they made it by the skin of our teeth. And now we can celebrate, in full. Hold on. Naruto raised his hand to try and slow things down before they could escalate. You want to do that right now? I feel like I've been pretty patient. Xenovia said confidently. It's been quite some time since my last attempt to seduce you. Not really, you casually try something every day. But when was the last time I dressed scantily or tried to entrap you in the bedroom? Naruto's mouth opened and closed silently as the knight nodded. Exactly. Anyway, I wanted to mark the occasion by taking the next step in our relationship. I can't follow this. Naruto rubbed his head. If Rias found out we were trying this. She gave her approval. She did. Xenovia shrugged. Well, she stuttered and repeatedly made strange sounds before she frowned and went on a tirade about you being soulmates. And then she said I could try to have as strong of a sexual relationship as you two. Which is pretty much as ringing of an endorsement as I could imagine. Naruto palmed his face and sighed. The one time he needed Rias to be composed and collected and she had to be a jealous incoherent mess? So without further ado, if we can adjourn to a room, we can finally. Senpai. Their discussion was interrupted as Kaneko quickly spotted them and jogged over. Kaneko? What's wrong? I wanted to talk with you. The little freshman said as she looked up at Naruto. I haven't had a chance to apologize for what I did the other day. Oh, Naruto nodded, looking at Kaneko before he got nervous and looked aside as well. He gave a terse nod. No, I understand. The situation was, well, out of your control. You don't need to.
I do. She insisted. I pushed you, made you uncomfortable, and left you in a difficult position where you had to try and stop me while I just kept coming onto you. She lowered her head shamefully. I'm so sorry for what I've done.
Hey, he reached over and touched her shoulder so that he could have her attention. As she looked up at him, he smiled. I've already forgiven you. And I hope you'll forgive me too. Because we couldn't help you properly in your time of need. And even though I had been warned to stay away from you and not to engage when we did, he blushed. I felt my resolve waver. Kaneko blushed at the implication of what he meant and looked aside embarrassed. She tried to put her attention elsewhere so she didn't focus on the complicated feeling of guilt and joy she was experiencing and looked to Xenovia. What are you two doing? Naruto and I were about to have sex to celebrate his promotion. Trust Xenovia to lack tact in this situation. Kaneko looked between both upperclassmen and gave a small nod. I see. She said weakly as she turned away. I should leave you. Wait, Naruto quickly grabbed Kaneko's wrist before she could walk away. It's not what you think. Please let go. Kaneko, she felt so terrible right now. Not only had she pushed herself on him, but now he was going to cross that bridge with some more. She realized she was being left. You can join us, Kaneko. I don't see a problem with it. Both devils looked back at Xenovia in shock. She seemed completely unperturbed by what she said as she looked between them. I've heard it can be more enjoyable with more people. Probably more work, but nothing fun is ever easy. What? Xenovia genuinely asked. I mean, there are so many people with so many feelings involved in this relationship. And we all share a bed and share the love for the same person. She shrugged. Seems only natural we all should sleep together at some point. At least in my opinion. Naruto, Kaneko, both the pawn and rook were still reeling from the casual way she suggested they sleep together. Xenovia watched them a little longer before nodding. Maybe they weren't ready for that. Yeah, his brain turned off. But hey, we got bigger shit to deal with. Naruto, can you feel that? The blonde devil blinked a few times before coming back to his senses. He looked around and noticed the haze appearing through the windows. Oh shit. Kaneko looked as well. What is this? The sacred gear we faced in Kyoto. Xenovia gritted her teeth. It's the hero faction. Naruto, something's wrong. I feel chakra here. Do they have one of the biju? I don't know. I don't know what I'm feeling. We need to hurry. Naruto summoned a clone. Gather energy and pop the moment you finish. On it. With that, the three devils rushed down the hall to find their friends. Devil. Everyone that had been in the lobby vanished, only leaving the orc and their allies remaining. Irina tightly hugged Ophis as Azazel, Kuroka, and Rias surveyed their abandoned surroundings. Rias stayed alert as she whispered to the fallen angel, Azazel, is this what I think it is? It's Lost Dimension, one of the high-tier Longinus currently in the hands of an executive member of the hero faction. Azazel clicked his teeth, taking a step back to guard the others as he focused on the front entrance. They found us. Kuroka nodded. Valley and the others were supposed to be keeping them off our trail by moving around and fighting when they were attacked. They shouldn't have been able to tell that Ophis was no longer traveling with them, so how? We decided to divide and conquer. Seemed like the best option. Rias turned and raised her hand covered in destruction as Azazel and Kuroka immediately tossed attacks in the direction of the voice. One shadow sliced Kuroka's flaming attack away while another sliced through the weapon of light Azazel had thrown. They stood in front of a man seated on the couch they had occupied just moments ago. A white-haired young man with a sword and a young blonde man with a knife. And the figure on the couch slowly stood up as he lifted the sparkling spear off his shoulder. We knew Valley would take Ophis, but he wouldn't drag them along pointlessly if they were still going to be in danger. He'd probably use Biku to deceive us into thinking he was the dragon god. Plus with the Nekomata and Lefei missing, it was pretty clear they were being stashed away. The number of people that Valley trusts can be counted on one hand, and the first mark would be you, Azazel Dono. Azazel chuckled. Man, if this were any other situation, I'd like to play wargames with you and see just how strategic your mind is. Rias kept the miasma of her demonic power around her hand but lowered her arm as she stepped forward. Eyeing the center member down she spoke, so, can I assume that makes you Cao Cao, leader of the hero faction? It does, and I am. He nodded respectfully. It's an honor to be recognized by a devil of such renown as you, Rias Gremory. Well, you strike a rather noticeable image. Hard not to recognize you at a glance. Still, I'm honored. Cao Cao said, gripping his true Longinus in his gloved hand before pointing to both people at his sides. These are my trusted comrades and followers, Siegfried and Minato. That guy is the swordsman that fended off me, Zenobia, and Kiba-kun with his twice critical sacred gear. And the other one is the descendant of the former White Dragon Emperor, the Naruto of the past. Minato sighed. I'm going to need to do something drastic to get that stigma off me. If I have to go around just being called the descendant of some other guy, I'm gonna pull out my hair. Give it time, you'll make a name. Cao Cao appeased his younger friend with a pat on the shoulder before turning back to the supernatural beings. So I'm sure you know why we're here. Is it for a commemorative concert? Azazel said while pointing at the singular glove he wore. Cao Cao looked down at it as well. Oh right. It is a bit tacky wearing one glove, isn't it? Well, I'd choose something else but Naruto Uzumaki mangled my hand in our last meeting so I needed a replacement. Hey, no judgment. Azazel said as his prosthetic arm extended some of its other features before returning to normal. So are you here to exact revenge on us for ruining your last plan? You'd think, but we're just here for the dragon god. Siegfried said while pointing at the small gothic-dressed girl. So hand them over and we have no reason to fight you. You don't seriously think we'd take you up on that, do you? No, but I think it's common courtesy to at least make the offer. Rias, Akeno and Yuto came running into the lobby with Lefei and Fenrir following close behind. They immediately froze and got tense when they saw the men standing across from them. The young queen narrowed her eyes but noticed the worry on Lefei's face while Fenrir growled, "Is that who I think it is?" "Why yes," the young magician nodded, "that's Cao Cao-sama. I love being able to introduce myself to new and familiar faces, but I think if we start welcoming any more people this party is going to be too crowded. We need to proceed with our plan." "And what is the plan exactly?" Azazel asked, "because you've come this far looking for Ophis, but let me tell you kid there isn't much anyone in this world can do to take care of her." Ophis gently slipped out of Irina's arms and strode forward to face Cao Cao directly. The Longinus wielder stared down at the ageless being as a tense silence filled the lobby. In an instant, he lunged forward and thrust his spear through the chest of the small girl standing in front of him. His sudden attack earned gasps and cries of horror from the unsuspecting audience watching them. However, Ophis simply stood still, looked down at the spear in her chest that pierced out through the other side, and then looked back up at Cao Cao after he had attacked her. He sighed and violently yanked his spear back, leaving the gaping hole in Ophis' chest open for an instant before it sealed itself. As the dragon god stood there nonplussed and completely healed of any injuries or marks, Cao Cao nodded. "I just aimed to kill you, but you don't even care, do you? You won't try to kill me because you could kill me at any second. There's no difference between annihilating a comrade who supports you or an enemy who attacks for you, is there? I imagine it's the same either way. Holding back to not eradicate the fledgling little things around you?" Ophis simply spared a look at all those around her before looking back to Cao Cao. "If I tried, everything around me would disappear. And that is bothersome. Yeah, you are simply too much to deal with. We still need your power, Ophis, but it's clear that we need it without your apathy or thought process clouding its use." Cao Cao stepped back. "We're taking your power from you." Lefei, yeah. The young magician nodded as she looked down at Fenrir. "Fen-chan, get in position." Woof. The god-slaying wolf leapt forward in a spot between Lefei and Kuroka. Both girls turned and formed a magic seal between them with Fenrir in the middle. The wolf glowed for a moment before he faded into the magic seal and another person appeared in his place. Once the transfer had been completed, the girls lowered their hand away. Azazel chuckled. "Oh, you cheeky little bastard. A transfer seal to bring yourself here? We asked for your help, but we weren't about to dump the whole ordeal on you," Valley said confidently as he appeared in the lobby after being summoned and eyed Cao Cao. "Plus I've wanted to face the true Longinus for a long time." He walked up and faced Cao Cao and his men down unwaveringly. "Whatever plans you have for Ophis, they aren't coming to fruition." "Oh, you're switching places too? I guess we're not the only ones trying it." Cao Cao looked between his comrades. "Sieg, Minato, would one of you?" "Can I stay?" Minato requested. "I want to be here for whatever goes down next." "I'm up for it." Siegfried responded and pressed a hand to his ear and created a magic formation. "Georg, time to switch." A similar pattern appeared under Siegfried and he immediately switched places with a bespectacled youth at Cao Cao's side. He fixed his glasses. Should we get started with the Dragon Eater? Absolutely. Georg stepped back and started to weave magic circles and formations between his hands. Cao Cao and Minato stepped up to guard him. The team of humans faced off against the supernatural beings. Bucko, Rias, Issei's group and Naruto's group burst into the lobby from opposite sides. Once they did, both men looked towards the center of the trouble. Naruto's eyes shifted as natural energy pooled into him. Cao Cao. The hero faction leader smiled. "We meet again, and so soon." Issei stared at the blonde teen beside him. "Minato." The ninja descendant narrowed his eyes. "Securite. Well, I think I see everyone that was supposed to be here. At least based on our information and what we saw from the raiding game. In that case, look out." The warning came in time with Cao Cao spinning his spear, making it extend to incredible lengths as it scraped and tore through the walls around him. Everyone dropped to their knees and felt the true Longinus whip over their heads before he retracted it back to its base length. The orc and their allies quickly grabbed their weapons or took up battle stances. "It's ready." Georg clapped his hands and a large magic circle formed behind him. From it, a shadow started to emerge for all of them to see. But before it could fully appear, Ophis felt a tinge of something in her being while Valley and Issei felt a spike of pure terror rush through their bodies. From their very cores, they felt the trepidation from Albion and Diedrich when the creature started to emerge. Issei gripped his boosted gear to weather through the tinges. Diedrich, what is this?" "It's instinct, partner. It's your very being telling you not to get involved with this freak of nature. There is no worse enemy they could have chosen for us to face at a time like this." The figure finally revealed itself as a grotesque amalgamation of features and races pinned to a cross. The body of a man was pinned with countless nails and blood running down from his eyes with a scaly tail replacing his legs. From his back, his tattered and ruined black wings were crucified along with him. The sight of the monstrosity unsettled almost everyone in the room. But it caused those connected to dragons to freeze in utter shock. "That's impossible." Azazel muttered in disbelief. "You would have had to pry him out of Cocytus, the lowest point of the underworld. And to do that you'd— oh, I get it. So he has a hand in it too?" "Sensei," Issei called out to him. "What is that?" "That is Samael, the poison of God. The serpent tempted Adam and Eve to taste the fruit of knowledge and got humanity kicked out of Eden. His betrayal was so great that the Lord of the Bible took it upon himself to punish Samael for his crime. He nailed him to a cross, turned his body into a terrible form of snake and dragon to match God's hatred for them, and cast him down into the lowest level of Cocytus for all eternity." Azazel narrowed his eyes. "If you have him." "Only temporarily. Hades' Dono was very specific about us only having him for a short time, so we have to make him count." Cao Cao nodded with a sly smirk before looking over at Issei and Valley. "Would you two happen to know what Samael is known as?" Something burst out of the deformed fallen angel's mouth and rushed forward. Naruto sensed it coming and tried to make a move, but it whipped out far too fast for him to stop it. The black thing wrapped and coiled around Ophis' body before tightening so much it could have crushed her with the force. Dragon Eater. Because there is no more perfect dragon slayer in existence than the poison blood made to slaughter dragons. Ophis. They all reacted and worried as the dragon god was smothered by the grimy black tongue of Samael. They stood ready to face the hero faction as Yudo summoned his holy demonic sword and brought it down on the squirming black tongue to sever its hold on Ophis. Only for the sword to swing right through and lose most of its blade when it met the tongue. "Shit!" Naruto rushed in to try and tear the tongue off. "Don't!" Azazel yelled and warned them before they could make another move. "Don't touch it, and don't waste your time. Samael can't be killed, and his tongue can't be cut or destroyed while it's feasting." "So what? We wait while Ophis gets eaten?" "Not a chance." Zenobia drew out her sword and made a rush toward Cao Cao and his crew. The moment she raised her sword, Minato flashed in and landed a shallow cut along her abdomen. She gritted her teeth and turned to strike at his back, only for Cao Cao to step in and thrust at her back. Naruto came sliding in with a kick that forced Cao Cao to back up, even as the confident smirk never faltered on his face. The blonde devil stomped his foot. "Don't give them a second." That was enough of an order for everyone to make a move. Kaneko rushed in with fire over her hands, charging at Minato as he and Xenovia crossed their blades at high speeds. Ravel and Asia retreated behind Lefay and Kuroka for protection as Yuto, Rias, Akeno, and Irina tried to stop Georg. Issei, Valley, and Azazel summoned their armor and joined Naruto in facing down Cao Cao. The young leader whipped his spear aside while avoiding Naruto's range and stopped the devils and angel from reaching their magician. Once he stopped them, Cao Cao called out, "Minato." In the middle of holding off Xenovia and Kaneko, the whiskered blonde vanished in a flash of yellow and appeared by his leader's side. "What's up?" "Georg needs to focus on Samael and we can't risk losing it because we can only use it once. You mind guarding him while I hold the rest of these guys back?" Minato sent a look toward the Dragon Eater and then at all their enemies. He retrieved a special knife from his pocket with an empty glass vial in its center. "Do you think I can try the other thing while you go to work?" Cao Cao's face scrunched up for a moment before he shrugged. "I'm sure he's got blood to spare, go nuts." Minato immediately spiked the knife into Samael's chest, the creature barely even letting out a sound as the tongue rushing out of its mouth started gulping down Opha's power. The knife leaned down and blood started to rush into the glass vial at the center of the knife. "We'll leave you to it then." "I appreciate it." Cao Cao smiled widely as Minato stepped behind him and stood before Georg defensively. The young human leader spun his Longinus around before slamming it down on the floor and silencing everything around them. Balance breaker. Devil, Naruto instinctively covered his eyes as the light shining out of the true Longinus would blind him if he stared at it for even a second. The light finally faded and he looked back at Cao Cao with wide eyes. A circular light hovered behind his back before darkening and forming 7 balls that stayed an equal distance away from him and each other. The spear remained the same and Cao Cao swung it aside before taking a step forward. "This is my balance breaker." "No, it's not." Azazel mumbled. "The balance breaker of the true Longinus Götterdämmerung. This is something different." Did you achieve a subspecies in the true Longinus?" "That's right. The Polar Knight Longinus Chakravartin." Cao Cao limply shrugged a shoulder. Kind of a mouthful and not yet perfected, but hey, he looked in Naruto's direction. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Naruto gritted his teeth in frustration before Valley announced, "Be careful engaging him. Each of those spheres on his back has a different ability for him to use. And I've only heard about 3 of them." "Are you serious?" Azazel chuckled. "You know if this were any other time, I'd be losing my mind with joy at the thought of seeing the subspecies balance breaker of the strongest Longinus in existence. But now, all I can feel is dread." "I'm glad. That's what I was going." Yuto rushed in from his flank, swinging a new sword up and forcing Cao Cao to block it with the pull of his spear. In the instant that exchange happened, Xenovia came rushing in towards his unguarded side and swung Durandal at his blind spot. One of the orbs floated in front of the path of her sword and the holy sword Durandal shattered into countless little pieces. Everyone stared in shock as they saw Xenovia follow through with her strike using only a sword hilt and broken blade attached to it. The pieces of her magnificent and ancient blade toppled down at her feet before she stared at her broken weapon in shock. "Durandal, Chao. Kakuratana." Something pierced through Xenovia's stomach and out her back as she hacked up blood. Cao Cao wielded his spear shaped in the form of a weapon as he pierced her body, the treasure that can become any weapon and destroy any weapon.
Xenovia. Cao Cao kicked her off his weaponized sphere and with a roar swung his true Longinus to push Yuto back. Naruto immediately caught her before she could hit the ground, hearing her moan and cough with a wet sound in his arms. He quickly picked her up and rushed her to the back as others rushed to the front. "Asia."
"Right." She nodded and focused her twilight healing as he and Xenovia approached. Cao Cao on the other hand found himself the focused fury of everyone else. Yuto and Irina had conjured new weapons as Valley, Issei, and Azazel faced him in their armor. Akeno summoned lightning and Kaneko channeled her flames while Ria's destruction built up in her hands. "You're going to pay 100 times over for what you did to her. I can see you're angry, and while I'm confident I can put up a good fight, maybe not against this many people." So, another orb flew into his hands and he quickly thrust forward, sending it flying at them.
"Don't touch it." They all got out of the path of the sphere and tried to attack him.
Burst. A blinding light burst out of the sphere and bathed all of them in its shine. But soon the light disappeared and everyone stopped shielding their eyes to see what might have happened. "Matabi?" Kaneko worryingly called out to her friend as her eyes reverted to normal and she whipped her fists down. I'm trying but the fire won't form." "My lightning?" Akeno tried to conjure her power. "It's not working." "No," Asia cried out, desperately holding out her hands over Xenovia's bloody wound. "Am I healing? It isn't responding. I can't help Xenovia-san." Rias tried to channel her destruction through her hands but found no response when she did. She looked over at Cao Cao. "How did you?" "Ithiratana." Cao Cao said as the sphere returned around his back. "The treasure to rob women of their special powers, albeit temporarily. Now my number of opponents, while still dangerous, is a bit more manageable." You have a technique that robs women of their powers? Kuroka barked out from the back. The fuck? That's just sexist.
Yeah, I'm not sure why the power manifested this way. I fight men most often, so I think it would have made more sense if it cancelled out the power of males, but it is what it is. Now, what will you?
WRRAAHHHH, Senpai. Naruto rushed past everyone, fury and hatred filling his mind while everyone waited apprehensively to see what new technique Cao Cao pulled out with his spheres. He chose to charge straight in. No, you idiot! Valley yelled to him, we don't know what. Ha! He jumped off the ground and spun to lash out several kicks in rapid succession. Cao Cao either parried his foot with the polearm or kept his distance so as not to be caught by Naruto's extended range. And once he was far enough, his spear swung out and tried to nick Naruto in the neck. Everyone watched the two in an exchange of strikes, swings, and dodges to avoid every attack coming toward them. Each blow they attempted to land on each other was an opening for a counter that was missed by the narrowest of margins. And even though the others watching wanted to jump in and assist, the 7 orbs that floated off Cao Cao's back and made a circle around them in their exchange warded off anyone from trying to interfere. Cao Cao stabbed for Naruto's foot, and once he lodged his spear into the ground, vaulted with it, and landed a firm strike against the ninja's crossed arms. Though he skidded back a little, Naruto wildly threw his arms out and forced Cao Cao to separate from him. The young hero spun with the force of his retreat and twirled to swing the true Longinus at the blonde's legs. Naruto leapt up and over the spear as he kicked out for Cao Cao's head, narrowly missing as the young human ducked under his foot. Naruto immediately landed and jumped in to attack Cao Cao before he could pull his spear back into his hands. But even though the true Longinus wasn't in his grasp yet, Cao Cao channeled his Kakuratana to his side, forming the sphere into a halberd by his head and sending it flying at Naruto. The blonde dodged by a hair's breadth and countered with a punch as he avoided the transformed treasure. But he didn't realize that as he avoided the halberd-shaped sphere, another sphere flew in from behind it and collided with his fist before he could hit Cao Cao. Everyone watching froze or gasped as they waited to see what effect would happen when Naruto touched the strange orb. But as a moment passed, Naruto felt no pain or side effect from interacting with it. Except, he couldn't pull his hand back. Cao Cao gripped the other side of the sphere and smirked. You're sturdy in this form, right? Cao Cao pulled the orb back and easily yanked Naruto along with it. As if flailing around a handkerchief, Cao Cao effortlessly slammed Naruto's body into the walls and floors around him without even trying. An annoyed groan escaped from the blonde's mouth every time he collided with something as he tried to free his fist from whatever force was holding onto him. Cao Cao dashed in towards the others watching and raised Naruto like a weapon. He slammed the young devil into Issei and Yuto as they tried to catch their comrade being thrown around like that. As they were knocked aside and Naruto gasped as he felt pain slamming into them, Cao Cao then turned and swiped at Azazel and Valley. They both jumped back to avoid his attack, but Kakuratana rushed in and stabbed Azazel through the chest plate while he was distracted trying to save Naruto. With everyone but Valley either stunned or rendered powerless, Cao Cao spun Naruto around a few times before swinging up and releasing his hold. He sent Naruto flying into the ceiling and watched as the blonde devil sailed through several more floors before finally coming to a stop. He smiled at the orb in his hand, Hathiratana, the treasure to grab and lift whatever it touches. A useful tool for rearranging the battlefield. Riaz wanted to rush in and jump into the hole to check on Naruto, but Akano firmly pulled her wrist and forced her to get back. Many of the girls that had been rendered powerless tried to sneak around Cao Cao and help Issei, Yuto, and Azazel after they had been knocked down. Only Valley remained standing to face off with the aspiring hero. I knew I was right expecting such a fight from you. You could become the true Longinus in history if you continued to grow exponentially like this. I mean, if I killed the 2 heavenly dragons and the dragon god in one swoop, I'm sure I'd be pretty high up there in the consideration. Don't get ahead of yourself. A pair of brilliant white and blue wings spread from the armor's back as Valley announced, I'm still here. He rushed forward and Cao Cao immediately took a stance before retreating to avoid the Lucifer descendants' brutal charge. Valley's speed was almost supernatural, disappearing in a white and blue blur that quickly rushed Cao Cao from the side. And even though the young human couldn't move at the same speed, his unnatural reflexes allowed him to at least keep up and avoid being overwhelmed by Valley's speed. The true Longinus whipped and spun about at blistering speeds, clashing with the white blur rushing around him and creating showers of sparks every few seconds. Cao Cao narrowed his eyes and sent his spheres flying off his back and spread out in a circle around him. Valley had to leap over to avoid the treasures that couldn't be recognized. You'll need to do better than that. I intend to. He drew in his weapon treasure and transformed it into a sword before sending it lashing out against Valley. The White Dragon Emperor easily knocked it aside and charged back at Cao Cao. The human raised his hand and drew his sphere back into his hand, Valley preparing to strike before he could form another weapon. Only for Cao Cao to vanish before his very eyes and then suddenly feel a sharp strike on the back of his head. Valley snarled and twisted around to strike Cao Cao as the human leader landed behind him. Only to stop when a shocked Kuroka suddenly appeared between him and Cao Cao. What the, ah. Kuroka was knocked forward with a kick to the back from Cao Cao before he raised his spread and swiped. Valley had to quickly catch Kuroka and turned to take the slash of the true Longinus on his back as his wings flared. He hissed and tried to ignore the pain. You bastard. Asuratana, Cao Cao said as the orb floated over his hand. The treasure that transports me or anyone around me where I want them to be. Still think I have room to improve before I become the strongest wielder? Sonic Boost Knight. Cao Cao was transported with his treasure and avoided the strike of the red blur that rushed to attack him. He chuckled at Issei's form. Ah, the illegal move Triana you showcased at Kyoto? I'm glad to see it out here again. You attack my friends, leave them weakened, and make us watch as you attack Ophis. You fucker. Issei roared as his thin, slimmer arm raged with power as he burst into a rush of speed. We'll kill you for this. Cao Cao started to teleport all over the room and Issei rushed in to follow him. Yuto and Irina helped prop a bloody Azazel as he removed his armor and watched the scene in annoyance. Those idiots. He looked past the fight to Georg and Minato. They're so focused on Cao Cao they forgot about the guys in back. I can try to reach them, Yuto whispered, if I can make it through the exchange while Issei-kun has him distracted. I can help. Irina joined in, let me open the path. No, we still don't know what 3 of those treasures can do and he can teleport. If we can find a chance then we can strike. Cao Cao. Stop running, Issei roared in his chase after the teleporting hero. Face me, damn it. Why? I keep running and I might just wear you out. Seems effective enough. Some hero. A real hero faces down and fights his foes. Speaking from experience as the Opie Dragon? That's quite a wild idea, isn't it? A hero for devils? Hey, unbelievable. That's right. I'm the hero of the children of the underworld. Issei roared as he charged at Cao Cao the moment he appeared. And I won't disappoint the children or forgive you for distracting me from boobies you. Issei flinched as he felt something pierce his back. He stopped and looked over his back, seeing a kunai lodged through his thin scale mail and drawing a small amount of blood from his back. That reminds me. Minato appeared behind him and grabbed the knife. I never paid you back for writing that word on me, did I? A violent burst of lightning shot out from the knife and rushed directly through Issei's body. He let out a blood-curdling scream that caused everyone in the lobby to flinch before the lightning finally stopped. Minato drew his knife out and watched Issei topple to the ground. There, guess we're even. Issei-san. Issei-kun. No, Minato flashed and appeared by Georg's side again as Cao Cao tutted and shook his head. You know I was dealing with him, right? I had a grudge, and he's dealt with. Minato shrugged. Seems like you don't know how to say thanks.
Well, thank you, but make sure to keep by Georg's side.
Issei-senpai. Kaneko rushed over and slid on the ground before stopping by his side to check on him. Issei-senpai, can you hear me, please? Cao Cao. Valley gathered power in his hand and roared before releasing it. Your fight is with me. Even with the devastatingly powerful blast coming his way, Cao Cao's daunting smile persisted as another treasure came to his hands. I'm fighting all of you. The moment the blast was upon him, Cao Cao's sphere intercepted it and forced the attack to change directions. Almost like it was defying physics, Valley's attack took an impossibly sharp turn and rushed toward Kaneko and the injured Issei. The blast was upon them in an instant before a shadow appeared. The entire room trembled with the force of the explosion from Valley's blast. The Hakuryuto could only stare in shock as he perceived what happened in the instant before the attack landed. The smoke faded and revealed a burnt and bloody Kuroka standing in front of Kaneko and Issei. She coughed up blood and stumbled before looking back at the teary-eyed Kaneko. Lighten up, Shiro. Ne-sama. Kaneko cried as she caught her big sister before she could hit the ground. Others quickly came around to help and move the injured from their current position. Cao Cao sent his orb back, Maniratana. The treasure to redirect attacks. All 7 spheres floated behind his back as he looked to Valley. So Valley, have you learned a few more of my abilities? Cao Cao, it's one thing to initiate a fight with us. Valley's aura spiked tremendously, it's another to force my attack against my comrade. His armor became sharper as he started to channel the power needed for Juggernaut Drive, who am about to awaken. Cao Cao vanished with a teleport in time for a black hand to rush in behind him and capture Valley's entire form before he could finish the Juggernaut Drive. Everyone heard a loud, sickening crack and crunch before Samael's hand finally retreated. And once freed, Valley fell to his knees with broken armor and was covered in blood. As Valley panted with blood spilling down his face and pooling underneath him, Cao Cao's feet walked along in the corner of his eyes. I thought there was a chance either you or Issei Hyodo would use Juggernaut Drive when you were cornered and we had to come up with a counter. Then I remembered. Samael will be here and he kills dragons. So I'm sure a heavenly dragon would be enough for him to handle while still killing the dragon god. Looks like I was right. See Cao Cao, you bastard. The young human smiled and kept his spear resting on his shoulder as he looked around. The strongest warriors were either beaten and bloody or weakened from his treasure. 2 heavenly dragons, the governor-general, several powerful warriors made powerless, and the holy demonic sword too wary to act. I think that's everyone. All that's left is a flash of orange and gold light before a figure rushed down the hole he had created through the ceiling. Cao Cao didn't even look back as he felt the figure land back in the lobby to face him. He looked back and saw a younger, furious Naruto clad in his biju cloak with black patterns and a long coattail. The younger form of the ninja stood up as the ethereal energy around him caught body. He spared looks around the room and took in everyone's condition in moments. Issei, Valley, Kuroka, Azazel, and Zenobia were still suffering from their injuries. Rias, Akeno, Kaneko, Lefei, Asia, Ravel, and Irina still had their abilities rendered inert, but by the looks of it, they were pushing that limit because their energies were starting to gather around their hands again. Only Yudo was still in fighting condition, but he was currently helping move the injured out of the way of battle. Georg was still controlling Samael as Opha's energy was drained and Minato stood at his defense. And finally, Cao Cao remained standing with his 7 treasures floating behind his back. His form was dirty and scuffed, but still, he stood tall despite fending everyone off. Naruto's eyes narrowed with unbridled fury. You're going to pay for this. Cao Cao's eyes were filled with an orange flash and he immediately raised his spear to block the punch coming at his face. Even though he defended, the young hero was nearly blown off his feet by the power behind Naruto's punch. He went flying across the lobby and dug his feet into the floor to skid to a stop. The true Longinus was held out parallel to the ground and used to stop the giant Kurama's mouth from snapping down on him from either side. As the chakra creature struggled to break the true Longinus, Cao Cao looked up through the translucent chakra and at Naruto. You're a bit too eager. Where's the fun we had back in Kyoto? It was never any fun, you bastard. You endanger my friends just to sat your desires, Naruto roared. Spittle flying off his lips as his eyes, a mix of sage mode and Kurama, narrowed in anger. I'll forgive you for this, you fuck. Oh, well yeah, it was probably more fun for me. WRAAHHH, Naruto barreled through Kurama's mouth and came through to lash out at Cao Cao. The human leader went flying back and slid to a stop as a Rasen Shuriken started to form in Naruto's hand. He reeled back. Rasen. No, Azazel yelled out. Naruto, one of those spheres redirects attacks. You throw that, he'll send it back at you or towards us. You have to be careful. He hesitated before throwing his jutsu, gritting his teeth before instead dashing forward. He raised his Rasen Shuriken to attack and yelled before bringing it towards Cao Cao as his floating treasure floated in front of him. Only for Naruto to pop in a puff of smoke before his attack could land. Cao Cao's eyes widened as another Naruto rushed through the smoke and punched around his sphere to strike at his face. The entire lobby went silent as Cao Cao couldn't block with his treasures or spear as a powerful impact reverberated through the room. Except Naruto's fist rested in the palm of Cao Cao's gloved hand before it could reach his face. The young hero looked over his hand and stared at Naruto before giving a sly smirk. The blonde's eyes widened. What are you, Naruto? Get away, he's doing something to us. Naruto kicked against Cao Cao's chest and was able to pull himself away, tearing the glove a little in the process. He stumbled back and clutched the hand he had punched with. A hand that was naked and void of the chakra coating the rest of his body. Ria's eyes widened. What? His chakra's gone. How is that possible? Senpai has more than enough power, so how? Man, I was worried that wouldn't work. Cao Cao remarked as he raised his hand and gripped some of the torn leather of his glove with his teeth. I think I might become a gambler with all these risks I'm taking. He ripped off the glove remains with his teeth, and showed everyone the hand that replaced the one Naruto had destroyed. The end of Cao Cao's right arm started to change from one of toned muscle and skin to fur and claws. A distinct orange fur started to form on his arm starting at his wrist and led into an inhuman hand with long joints and nails. It looked like it had been grafted off of a monster onto his body. Naruto looked at it in shock as chakra returned over his hand. Impossible, is that? Mine. It's my flesh. He made a hand out of my flesh. Are you serious? Azazel ignored his gut injury and looked at the young hero in disbelief. You grafted a piece of an unknown creature's flesh onto your body? Are you insane? Well, we all know ingesting that flesh carries too many risks and drawbacks, so this seemed like a good alternative. Cao Cao started rotating his new hand's wrist. I was in desperate need of a replacement. And this one is a lot stronger too. It gives me a stronger connection to those tailed monsters we summoned. And as I just learned. Cao Cao dashed forward, far faster and with more energy than he did before. Naruto quickly raised his guard as his fist soared in and sent Naruto flying across the room. As the young ninja cratered into the wall, Cao Cao flexed his new hand a few times. It lets me siphon off some of that chakra power swelling up inside you. Naruto slid out of the crater and landed on his feet. So what will you do now, Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto crossed his fingers, overwhelmed. Devil. There was a giant burst of smoke and a large number of clones appeared around Naruto and started to rush through the lobby. Cao Cao was suddenly besieged on multiple fronts by Naruto's clones. The true Longinus became a blur in his hands, lashing out to parry and riposte any attacks being sent his way. The blade of the spear managed to cut into the chest and necks of some clones to destroy them, but the number surrounding him never seemed to diminish enough. When hands and claws made of chakra tried to grab him and his weapon, he resorted to sending out his treasures to fend them off. The clones didn't focus only on Cao Cao as Minato and Georg found themselves surrounded. The young blonde hero flashed between all the knives he had prepared around Georg and viciously sliced apart any clone of Naruto that got by. And even though he was focused on drawing Ophi's power out with Samael, Georg summoned small concentrations of elemental power to destroy any clones that tried to attack him or Samael. But the numbers were piling up, and countless clones were throwing themselves at the black tongue, sucking Ophis dry and trying to pry it off her. Rias watched from the side as Naruto was forcing the heroes on the back foot by overwhelming them with numbers. This looked to be their best chance at forcing their enemies back and taking control of the fight since the beginning of the ambush. Even though she didn't think she could do much to help with the fight, she desperately continued to try and channel her demonic power into her hands. Faint inklings of destruction started wafting off her hands but couldn't manifest well enough for her to help in any way. "Keep pushing them, we can get Ophis out of here. Kill that thing on the cross and this will stop." Cao Cao heard all the clones strategize and plan to ruin things with overwhelming numbers. If it continued at this rate, then he'd break through the perimeter Minato was struggling to hold around Georg. Even after all the fighting they did, if they lost their hold on Samael and draining Ophis was rendered incomplete, then this entire fight would have been for nothing. He had to stop this before it got out of hand. As Cao Cao fended off a dozen clones at once, his mind started to work in overdrive, trying to come up with a plan that could save his comrades and their efforts. And what came to mind was a craven, underhanded tactic that would stain the victory and battle he was trying to earn through his means. However, if it would keep his comrades and their plans of victory safe and sound, it was a shame he was willing to take. Asuratana. Cao Cao vanished in the blink of an eye from the swarm of Naruto clones around him. They looked shocked by his sudden disappearance before they sensed his energy and its location. "No. Kya, don't you, stop," the young aspiring hero said in a cold, even tone of voice as he stood amidst the group of depowered and injured that had gathered throughout the fight. His spee and his treasures floated along his back, but the implication was clear as he spoke up. "All of your clones need to step away, right now." None of the clones tried to argue or fight him on this. Not when he was in swinging distance of cutting down every one of his comrades with a single attack. The clones stepped away from Minato, Georg, Samael, and his tongue as they simply glared at Cao Cao. The young leader nodded. "Good. Now, cancel your balance breaker." Naruto's eyes widened and narrowed. Cao Cao nodded. "I saw it during your match. It used to take a time limit, but now you can cancel it when you wish. And I think you can't return to it after you do so. So end it now, if you don't. If you touch a hair on their heads, I swear I'll kill me, brutalize me, make me wish I was never born. Maybe you'll do all that. Maybe you'll get to me before I make a move. Maybe I'll be so focused I won't even notice Yuto Kiba about to slice my jugular." The knight growled on the ground, hesitating to make his move as the human already noticed him. "Maybe you'll do all of those things, but I promise I'll kill some of them before you end me. If you want to take that chance, do it. Shoot your shot. Then end your power, now." Naruto glared at him before the original stepped forward. "Kurama. Stop." His body flashed with light and all the clones around the room disappeared. He returned to his taller, older body still in sage mode, and glared down the hero faction leader in spite. Cao Cao stepped forward, walking away from the injured party to face the whiskered blonde directly. Neither man said anything as they stared each other down, equally disappointed and disgusted by the tactic Cao Cao had resorted to using. Naruto shook his head. "You and I got very different ideas of what being a hero means, but even you have to admit that shit was vile." "It was, and I do." Cao Cao nodded. "And this victory over the dragon god and all of you will be tainted because of it. But my friends and comrades look to me to help see this plan through and earn our victory." He took his stance. "I won't let them down for anything." The wind started to pick up, Naruto's clothes and hair billowing as it started to intensify and concentrate around him. He channeled his demonic power and natural energy together as a rough vortex started forming around his wings before becoming a little more focused. In a burst of wind and speed, Naruto closed the distance in an instant and punched at Cao Cao's head. The young human evaded and parried his fist, using the polearm of his staff to ward him off and then slashing at his back. The blonde ninja floated off the ground and over the spear before lashing out with a kick. A kick that hit the pommel of the spear and was knocked aside. Within every few thrusts of the spear Cao Cao gave, he followed with hooks and jabs of his new hand. The power from the chakra he siphoned caused the punches to create shockwaves and bursts of air with their power, but still, Naruto evaded them. And when the young devil avoided the flying treasures and spear attacks, he fired blasts and cuts of wind at Cao Cao that were sliced apart by the true Longinus. It was a stalemate of expert dodging encounters that neither man could get the upper hand on. Minato watched the exchange with narrowed eyes, keeping up and trying to imagine if he could have gotten the advantage if he was facing the enemy. Damn, they're good. Gao! Samael let out an unsettling, monstrous noise as it started to buck around. Minato reached out and tore the blood-draining kunai from its chest. Georg? The monster continued to make noise and get louder. Georg, what's happening? I don't know, either it's full or it can't do anymore, Georg said with a strained face. I'm not sure how much longer we can do this. Shit, Cao Cao, we need to move. Wrap it up, you're going nowhere. Naruto growled as the wind around his hand sped up and started grinding against the true Longinus pole violently as he glared into Cao Cao's eyes. I'm not letting any of you get away. Not after what you've done today. Naruto pushed against the spear even harder. You make a move, and I'll end you. Cao Cao saw the intensity in Naruto's eyes and knew he wasn't lying, and so his mind started running through ideas and tactics again. With the clock against them and the robbing of the female's power to return any moment, that meant more than half a dozen capable fighters to charge at them while Naruto was still out for blood. So the best plan would seem to be. Cao Cao nodded, so be it. He spun the spear around, forcing Naruto back before extending it towards the whiskered blonde. Naruto jumped back to avoid getting caught by the spear as Cao Cao rushed aside. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized he was running toward the spot everyone was gathered. No you don't. With another burst of wind and speed, Naruto dashed forward and chased after Cao Cao before he could reach the others. He was fast, but Naruto was faster, and the distance between them closed every second as he knew he was going to catch the hero. Cao Cao raised his spear and aimed toward the others as Naruto grit his teeth. I won't let you. He channeled his wind around his feet and hands to boost him as he roared. You think I would let you hurt the people I love? No, of course not. Cao Cao answered methodically as a treasure floated in front of him. He disappeared in an instant and was no longer charging toward the injured others. Naruto's eyes widened before he tried to look back. I expected you not to. Naruto tried to turn as the point of the true Longinus speared him under the ribs in a spray of aura and blood. Devil.